Moomin's escape was shocking to the whole family.
Shocking.
Moomin's escape was shocking to the whole family.
ムーミンの脱走は家族全員にとって衝撃的でした。
衝撃的な。ショッキングな。
Moomin's escape was shocking to the whole family. Moomin loves digging in the sand at the beach.
Sand.
Moomin loves digging in the sand at the beach.
ムミンは浜辺で砂を掘るのが大好きです。
砂。砂浜。
Moomin loves digging in the sand at the beach. Teacher Joe gave a nod of approval to Aniki's answer.
Nod.
Teacher Joe gave a nod of approval to Aniki's answer.
ジョー先生は兄貴の答えにうなずいて承認しました。
うなずき。
Teacher Joe gave a nod of approval to Aniki's answer. Tinu checks the bikes monthly for safety.
Monthly.
Tinu checks the bikes monthly for safety.
ティーヌ先生は安全のために毎月自転車を点検します。
毎月。月ごとに。
Tinu checks the bikes monthly for safety. Tinu took measurements of everyone's height.
Measurement.
Tinu took measurements of everyone's height.
ティーヌ先生はみんなの身長を測定しました。
測定。寸法。
Tinu took measurements of everyone's height. Moan is a good swimmer despite his thin body.
Swimmer.
Moan is a good swimmer despite his thin body.
モンは細い体つきですが、良い水泳選手です。
水泳選手。泳ぐ人。
Moan is a good swimmer despite his thin body. Nana feels jealous of her friend's new smartphone.
Jealous.
Nana feels jealous of her friend's new smartphone.
ナナは友達の新しいスマートフォンを羨ましく思います。
嫉妬深い。羨ましがる。
Nana feels jealous of her friend's new smartphone. Aniki fell off his bicycle.
Off.
Aniki fell off his bicycle.
兄貴は自転車から落ちました。
から。
Aniki fell off his bicycle. Teacher Joe dreams of opening an English language academy someday.
Academy.
Teacher Joe dreams of opening an English language academy someday.
ジョー先生はいつか英語の学院を開くことを夢見ています。
学院。専門学校。
Teacher Joe dreams of opening an English language academy someday. Aniki forgot his computer password again.
Password.
Aniki forgot his computer password again.
兄貴はまたコンピュータのパスワードを忘れました。
パスワード。暗証番号。
Aniki forgot his computer password again. Aniki is nervous about his English presentation tomorrow.
Presentation.
Aniki is nervous about his English presentation tomorrow.
兄貴は明日の英語の発表を緊張しています。
発表。ページ。
Aniki is nervous about his English presentation tomorrow. Teacher Joe explains how the election system works in his country.
Election.
Teacher Joe explains how the election system works in his country.
ジョー先生は自分の国の選挙制度の仕組みを説明します。
選挙。投票。
Teacher Joe explains how the election system works in his country. Teacher Tinu loves spicy ramen.
Spicy.
Teacher Tinu loves spicy ramen.
ティーヌ先生は辛いラーメンが大好きです。
つらい。
Teacher Tinu loves spicy ramen. Teacher Tinu used good judgment in planning the bike trip.
Judgment.
Teacher Tinu used good judgment in planning the bike trip.
ティーヌ先生は自転車旅行の計画で良い判断を下しました。
判断。評価。
Teacher Tinu used good judgment in planning the bike trip. Yuri keeps many frozen meals for emergency.
Frozen.
Yuri keeps many frozen meals for emergency.
ユリは非常用に多くの冷凍食品を保管しています。
凍った。冷凍の。
Yuri keeps many frozen meals for emergency. Moan's father is a rice producer in the countryside.
Producer.
Moan's father is a rice producer in the countryside.
モンの父は田舎で米の生産者です。
生産者、制作者。
Moan's father is a rice producer in the countryside. Masa wrote an apology email for missing the meeting.
Apology.
Masa wrote an apology email for missing the meeting.
マサは会議を欠席したことへの謝罪メールを書きました。
謝罪、お詫び。
Masa wrote an apology email for missing the meeting. The two countries agreed to reunify after years of separation.
Reunify.
The two countries agreed to reunify after years of separation.
長年の分裂の後、二つの国は再統合することに同意しました。
再統合する。統一する。
The two countries agreed to reunify after years of separation. Yuri warned teacher Tinu not to overdo his muscle training to avoid a heart attack.
Heart attack.
Yuri warned teacher Tinu not to overdo his muscle training to avoid a heart attack.
ユリはティーヌ先生に心臓発作を避けるため筋トレのやりすぎに注意するよう警告しました。
心臓発作。
Yuri warned teacher Tinu not to overdo his muscle training to avoid a heart attack. Aniki rides his bike in the public park.
Public.
Aniki rides his bike in the public park.
兄貴は公園で自転車に乗ります。
公共の。公の。
Aniki rides his bike in the public park. The river was too shallow for swimming.
Shallow.
The river was too shallow for swimming.
その川は泳ぐには浅すぎました。
浅い。表面的な。
The river was too shallow for swimming. Teacher Tinu is available for cycling practice after school.
Available.
Teacher Tinu is available for cycling practice after school.
ティーヌ先生は放課後のサイクリング練習に参加可能です。
利用可能な。入手可能な。
Teacher Tinu is available for cycling practice after school. There was a crush of people at the school festival.
Crush.
There was a crush of people at the school festival.
学園祭では人々が殺到していました。
押しつぶすこと。殺到。
There was a crush of people at the school festival. Teacher Joe is worried about the economic situation in the country.
Economic.
Teacher Joe is worried about the economic situation in the country.
ジョー先生は国の経済状況を心配しています。
経済の。財政の。
Teacher Joe is worried about the economic situation in the country. Moan researched extensively about conspiracy theories.
Extensively.
Moan researched extensively about conspiracy theories.
モンは陰謀論について広範に調査しました。
広範に。詳しく。
Moan researched extensively about conspiracy theories. Yuri often burns the food she cooks.
Burn.
Yuri often burns the food she cooks.
ユリはよく料理を焦がします。
燃やす。焼く。
Yuri often burns the food she cooks. Yuri waited for the pizza delivery.
Delivery.
Yuri waited for the pizza delivery.
ユリはピザの配達を待ちました。
配達。配送。
Yuri waited for the pizza delivery. The storm caused damage to Teacher Joe's garden.
Damage.
The storm caused damage to Teacher Joe's garden.
嵐でジョー先生の庭に被害が出ました。
損害。被害。
The storm caused damage to Teacher Joe's garden. Teacher Joe complains about the skyscraper blocking his view.
Skyscraper.
Teacher Joe complains about the skyscraper blocking his view.
ジョー先生は高層ビルが視界を遮っていることに文句を言います。
超高層ビル。高層ビル。
Teacher Joe complains about the skyscraper blocking his view. Aniki and Moan similarly enjoy cycling.
Similarly.
Aniki and Moan similarly enjoy cycling.
兄貴とモンは同様にサイクリングを楽しみます。
同様に、似たように。
Aniki and Moan similarly enjoy cycling. Moan always carries a rubber to erase pencil marks on his photos.
Rubber.
Moan always carries a rubber to erase pencil marks on his photos.
モンは写真の鉛筆の跡を消すためにいつもゴムを持ち歩いています。
ゴム。消し、ゴム。
Moan always carries a rubber to erase pencil marks on his photos. The deadly virus spread quickly through the town.
Deadly.
The deadly virus spread quickly through the town.
その致命的なウイルスは街中に急速に広がりました。
致命的な、危険な。
The deadly virus spread quickly through the town. Carrie dreams of becoming a famous poet one day.
Poet.
Carrie dreams of becoming a famous poet one day.
キャリーはいつか有名な詩人になることを夢見ています。
詩人、歌人。
Carrie dreams of becoming a famous poet one day. Good English skills are a requirement for Teacher Joe's advanced class.
Requirement.
Good English skills are a requirement for Teacher Joe's advanced class.
英語力の高さはジョー先生の上級クラスの要件です。
要件。必要条件。
Good English skills are a requirement for Teacher Joe's advanced class. Carrie wants to be an art judge in competitions.
Judge.
Carrie wants to be an art judge in competitions.
キャリーはコンペの審査員になりたいと思っています。
裁判官。審査員。
Carrie wants to be an art judge in competitions. Masa has a time limit for playing with Moomin.
Limit.
Masa has a time limit for playing with Moomin.
マサはムミンと遊ぶ時間制限があります。
制限。限界。
Masa has a time limit for playing with Moomin. Aniki helped Moan format his camera's memory card.
Format.
Aniki helped Moan format his camera's memory card.
兄貴はモンのカメラのメモリーカードを初期化するのを手伝いました。
整える。書式設定する。
Aniki helped Moan format his camera's memory card. Moan's refusal to eat spicy food was well known.
Refusal.
Moan's refusal to eat spicy food was well known.
モンの辛い食べ物を食べることへの拒否はよく知られていました。
拒否。断り。
Moan's refusal to eat spicy food was well known. The antique piano had ivory keys.
Ivory.
The antique piano had ivory keys.
その骨董ピアノは象牙の鍵盤を持っていました。
象牙。アイボリー。
The antique piano had ivory keys. Moan dreams of becoming a journalist to take photos around the world.
Journalist.
Moan dreams of becoming a journalist to take photos around the world.
モンは世界中で写真を撮るジャーナリストになることを夢見ています。
記者。ジャーナリスト。
Moan dreams of becoming a journalist to take photos around the world. The tree stands naked in winter.
Naked.
The tree stands naked in winter.
木は冬には裸で立っています。
裸の。むき出しの。
The tree stands naked in winter. A slip on the wet floor caused Teacher Joe to fall.
Slip.
A slip on the wet floor caused Teacher Joe to fall.
濡れた床で滑ってジョー先生は転んでしまいました。
滑ること。失敗。
A slip on the wet floor caused Teacher Joe to fall. Moan removed all the dust from his camera lens.
Remove.
Moan removed all the dust from his camera lens.
モンはカメラのレンズからすべての埃を取り除きました。
取り除く。除去する。
Moan removed all the dust from his camera lens. Aniki thirsts for cold drinks in summer.
Thirst.
Aniki thirsts for cold drinks in summer.
兄貴は夏に冷たい飲み物を切望します。
乾く。切望する。
Aniki thirsts for cold drinks in summer. Strange things often occur when Moan talks about conspiracies.
Occur.
Strange things often occur when Moan talks about conspiracies.
モンが陰謀について話すと奇妙なことがよく起こります。
起こる。発生する。
Strange things often occur when Moan talks about conspiracies. Teacher Joe explains that adverbial phrases can make sentences more interesting.
Adverbial.
Teacher Joe explains that adverbial phrases can make sentences more interesting.
ジョー先生は、副詞的区分を使うと文章がより面白くなると説明します。
副詞的な。副詞の。
Teacher Joe explains that adverbial phrases can make sentences more interesting. Nana finds math tests very stressful.
Stressful.
Nana finds math tests very stressful.
ナナは数学のテストをとてもストレスに感じます。
ストレスの多い。緊張する。
Nana finds math tests very stressful. Moan commonly takes photos in the morning.
Commonly.
Moan commonly takes photos in the morning.
モンは一般的に朝に写真を撮ります。
一般的に。普通は。
Moan commonly takes photos in the morning. Nana opened her first bank account this year.
Bank account.
Nana opened her first bank account this year.
ナナは今年初めて銀行口座を開設しました。
銀行口座。
Nana opened her first bank account this year. Moan made some interesting observations about conspiracy theories.
Observation.
Moan made some interesting observations about conspiracy theories.
モンは陰謀論について面白い観察をしました。
観察。所見。
Moan made some interesting observations about conspiracy theories. Tinu's strength is incredible.
Incredible.
Tinu's strength is incredible.
ティーヌの力は信じられないほどです。
信じられない。驚くべき。
Tinu's strength is incredible. The police couldn't confirm the stranger's identity.
Identity.
The police couldn't confirm the stranger's identity.
警察はその見知らぬ人の身元を確認できませんでした。
身元。正体。
The police couldn't confirm the stranger's identity. The broken bike was useless without repairs.
Useless.
The broken bike was useless without repairs.
修理なしでは壊れた自転車は役立たずでした。
役立たずの。無用な。
The broken bike was useless without repairs. Teacher Joe teaches new phrasal verbs in every lesson.
Phrasal verb.
Teacher Joe teaches new phrasal verbs in every lesson.
ジョー先生は毎回の授業で新しい句動詞を教えます。
句動詞。動詞に副詞や前置詞を足して意味するもの。
Teacher Joe teaches new phrasal verbs in every lesson. Teacher Tinu is the top cyclist in school.
Top.
Teacher Tinu is the top cyclist in school.
ティーヌ先生は学校で一番の自転車乗りです。
一番上の。最高の。
Teacher Tinu is the top cyclist in school. There was a vacancy in the bike club.
Vacancy.
There was a vacancy in the bike club.
自転車部に欠員がありました。
空室。欠員。
There was a vacancy in the bike club. Aniki witnessed a bike crash during the race.
Crash.
Aniki witnessed a bike crash during the race.
兄貴はレース中の自転車の衝突事故を目撃しました。
衝突。事故。
Aniki witnessed a bike crash during the race. Teacher Joe caught a strange disease that made him sleep more.
Disease.
Teacher Joe caught a strange disease that made him sleep more.
ジョー先生はより眠くなる奇妙な病気にかかりました。
病気。疾病。
Teacher Joe caught a strange disease that made him sleep more. They study genetic traits in science.
Genetic.
They study genetic traits in science.
彼らは理科で遺伝的特徴を学びます。
遺伝の。 遺伝的な。
They study genetic traits in science. Moan committed himself to learning photography.
Commit.
Moan committed himself to learning photography.
モンは写真の勉強に専念しました。
犯す。専念する。
Moan committed himself to learning photography. Carrie has numerous friends at school.
Numerous.
Carrie has numerous friends at school.
キャリーは学校に多数の友達がいます。
多数の。たくさんの。
Carrie has numerous friends at school. Moan has some owing bills for his camera.
Owing.
Moan has some owing bills for his camera.
モンはカメラの未払いの請求書がいくつかあります。
未払いの。支払うべき。
Moan has some owing bills for his camera. Carrie painted a picture of a diver exploring the ocean.
Diver.
Carrie painted a picture of a diver exploring the ocean.
キャリーは海を探検するダイバーの絵を描きました。
ダイバー。飛び込み選手。
Carrie painted a picture of a diver exploring the ocean. Teacher Joe teaches English proverbs in class.
Proverb.
Teacher Joe teaches English proverbs in class.
ジョー先生は授業で英語のことわざを教えています。
ことわざ。格言。
Teacher Joe teaches English proverbs in class. The school building will undergo renovation next month.
Undergo.
The school building will undergo renovation next month.
校舎は来月改装工事を受けます。
経験する。受ける。
The school building will undergo renovation next month. Moan watches boxing matches on TV.
Boxing.
Moan watches boxing matches on TV.
モンはテレビでボクシングの試合を見ます。
ボクシング。検討。
Moan watches boxing matches on TV. Teacher Joe's hearing is very sensitive to Japanese words.
Hearing.
Teacher Joe's hearing is very sensitive to Japanese words.
ジョー先生の聴覚は日本語の単語にとても敏感です。
聴覚。聞こえ。
Teacher Joe's hearing is very sensitive to Japanese words. Moan saw someone illegally parking in front of the school.
Illegally.
Moan saw someone illegally parking in front of the school.
モンは誰かが学校の前に違法駐車しているのを見ました。
違法に。不法に。
Moan saw someone illegally parking in front of the school. Carrie's new painting was terrific.
Terrific.
Carrie's new painting was terrific.
キャリーの新しい絵は素晴らしかったです。
素晴らしい。素敵な。
Carrie's new painting was terrific. Teacher Joe helps students find employment after graduation.
Employment.
Teacher Joe helps students find employment after graduation.
ジョー先生は生徒たちが卒業後に雇用を見つけるのを手伝います。
雇用。職。
Teacher Joe helps students find employment after graduation. Teacher Tinu taught that the nucleus is the core of an atom.
Nucleus.
Teacher Tinu taught that the nucleus is the core of an atom.
ティーヌ先生は原子の中心が核だと教えました。
核。中心。
Teacher Tinu taught that the nucleus is the core of an atom. Carrie helped restore an old painting.
Restore.
Carrie helped restore an old painting.
キャリーは古い絵画の修復を手伝いました。
修復する。回復する。
Carrie helped restore an old painting. Moomin loves a good chase around the park.
Chase.
Moomin loves a good chase around the park.
ムミンは公園での追いかけっこが大好きです。
追跡。追いかけっこ。
Moomin loves a good chase around the park. Masa still uses fax at his office.
Fax.
Masa still uses fax at his office.
マサは職場でまだファックスを使っています。
ファックス。
Masa still uses fax at his office. The ramen that Tinu loves is quite oily.
oily,
The ramen that Tinu loves is quite oily.
ティーヌの大好きなラーメンはとても油っぽいです。
油っぽい。脂っこい。
The ramen that Tinu loves is quite oily. Teacher Joe loves the maple trees in autumn.
maple,
Teacher Joe loves the maple trees in autumn.
ジョー先生は秋の楓の木が大好きです。
楓。もみじ。
Teacher Joe loves the maple trees in autumn. Moan dreams of visiting faraway countries.
far away,
Moan dreams of visiting faraway countries.
モンは遠い国々を訪れることを夢見ています。
遠い。遠方の。
Moan dreams of visiting faraway countries. Moan's photography skills complement Carrie's art.
compliment,
Moan's photography skills complement Carrie's art.
モンの写真のスキルはキャリーのアートを補完します。
補完。補足。
Moan's photography skills complement Carrie's art. Yuri feels stress when cooking for guests.
stress,
Yuri feels stress when cooking for guests.
ユリは客のために料理を作るときストレスを感じます。
ストレス。重圧。
Yuri feels stress when cooking for guests. Teacher Joe worked till sunset.
till,
Teacher Joe worked till sunset.
ジョー先生は日没まで働きました。
ほにゃららまで。ほにゃららするまで。
Teacher Joe worked till sunset. Taking care of Moomin is Aniki's responsibility.
responsibility,
Taking care of Moomin is Aniki's responsibility.
ムミンの世話は兄貴の責任です。
責任。義務。
Taking care of Moomin is Aniki's responsibility. Moan is becoming more independent in his photography skills.
independent,
Moan is becoming more independent in his photography skills.
モンは写真撮影の技術でより自立してきています。
独立した。自立した。
Moan is becoming more independent in his photography skills. Tinu and Aniki compose music for their piano practice.
compose,
Tinu and Aniki compose music for their piano practice.
ティーヌと兄貴はピアノの練習のために曲を作曲します。
作曲する。構成する。
Tinu and Aniki compose music for their piano practice. Moan's blush was visible when teacher Joe praised him.
blush,
Moan's blush was visible when teacher Joe praised him.
ジョー先生に褒められたとき、モンの赤面が見えました。
赤面。好調。
Moan's blush was visible when teacher Joe praised him. There is a boom in smartphone games among students.
boom,
There is a boom in smartphone games among students.
生徒たちの間でスマートフォンゲームがブームです。
ブーム。急成長。
There is a boom in smartphone games among students. Moomin often soils his paws in the garden.
soil,
Moomin often soils his paws in the garden.
ムミンは庭で足をよく汚します。
汚す。
Moomin often soils his paws in the garden. Teacher Joe gave us an initial test before starting our English course.
initial,
Teacher Joe gave us an initial test before starting our English course.
ジョー先生は英語のコースを始める前に最初のテストをくれました。
最初の。初期の。
Teacher Joe gave us an initial test before starting our English course. Nana's friendliness helps her make new friends quickly.
friendliness,
Nana's friendliness helps her make new friends quickly.
ナナの親しみやすさのおかげですぐに新しい友達ができます。
友好。親しみやすさ。
Nana's friendliness helps her make new friends quickly. The police arrested a terrorist who was planning an attack.
terrorist,
The police arrested a terrorist who was planning an attack.
警察は攻撃を計画していたテロリストを逮捕しました。
テロリスト。過激派。
The police arrested a terrorist who was planning an attack. The electrical system in teacher Tinu's house needs repair.
Electrical.
The electrical system in teacher Tinu's house needs repair.
ティーヌ先生の家の電気系統は修理が必要です。
電気の、
The electrical system in teacher Tinu's house needs repair. The bike shop is Tinu's favorite haunt.
Haunt.
The bike shop is Tinu's favorite haunt.
自転車屋はティーヌ先生のお気に入りの場所です。
お気に入りの場所、たまり場。
The bike shop is Tinu's favorite haunt. Carrie's art piece has a beautiful sparkle.
Sparkle.
Carrie's art piece has a beautiful sparkle.
キャリーの作品には美しいきらめきがあります。
きらめき。
Carrie's art piece has a beautiful sparkle. Carrie draws a sundial in her sketchbook.
Sundial.
Carrie draws a sundial in her sketchbook.
キャリーはスケッチブックに日時計を描きます。
日時計。
Carrie draws a sundial in her sketchbook. Carrie dreams of becoming a novelist and artist.
Novelist.
Carrie dreams of becoming a novelist and artist.
キャリーは小説家とアーティストになることを夢見ています。
小説家。
Carrie dreams of becoming a novelist and artist. Yuri bought her car from a local dealer.
Dealer.
Yuri bought her car from a local dealer.
ユリは地元のディーラーから車を買いました。
販売業者。ディーラー。
Yuri bought her car from a local dealer. Aniki and Tinu simultaneously start their phone game.
Simultaneously.
Aniki and Tinu simultaneously start their phone game.
兄貴とティーヌ先生は同時にスマホゲームを始めます。
同時に。一斉に。
Aniki and Tinu simultaneously start their phone game. Moan believes submarines are used for secret government missions.
Submarine.
Moan believes submarines are used for secret government missions.
モンは潜水艦が政府の秘密任務に使用されていると信じています。
潜水艦。潜水船。
Moan believes submarines are used for secret government missions. Carrie created a memorable painting for the school festival.
Memorable.
Carrie created a memorable painting for the school festival.
キャリーは学校祭のために記憶に残る絵を描きました。
記憶に残る。思い出深い。
Carrie created a memorable painting for the school festival. The students arranged their desks in a circular pattern.
Circular.
The students arranged their desks in a circular pattern.
生徒たちは机を円形に配置しました。
円形の。循環的な。
The students arranged their desks in a circular pattern. Teacher Joe reads poetry to his class every Friday.
Poetry.
Teacher Joe reads poetry to his class every Friday.
ジョー先生は毎週金曜日にクラスで詩を読みます。
詩。詩歌。
Teacher Joe reads poetry to his class every Friday. Moan rations his snacks during the long bike trip.
Ration.
Moan rations his snacks during the long bike trip.
モンは長距離サイクリング中におやつを配給します。
配給。割り当て。
Moan rations his snacks during the long bike trip. Carrie teaches craft classes after school.
Craft.
Carrie teaches craft classes after school.
キャリーは放課後に工芸教室を教えています。
工芸。手芸。
Carrie teaches craft classes after school. Teacher Joe tries to make his English lessons accessible to all students.
Accessible.
Teacher Joe tries to make his English lessons accessible to all students.
ジョー先生はすべての生徒にわかりやすい英語の授業を心がけています。
利用しやすい。わかりやすい。
Teacher Joe tries to make his English lessons accessible to all students. Nana remembers her primary school days fondly.
Primary school.
Nana remembers her primary school days fondly.
ナナは小学校時代を懐かしく思い出します。
小学校。
Nana remembers her primary school days fondly. Carrie's paintings occupy most of her room.
Occupy.
Carrie's paintings occupy most of her room.
キャリーの絵画は彼女の部屋の大部分を占めています。
占める。占有する。
Carrie's paintings occupy most of her room. Teacher Joe is an Englishman who loves Japanese culture.
Englishman.
Teacher Joe is an Englishman who loves Japanese culture.
ジョー先生は日本文化を愛するイギリス人です。
イギリス人。英国人。
Teacher Joe is an Englishman who loves Japanese culture. Aniki came last in the race.
Last.
Aniki came last in the race.
兄貴はレースで最後になりました。
最後に。
Aniki came last in the race. Moan and his classmates unite to clean the classroom.
Unite.
Moan and his classmates unite to clean the classroom.
モンとクラスメートたちは教室の掃除のために団結します。
団結する。結合する。
Moan and his classmates unite to clean the classroom. Aniki honestly admitted breaking the window.
Honestly.
Aniki honestly admitted breaking the window.
兄貴は正直に窓を割ったことを認めました。
正直に。誠実に。
Aniki honestly admitted breaking the window. Moomin likes to dig holes in the yard.
Dig.
Moomin likes to dig holes in the yard.
ムミンは庭に穴を掘るのが好きです。
掘る。掘り返す。
Moomin likes to dig holes in the yard. Nana's objective is to become rich in the future.
Objective.
Nana's objective is to become rich in the future.
ナナの目標は将来金持ちになることです。
目標。目的。
Nana's objective is to become rich in the future. Teacher Joe acknowledged his students' efforts in improving their English.
Acknowledge.
Teacher Joe acknowledged his students' efforts in improving their English.
ジョー先生は生徒たちの英語力向上の努力を認めました。
認める。認識する。
Teacher Joe acknowledged his students' efforts in improving their English. Tinu believes morning meditation helps him build better muscles.
Meditation.
Tinu believes morning meditation helps him build better muscles.
ティーヌは朝の瞑想が筋肉作りに役立つと信じています。
瞑想。黙想。
Tinu believes morning meditation helps him build better muscles. The cycling club sees a reduction in practice time during winter.
Reduction.
The cycling club sees a reduction in practice time during winter.
自転車部は冬の間練習時間の削減を経験します。
削減。減少。
The cycling club sees a reduction in practice time during winter. Moan learned about farming in his social studies class.
Farming.
Moan learned about farming in his social studies class.
モンは社会科の授業で農業について学びました。
農業。営農。
Moan learned about farming in his social studies class. The merchant sold rare items at the school festival.
Merchant.
The merchant sold rare items at the school festival.
その商人は学校祭でレアなアイテムを売りました。
商人。
The merchant sold rare items at the school festival. Masa looks stressed after long days at work.
Stressed.
Masa looks stressed after long days at work.
マサは長時間働いた後ストレスを感じているように見えます。
ストレスのある。緊張した。
Masa looks stressed after long days at work. Aniki hit his forehead on the desk when he fell asleep.
Forehead.
Aniki hit his forehead on the desk when he fell asleep.
兄貴は居眠りをして机に額をぶつけました。
額。おでこ。
Aniki hit his forehead on the desk when he fell asleep. Moan and Carrie made a joint art project.
Joint.
Moan and Carrie made a joint art project.
モンとキャリーは共同のアートプロジェクトを作りました。
共同の、合同の、
Moan and Carrie made a joint art project. Aniki got an outstanding grade in his English test.
Outstanding.
Aniki got an outstanding grade in his English test.
兄貴は英語のテストで傑出した成績を取りました。
傑出した、優れた。
Aniki got an outstanding grade in his English test. Carrie is interested in spiritual healing.
Spiritual.
Carrie is interested in spiritual healing.
キャリーは精神的な癒しに興味があります。
精神的な、霊的な。
Carrie is interested in spiritual healing. Moan can't stand when his room gets messy.
Messy.
Moan can't stand when his room gets messy.
モンは自分の部屋が散らかるのが耐えられません。
散らかった、汚い。
Moan can't stand when his room gets messy. Contrary to what everyone expected, teacher Tinu is very gentle.
Contrary.
Contrary to what everyone expected, teacher Tinu is very gentle.
みんなの予想に反して、ティーヌ先生はとても優しいです。
反対の、正反対の。
Contrary to what everyone expected, teacher Tinu is very gentle. Moan wants to become a photography specialist.
Specialist.
Moan wants to become a photography specialist.
モンは写真の専門家になりたいと思っています。
専門家。
Moan wants to become a photography specialist. The newly painted art room made Carrie happy.
Newly.
The newly painted art room made Carrie happy.
新たに塗装された美術室はキャリーを喜ばせました。
新たに、最近。
The newly painted art room made Carrie happy. Moan wants to participate in the school photo contest.
Participate.
Moan wants to participate in the school photo contest.
モンは学校の写真コンテストに参加したがっています。
参加する、加わる。
Moan wants to participate in the school photo contest. Moomin jumped onto the bed again.
Onto.
Moomin jumped onto the bed again.
ムミンはまたベッドの上に飛び乗りました。
ほにゃららの上へ。
Moomin jumped onto the bed again. Yuri helped Nana tie her shoelaces.
Tie.
Yuri helped Nana tie her shoelaces.
ユリはナナが靴紐を結ぶのを手伝いました。
結ぶ、縛る。
Yuri helped Nana tie her shoelaces. Moan's explanation was rather vague.
Vague.
Moan's explanation was rather vague.
モンの説明はかなり曖昧でした。
曖昧な、はっきりしない。
Moan's explanation was rather vague. Teacher Tinu's motto is muscles are everything.
Motto.
Teacher Tinu's motto is muscles are everything.
ティーヌ先生のモットーは筋肉がすべてです。
モットー、標語。
Teacher Tinu's motto is muscles are everything. Teacher Tinu needs immediate medical attention for his injury.
Immediate.
Teacher Tinu needs immediate medical attention for his injury.
ティーヌ先生は怪我の即座の治療が必要です。
即座の、直地の。
Teacher Tinu needs immediate medical attention for his injury. The train departs in 5 minutes.
Depart.
The train departs in 5 minutes.
電車は5分後に出発します。
出発する、立ち去る。
The train departs in 5 minutes. The school is near Teacher Joe's house.
Near.
The school is near Teacher Joe's house.
学校はジョー先生の家の近くです。
近い、接近した。
The school is near Teacher Joe's house. Lack of sleep can impair your concentration.
Impair.
Lack of sleep can impair your concentration.
睡眠不足は集中力を損なうことがあります。
損なう、害する。
Lack of sleep can impair your concentration. Teacher Tinu shows his prominent veins after working out.
Vein.
Teacher Tinu shows his prominent veins after working out.
ティーヌ先生は運動後、浮き出た血管を見せます。
静脈、血管、
Teacher Tinu shows his prominent veins after working out. Moan replied quickly to the urgent email.
reply,
Moan replied quickly to the urgent email.
モンは緊急のメールにすぐに返答しました。
返答する、応答する、
Moan replied quickly to the urgent email. Moan saw some shadowy figures in his conspiracy theory photos.
shadowy,
Moan saw some shadowy figures in his conspiracy theory photos.
モンは陰謀論の写真の中にいくつかの薄暗い人影を見ました。
薄暗い、不明確な、
Moan saw some shadowy figures in his conspiracy theory photos. The history class discussed the reunification of divided countries.
reunification,
The history class discussed the reunification of divided countries.
歴史の授業で分断された国々の再統一について議論しました。
再統一、再結合、
The history class discussed the reunification of divided countries. Teacher Tinu measures students' growth at the gym every month.
growth,
Teacher Tinu measures students' growth at the gym every month.
ティーヌ先生は毎月体育館で生徒たちの成長を測定します。
成長、発育、
Teacher Tinu measures students' growth at the gym every month. Aniki's first answer was incorrect, but Joe helped him understand.
incorrect,
Aniki's first answer was incorrect, but Joe helped him understand.
兄貴の最初の答えは間違っていましたが、ジョーが理解を助けてくれました。
間違った、不正確な、
Aniki's first answer was incorrect, but Joe helped him understand. Nana was shocked by the charge for the designer bag.
charge,
Nana was shocked by the charge for the designer bag.
7はデザイナーズバッグの料金に驚きました。
料金、費用、
Nana was shocked by the charge for the designer bag. Carrie creates visual art to express her feelings.
visual,
Carrie creates visual art to express her feelings.
キャリーは感情を表現するために視覚的なアートを作ります。
視覚的な、
Carrie creates visual art to express her feelings. Moan barely finished his homework before class.
barely,
Moan barely finished his homework before class.
モンはかろうじて授業前に宿題を終えました。
かろうじて、ほとんど、ほにゃららない。
Moan barely finished his homework before class. Whenever Teacher Joe feels hot, he complains about Japan's weather.
whenever,
Whenever Teacher Joe feels hot, he complains about Japan's weather.
ジョー先生は暑く感じるときはいつも日本の天気について不満を言います。
ほにゃららするときはいつも、
Whenever Teacher Joe feels hot, he complains about Japan's weather. Teacher Tinu teaches good sportsmanship to his students.
sportsmanship,
Teacher Tinu teaches good sportsmanship to his students.
ティーヌ先生は生徒たちに良いスポーツマンシップを教えています。
スポーツマンシップ、
Teacher Tinu teaches good sportsmanship to his students. Moomin was unafraid of the thunder.
unafraid,
Moomin was unafraid of the thunder.
ムミンは雷を恐れませんでした。
恐れない、怖がらない。
Moomin was unafraid of the thunder. Moan helped Teacher Joe register for the photography contest.
register,
Moan helped Teacher Joe register for the photography contest.
モンはジョー先生が写真コンテストに登録するのを手伝いました。
登録する、記録する。
Moan helped Teacher Joe register for the photography contest. Moan believes satellites are watching his every move.
satellite,
Moan believes satellites are watching his every move.
モンは衛星が自分の一挙手一投足を監視していると信じています。
衛星、人工衛星。
Moan believes satellites are watching his every move. Teacher Joe teaches about the Victorian era.
Era.
Teacher Joe teaches about the Victorian era.
ジョー先生はビクトリア時代について教えています。
時代、時期。
Teacher Joe teaches about the Victorian era. Moan watched the conspiracy theory broadcast.
Broadcast.
Moan watched the conspiracy theory broadcast.
モンは陰謀論の放送を見ました。
放送。
Moan watched the conspiracy theory broadcast. Moan's camera strap looks worn from frequent use.
Worn.
Moan's camera strap looks worn from frequent use.
モンのカメラストラップは頻繁な使用で擦り切れたように見えます。
着古した。擦り切れた。
Moan's camera strap looks worn from frequent use. Teacher Tinu helped Moan regain his confidence.
Regain.
Teacher Tinu helped Moan regain his confidence.
ティーヌ先生はモンが自信を取り戻すのを手伝いました。
取り戻す。回復する。
Teacher Tinu helped Moan regain his confidence. Moan's conspiracy stories were scary for Aniki.
Scary.
Moan's conspiracy stories were scary for Aniki.
モンの陰謀論の話は兄貴にとって怖いものでした。
怖い。恐ろしい。
Moan's conspiracy stories were scary for Aniki. Teacher Joe tries to explain electrons in science class.
Electron.
Teacher Joe tries to explain electrons in science class.
ジョー先生は理科の授業で電子について説明しようとします。
電子。
Teacher Joe tries to explain electrons in science class. Moan made many new acquaintances at the conspiracy theory convention.
Acquaintance.
Moan made many new acquaintances at the conspiracy theory convention.
モンは陰謀論の大会で多くの新しい知人を作りました。
知人。面識。
Moan made many new acquaintances at the conspiracy theory convention. Moan dreams of taking photos on a safari tour.
Safari.
Moan dreams of taking photos on a safari tour.
モンはサファリツアーで写真を撮ることを夢見ています。
サファリ。
Moan dreams of taking photos on a safari tour. Moomin's escape caused chaos in the neighborhood.
Chaos.
Moomin's escape caused chaos in the neighborhood.
ムミンの脱走は近所に混乱を引き起こしました。
混沌。混乱。
Moomin's escape caused chaos in the neighborhood. Moan must endure early morning practice sessions.
Endure.
Moan must endure early morning practice sessions.
モンは早朝の練習に耐えなければなりません。
耐える。持ちこたえる。
Moan must endure early morning practice sessions. It's improper to use phones during class.
Improper.
It's improper to use phones during class.
授業中に携帯電話を使うのは不適切です。
不適切な。ふさわしくない。
It's improper to use phones during class. Joe can fix his parrot's cage quickly.
Fix.
Joe can fix his parrot's cage quickly.
ジョーは彼のオウムのケージを素早く修理できます。
修理する。固定する。
Joe can fix his parrot's cage quickly. Masa rarely enjoys the luxury of free time.
Luxury.
Masa rarely enjoys the luxury of free time.
マサは自由な時間という贅沢をめったに楽しめません。
贅沢。豪華。
Masa rarely enjoys the luxury of free time. Carrie showed great courage in presenting her controversial art.
Courage.
Carrie showed great courage in presenting her controversial art.
キャリーは物議を醸すアート作品を発表する大きな勇気を見せました。
勇気。度胸。
Carrie showed great courage in presenting her controversial art. Teacher Joe called an ambulance when a student fell off his bike.
Ambulance.
Teacher Joe called an ambulance when a student fell off his bike.
ジョー先生は生徒が自転車から落ちた時に救急車を呼びました。
救急車。
Teacher Joe called an ambulance when a student fell off his bike. The new bike frame is made of lightweight steel.
Steel,
The new bike frame is made of lightweight steel.
新しい自転車のフレームは軽量の鋼鉄でできています。
鋼鉄。スチール。
The new bike frame is made of lightweight steel. Aniki is worried he might flunk the English test.
flunk,
Aniki is worried he might flunk the English test.
兄貴は英語のテストに落第するのではないかと心配しています。
落第する。不合格になる。
Aniki is worried he might flunk the English test. The vet confirmed Moomin's sex during his first checkup.
sex,
The vet confirmed Moomin's sex during his first checkup.
獣医師は最初の検査で無民の性別を確認しました。
性。性別。
The vet confirmed Moomin's sex during his first checkup. Nana promised to repay the money she borrowed.
repay,
Nana promised to repay the money she borrowed.
ナナは借りたお金を返済することを約束しました。
返済する。お返しする。
Nana promised to repay the money she borrowed. Teacher Joe often talks about crossing the Atlantic to visit Japan.
Atlantic,
Teacher Joe often talks about crossing the Atlantic to visit Japan.
ジョー先生はよく日本を訪れるために大西洋を渡ったことについて話します。
大西洋の。
Teacher Joe often talks about crossing the Atlantic to visit Japan. Moan becomes tense before road bike competitions.
tense,
Moan becomes tense before road bike competitions.
モンはロードバイクの競技会の前に緊張します。
緊張した。張り詰めた。
Moan becomes tense before road bike competitions. Teacher Tinu teaches bicycle maintenance to the cycling club.
maintenance,
Teacher Tinu teaches bicycle maintenance to the cycling club.
ティーヌ先生は自転車部に自転車の維持管理を教えます。
維持。保守。
Teacher Tinu teaches bicycle maintenance to the cycling club. Carrie painted some religious artwork for the school.
religious,
Carrie painted some religious artwork for the school.
キャリーは学校のために宗教的なアート作品を描きました。
宗教的な。信心深い。
Carrie painted some religious artwork for the school. Moan has a dream to cycle around the Mediterranean.
Mediterranean,
Moan has a dream to cycle around the Mediterranean.
モンは地中海を自転車で一周する夢を持っています。
地中海。地中海の。
Moan has a dream to cycle around the Mediterranean. Aniki recites English phrases during his bike rides.
recite,
Aniki recites English phrases during his bike rides.
兄貴はサイクリング中に英語のフレーズを暗唱します。
暗唱する。朗読する。
Aniki recites English phrases during his bike rides. Carrie organizes her art supplies in an old wardrobe.
wardrobe,
Carrie organizes her art supplies in an old wardrobe.
キャリーは古い洋服タンスに画材を整理しています。
洋服タンス。衣装。
Carrie organizes her art supplies in an old wardrobe. Teacher Tinu shows a graph of the student's progress.
graph,
Teacher Tinu shows a graph of the student's progress.
ティーヌ先生は生徒の進歩をグラフで示します。
グラフ。図表。
Teacher Tinu shows a graph of the student's progress. Teacher Tinu feels stuffed after eating yakiniku.
stuffed,
Teacher Tinu feels stuffed after eating yakiniku.
ティーヌ先生は焼肉を食べた後お腹いっぱいになります。
一杯の。詰まった。
Teacher Tinu feels stuffed after eating yakiniku. Aniki knows many computer file formats.
format,
Aniki knows many computer file formats.
兄貴は多くのコンピューターファイル形式を知っています。
形式。書式。
Aniki knows many computer file formats. The class learned about democracy and social studies.
Democracy.
The class learned about democracy and social studies.
クラスは社会科で民主主義について学びました。
民主主義。民主制。
The class learned about democracy and social studies. Teacher Tinu helps students eliminate bad exercise habits.
Eliminate.
Teacher Tinu helps students eliminate bad exercise habits.
ティーヌ先生は生徒たちの悪い運動習慣を除去するのを手伝います。
除去する。排除する。
Teacher Tinu helps students eliminate bad exercise habits. Masa received a promotion at work.
Promotion.
Masa received a promotion at work.
マサは仕事で昇進しました。
昇進。昇格。
Masa received a promotion at work. Teacher Tinu always talks about bike safety.
Safety.
Teacher Tinu always talks about bike safety.
ティーヌ先生はいつも自転車の安全性について話します。
安全。安全性。
Teacher Tinu always talks about bike safety. Carrie likes to hang her artwork on the classroom walls.
Hang.
Carrie likes to hang her artwork on the classroom walls.
キャリーは自分のアート作品を教室の壁にかけるのが好きです。
かける。吊るす。
Carrie likes to hang her artwork on the classroom walls. The smell of cookies tempts Teacher Tinu every time he passes the bakery.
Tempt.
The smell of cookies tempts Teacher Tinu every time he passes the bakery.
ティーヌ先生はパン屋の前を通るたびにクッキーの香りに誘惑されます。
誘惑する。そそのかす。
The smell of cookies tempts Teacher Tinu every time he passes the bakery. Masa had to pay a fine for parking illegally.
Fine.
Masa had to pay a fine for parking illegally.
マサは違法駐車の罰金を払わなければなりませんでした。
罰金。過料。
Masa had to pay a fine for parking illegally. The rain barred them from cycling.
Bar.
The rain barred them from cycling.
雨が彼らの自転車乗りを妨げました。
締め出す。妨げる。
The rain barred them from cycling. The mathematician taught Aniki a new way to solve equations.
Mathematician.
The mathematician taught Aniki a new way to solve equations.
その数学者は兄貴に方程式を解く新しい方法を教えました。
数学者。
The mathematician taught Aniki a new way to solve equations. Teacher Joe's humor makes his classes fun.
Humor.
Teacher Joe's humor makes his classes fun.
ジョー先生のユーモアで授業が楽しくなります。
ユーモア。おかしみ。
Teacher Joe's humor makes his classes fun. Teacher Joe viewed the students' test results with concern.
View.
Teacher Joe viewed the students' test results with concern.
ジョー先生は生徒たちのテスト結果を心配そうに見ました。
見る。閲覧する。
Teacher Joe viewed the students' test results with concern. The detective in the movie tried to solve who would murder the victim.
Murder.
The detective in the movie tried to solve who would murder the victim.
映画の探偵は誰が被害者を殺したのか解明しようとしました。
殺す。殺害する。
The detective in the movie tried to solve who would murder the victim. The upstairs bathroom needs cleaning.
Upstairs.
The upstairs bathroom needs cleaning.
上階の浴室は掃除が必要です。
上階の。会場の。
The upstairs bathroom needs cleaning. Nana has a strong preference for expensive things.
Preference.
Nana has a strong preference for expensive things.
ナナは高価なものへの強い好みがあります。
好み。思考。
Nana has a strong preference for expensive things. Aniki dared to try the spiciest curry on the menu.
Dare.
Aniki dared to try the spiciest curry on the menu.
兄貴はメニューで一番辛いカレーに挑戦する勇気がありました。
あえてする。思い切る。
Aniki dared to try the spiciest curry on the menu. Masa attended the workers' union meeting yesterday.
Union,
Masa attended the workers' union meeting yesterday.
マサは昨日労働組合の会議に出席しました。
組合。連合。
Masa attended the workers' union meeting yesterday. Masa had a productive day at work.
productive,
Masa had a productive day at work.
マサは仕事で生産的な1日を過ごしました。
生産的な。有益な。
Masa had a productive day at work. Teacher Tinu measured the diameter of the bike wheel.
diameter,
Teacher Tinu measured the diameter of the bike wheel.
ティーヌ先生は自転車の車輪の直径を測りました。
直径。
Teacher Tinu measured the diameter of the bike wheel. Teacher Joe's instructions are confusing.
confusing,
Teacher Joe's instructions are confusing.
ジョー先生の指示は紛らわしいです。
紛らわしい。混乱させる。
Teacher Joe's instructions are confusing. Moan's graphic design looks professional.
graphic,
Moan's graphic design looks professional.
モンのグラフィックデザインはプロフェッショナルに見えます。
図式の。画像の。
Moan's graphic design looks professional. The burglar couldn't steal anything because Moomin barked loudly.
burglar,
The burglar couldn't steal anything because Moomin barked loudly.
ムミンが大きく吠えたので、泥棒は何も盗めませんでした。
泥棒。強盗。
The burglar couldn't steal anything because Moomin barked loudly. Moomin's bark is very loud when he sees strangers.
bark,
Moomin's bark is very loud when he sees strangers.
ムミンは見知らぬ人を見ると大きな吠え声を出します。
吠え声。樹皮。
Moomin's bark is very loud when he sees strangers. Tinu surprisingly enjoys classical music while working out.
classical,
Tinu surprisingly enjoys classical music while working out.
ティーヌ先生は意外にも運動中にクラシック音楽を楽しみます。
古典的な。クラシックの。
Tinu surprisingly enjoys classical music while working out. Moan wants to ski in winter.
ski,
Moan wants to ski in winter.
モンは冬にスキーをしたがっています。
スキーをする。滑る。
Moan wants to ski in winter. Carrie responds emotionally to beautiful art.
emotionally,
Carrie responds emotionally to beautiful art.
キャリーは美しいアートに感情的に反応します。
感情的に。情緒的に。
Carrie responds emotionally to beautiful art. Yuri bought a beautiful gown for the party.
gown,
Yuri bought a beautiful gown for the party.
ユリはパーティーのために美しいガウンを買いました。
ガウン。長い服。
Yuri bought a beautiful gown for the party. Teacher Joe's lectures sometimes feel like an eternity.
eternity,
Teacher Joe's lectures sometimes feel like an eternity.
ジョー先生の講義は時々永遠のように感じます。
永遠。永久。
Teacher Joe's lectures sometimes feel like an eternity. Nana loves to share school gossip with her friends.
gossip,
Nana loves to share school gossip with her friends.
ナナは友達と学校の噂話を共有するのが大好きです。
噂。ゴシップ。
Nana loves to share school gossip with her friends. Teaching is Teacher Tinu's profession.
profession,
Teaching is Teacher Tinu's profession.
教師はティーヌ先生の職業です。
職業。専門職。
Teaching is Teacher Tinu's profession. Having Teacher Joe as their teacher is a blessing for the students.
blessing,
Having Teacher Joe as their teacher is a blessing for the students.
ジョー先生を教師に持つことは生徒たちにとって祝福です。
祝福、恩恵。
Having Teacher Joe as their teacher is a blessing for the students. Teacher Joe's assistant helps with grading papers.
Assistant.
Teacher Joe's assistant helps with grading papers.
ジョー先生の助手は採点を手伝います。
助手、補佐。
Teacher Joe's assistant helps with grading papers. Masa has to mail important documents to his office.
Mail.
Masa has to mail important documents to his office.
マサは重要な書類を会社に郵送しなければなりません。
郵送する、送る。
Masa has to mail important documents to his office. Teacher Joe catches a virus and has to stay home.
Virus.
Teacher Joe catches a virus and has to stay home.
ジョー先生はウイルスに感染して家で休まなければなりません。
ウイルス。
Teacher Joe catches a virus and has to stay home. Yuri tries to learn about nutrition to cook better meals.
Nutrition.
Yuri tries to learn about nutrition to cook better meals.
ユリはより良い食事を作るために栄養について学ぼうとしています。
栄養。
Yuri tries to learn about nutrition to cook better meals. Carrie spends time in the art laboratory mixing colors.
Laboratory.
Carrie spends time in the art laboratory mixing colors.
キャリーは実験室で色を混ぜて過ごします。
研究室、実験室。
Carrie spends time in the art laboratory mixing colors. The early morning practice is inconvenient for Moan.
Inconvenient.
The early morning practice is inconvenient for Moan.
早朝の練習はモンにとって不便です。
不便な。都合の悪い。
The early morning practice is inconvenient for Moan. The old books in the library were dusty.
Dusty.
The old books in the library were dusty.
図書館の古い本は埃っぽかったです。
埃っぽい。
The old books in the library were dusty. Teacher Joe is a kind school teacher who loves chocolate.
School teacher.
Teacher Joe is a kind school teacher who loves chocolate.
ジョー先生はチョコレートが大好きな優しい学校の先生です。
学校の先生。教師。
Teacher Joe is a kind school teacher who loves chocolate. Moan and Carrie shared their fantasy about aliens.
Fantasy.
Moan and Carrie shared their fantasy about aliens.
モンとキャリーは宇宙人についての空想を共有しました。
空想。幻想。
Moan and Carrie shared their fantasy about aliens. Meanwhile, Moomin was chasing butterflies in the garden.
Meanwhile.
Meanwhile, Moomin was chasing butterflies in the garden.
その間、ムミンは庭で蝶を追いかけていました。
その間に。一方で。
Meanwhile, Moomin was chasing butterflies in the garden. Moan likes to jog in the park after school.
Jog.
Moan likes to jog in the park after school.
モンは放課後に公園でジョギングするのが好きです。
ジョギングする。軽く走る。
Moan likes to jog in the park after school. Teacher Joe tries to unify the class activities.
Unify.
Teacher Joe tries to unify the class activities.
ジョー先生はクラスの活動を統一しようとします。
統一する。まとめる。
Teacher Joe tries to unify the class activities. Masa explains difficult prepositions to Aniki.
Preposition.
Masa explains difficult prepositions to Aniki.
マサは兄貴に難しい前置詞を説明します。
前置詞。
Masa explains difficult prepositions to Aniki. The burnt dinner was another cooking disaster for Yuri.
Disaster.
The burnt dinner was another cooking disaster for Yuri.
焦げた夕食はユリにとってまた一つの料理の惨事でした。
災害。惨事。
The burnt dinner was another cooking disaster for Yuri. Yuri took care of Aniki during his illness.
Illness.
Yuri took care of Aniki during his illness.
ゆりは兄貴が病気の間、看病しました。
病気、疾病、
Yuri took care of Aniki during his illness. Teacher Tinu ate a dozen bananas after cycling.
Dozen.
Teacher Tinu ate a dozen bananas after cycling.
ティーヌ先生はサイクリングの後にバナナを12本食べました。
ダース、12個。
Teacher Tinu ate a dozen bananas after cycling. The art room needs a new supply of paint for Carrie's class.
Supply.
The art room needs a new supply of paint for Carrie's class.
美術室はキャリーの授業のために新しい絵の具の供給が必要です。
供給、在庫。
The art room needs a new supply of paint for Carrie's class. Masa is an experienced translator at business meetings.
Experienced.
Masa is an experienced translator at business meetings.
マサは商談の通訳に経験豊かです。
経験豊かな。熟練した。
Masa is an experienced translator at business meetings. Being energetic is a characteristic of Teacher Tinu.
Characteristic.
Being energetic is a characteristic of Teacher Tinu.
元気なことはティーヌ先生の特徴です。
特徴、特性。
Being energetic is a characteristic of Teacher Tinu. Teacher Joe wore formal clothes to the graduation ceremony.
Formal.
Teacher Joe wore formal clothes to the graduation ceremony.
ジョー先生は卒業式に正式な服を着ました。
正式な、形式的な。
Teacher Joe wore formal clothes to the graduation ceremony. Yuri was amazed by the sheer size of the burnt dinner.
Sheer.
Yuri was amazed by the sheer size of the burnt dinner.
ゆりは焦げた夕食の純然たる大きさに驚きました。
純然たる、完全な。
Yuri was amazed by the sheer size of the burnt dinner. Aniki forgot to pay the electricity bill this month.
Electricity.
Aniki forgot to pay the electricity bill this month.
兄貴は今月の電気料金の支払いを忘れました。
電気、電力。
Aniki forgot to pay the electricity bill this month. Nana felt sadness when her piggy bank was empty.
Sadness.
Nana felt sadness when her piggy bank was empty.
ナナは貯金箱が空になった時悲しみを感じました。
悲しみ、寂しさ。
Nana felt sadness when her piggy bank was empty. The pub owner hopes for prosperity in the new year.
Prosperity.
The pub owner hopes for prosperity in the new year.
そのパブのオーナーは新年に繁栄を期待しています。
繁栄、成功。
The pub owner hopes for prosperity in the new year. Carrie painted the sky in navy blue for her night scene.
Navy blue.
Carrie painted the sky in navy blue for her night scene.
キャリーは夜景のために空を濃紺で描きました。
濃紺の。
Carrie painted the sky in navy blue for her night scene. Nana needs to clear her desk before studying.
Clear.
Nana needs to clear her desk before studying.
ナナは勉強する前に机を片付ける必要があります。
片付ける。晴れる。
Nana needs to clear her desk before studying. Moan sees every challenge as an obstacle to overcome.
Obstacle.
Moan sees every challenge as an obstacle to overcome.
モンはすべての課題を乗り越えるべき障害物として見ています。
障害、妨げ。
Moan sees every challenge as an obstacle to overcome. Masa lovingly plays with Moomin after work.
Lovingly.
Masa lovingly plays with Moomin after work.
マサは仕事後にムミンと愛情を込めて遊びます。
愛情を込めて。優しく。
Masa lovingly plays with Moomin after work. Moan has few doubts about conspiracy theories.
Few.
Moan has few doubts about conspiracy theories.
門は陰謀論について疑いを持つことは少ないです。
少数。わずか。
Moan has few doubts about conspiracy theories. Teacher Joe boils water in his kettle for tea.
Kettle.
Teacher Joe boils water in his kettle for tea.
ジョー先生はお茶のためにケトルでお湯を沸かします。
夜間。ケトル。
Teacher Joe boils water in his kettle for tea. Masa only half listened to Yuri's cooking story.
Half.
Masa only half listened to Yuri's cooking story.
マサはユリの料理の話を半分しか聞いていませんでした。
半分に。
Masa only half listened to Yuri's cooking story. Aniki dressed up as a wizard for the school festival.
Wizard.
Aniki dressed up as a wizard for the school festival.
兄貴は学校祭で魔法使いの格好をしました。
魔法使い。魔術師。
Aniki dressed up as a wizard for the school festival. Teacher Tinu told the students to inhale deeply during the exercise.
Inhale.
Teacher Tinu told the students to inhale deeply during the exercise.
ティーヌ先生は運動中に生徒たちに深く息を吸うように言いました。
吸入する。息を吸う。
Teacher Tinu told the students to inhale deeply during the exercise. There's a big gap between Moan's and Nana's confidence levels.
Gap.
There's a big gap between Moan's and Nana's confidence levels.
モンとナナの自信の程度には大きな差があります。
隙間。格差。
There's a big gap between Moan's and Nana's confidence levels. Moan made a proposal for the photo club.
Proposal.
Moan made a proposal for the photo club.
モンは写真部への提案をしました。
提案。申し出。
Moan made a proposal for the photo club. The old gym's collapse surprised everyone at school.
Collapse.
The old gym's collapse surprised everyone at school.
古い体育館の崩壊は学校の全員を驚かせました。
崩壊。倒壊。
The old gym's collapse surprised everyone at school. Nana worries about the expense of her new smartphone.
Expense.
Nana worries about the expense of her new smartphone.
ナナは新しいスマートフォンの費用を心配しています。
費用。経費。
Nana worries about the expense of her new smartphone. The flowers in Teacher Joe's garden started to wither in the heat.
Wither.
The flowers in Teacher Joe's garden started to wither in the heat.
ジョー先生の庭の花は暑さで枯れ始めました。
枯れる。しおれる。
The flowers in Teacher Joe's garden started to wither in the heat. Teacher Joe brings chocolate treats for his class.
Treat.
Teacher Joe brings chocolate treats for his class.
ジョー先生はクラスのためにチョコレートのご馳走を持ってきます。
ご馳走。特別なもの。
Teacher Joe brings chocolate treats for his class. Nana dreams of reaching a high status in society.
Status.
Nana dreams of reaching a high status in society.
ナナは社会で高い地位につくことを夢見ています。
地位。身分。
Nana dreams of reaching a high status in society. Yuri teaches Nana about recycling in the kitchen.
Recycling.
Yuri teaches Nana about recycling in the kitchen.
ユリはナナに台所でのリサイクルについて教えます。
リサイクル。再利用。
Yuri teaches Nana about recycling in the kitchen. Yuri burned the dinner, and afterward ordered pizza.
Afterward.
Yuri burned the dinner, and afterward ordered pizza.
ユリは夕食を焦がし、その後ピザを注文しました。
その後。後で。
Yuri burned the dinner, and afterward ordered pizza. Moomin is very possessive of his favorite toys.
Possessive.
Moomin is very possessive of his favorite toys.
ムミンは自分のお気に入りのおもちゃに対してとても所有欲が強いです。
所有欲の強い。独占的な。
Moomin is very possessive of his favorite toys. Teacher Joe made a timely decision to end class early.
Timely.
Teacher Joe made a timely decision to end class early.
ジョー先生は授業を早めに終わらせるというタイミングの良い判断をしました。
時宜を得た。タイミングの良い。
Teacher Joe made a timely decision to end class early. Carrie got paint on her sleeve while working on her art.
Sleeve.
Carrie got paint on her sleeve while working on her art.
キャリーは絵を描いている時に袖にペンキをつけてしまいました。
袖。
Carrie got paint on her sleeve while working on her art. Nana squeezed too much toothpaste on her brush.
Toothpaste.
Nana squeezed too much toothpaste on her brush.
ナナは歯ブラシに歯磨き粉を出しすぎました。
歯磨き粉。
Nana squeezed too much toothpaste on her brush. There was a shortage of cookies in Teacher Tinu's house.
Shortage.
There was a shortage of cookies in Teacher Tinu's house.
ティーヌ先生の家でクッキーが不足していました。
不足。欠乏。
There was a shortage of cookies in Teacher Tinu's house. Carrie got a respectable score in the art competition.
Respectable.
Carrie got a respectable score in the art competition.
キャリーはアートコンペで立派な成績を収めました。
立派な。尊敬すべき。
Carrie got a respectable score in the art competition. Teacher Joe uses wax to make his shoes shine.
Wax.
Teacher Joe uses wax to make his shoes shine.
ジョー先生は靴を輝かせるためにワックスを使います。
ワックス。ロー。
Teacher Joe uses wax to make his shoes shine. Carrie believes she saw a phantom in the old school building.
Phantom.
Carrie believes she saw a phantom in the old school building.
キャリーは古い校舎で幻の姿を見たと信じています。
幻の。幽霊の。
Carrie believes she saw a phantom in the old school building. Yuri enjoys gardening on weekends despite being bad at cooking.
Gardening.
Yuri enjoys gardening on weekends despite being bad at cooking.
ユリは料理は苦手ですが、週末の園芸を楽しんでいます。
園芸。ガーデニング。
Yuri enjoys gardening on weekends despite being bad at cooking. Moan is working on his photography skills.
Working.
Moan is working on his photography skills.
モンは写真の技術を磨いています。
働いている。機能している。
Moan is working on his photography skills. Teacher Joe showed pictures of a beautiful nest in his country.
Nest.
Teacher Joe showed pictures of a beautiful nest in his country.
ジョー先生は自国の美しい岬の写真を見せました。
岬。
Teacher Joe showed pictures of a beautiful nest in his country. Carrie put a bandage on Aniki's scraped knee.
Bandage.
Carrie put a bandage on Aniki's scraped knee.
キャリーは兄貴の擦り傷の膝に包帯を巻きました。
包帯。バンデージ。
Carrie put a bandage on Aniki's scraped knee. Yuri saw steam rising from her failed cooking attempt.
Steam.
Yuri saw steam rising from her failed cooking attempt.
ユリは失敗した料理から立ち上る湯気を見ました。
蒸気。湯気。
Yuri saw steam rising from her failed cooking attempt. Teacher Joe likes to watch comedy shows after work.
Comedy.
Teacher Joe likes to watch comedy shows after work.
ジョー先生は仕事の後でコメディ番組を見るのが好きです。
喜劇。コメディ。
Teacher Joe likes to watch comedy shows after work. Aniki accidentally deleted his game progress.
Delete.
Aniki accidentally deleted his game progress.
兄貴は誤ってゲームの進行状況を削除してしまいました。
削除する。消去する。
Aniki accidentally deleted his game progress. Teacher Tinu spends most of his time in the gym.
Gym.
Teacher Tinu spends most of his time in the gym.
ティーヌ先生は体育館で大半の時間を過ごします。
体育館、ジム、
Teacher Tinu spends most of his time in the gym. Teacher Joe teaches about the British Empire in history class.
Empire,
Teacher Joe teaches about the British Empire in history class.
ジョー先生は歴史の授業でイギリス帝国について教えます。
帝国、
Teacher Joe teaches about the British Empire in history class. Teacher Joe can see a mount from his window.
mount,
Teacher Joe can see a mount from his window.
ジョー先生は窓から山が見えます。
山、丘、
Teacher Joe can see a mount from his window. Moomin likes to chew on Masa's boots.
boot,
Moomin likes to chew on Masa's boots.
ムミンはマサのブーツを噛むのが好きです。
ブーツ、長靴、
Moomin likes to chew on Masa's boots. Yuri worried about the infection in Aniki's cut.
infection,
Yuri worried about the infection in Aniki's cut.
ユリは兄貴の切り傷の感染を心配しました。
感染、伝染、
Yuri worried about the infection in Aniki's cut. Moon dreams of becoming a Chinese language scholar.
scholar,
Moon dreams of becoming a Chinese language scholar.
モンは中国語の学者になることを夢見ています。
学者、研究者、
Moon dreams of becoming a Chinese language scholar. Nana's room is always untidy.
untidy,
Nana's room is always untidy.
ナナの部屋はいつも散らかっています。
散らかった、雑然とした、
Nana's room is always untidy. Teacher Joe's stay in Japan was extended.
stay,
Teacher Joe's stay in Japan was extended.
ジョー先生の日本滞在は延長されました。
滞在、宿泊、
Teacher Joe's stay in Japan was extended. Carrie painted a field of daisies for her art project.
daisy,
Carrie painted a field of daisies for her art project.
キャリーは美術の課題でひなぎくの咲く野原を描きました。
ひなぎく、
Carrie painted a field of daisies for her art project. Teacher Joe tries to enrich his students' vocabulary.
enrich,
Teacher Joe tries to enrich his students' vocabulary.
ジョー先生は生徒たちの語彙を豊かにしようとします。
豊かにする、向上させる、
Teacher Joe tries to enrich his students' vocabulary. Aniki enjoys cycling long distances on his road bike.
distance,
Aniki enjoys cycling long distances on his road bike.
兄貴はロードバイクで長距離を走るのを楽しんでいます。
距離、遠さ、
Aniki enjoys cycling long distances on his road bike. There was tension in the room when Yuri got angry.
tension,
There was tension in the room when Yuri got angry.
ユリが怒ったとき、部屋には緊張が漂っていました。
緊張、張力、
There was tension in the room when Yuri got angry. The builder is fixing the school gym roof.
builder,
The builder is fixing the school gym roof.
建築業者は学校の体育館の屋根を修理しています。
建築業者、建設作業員、
The builder is fixing the school gym roof. Teacher Joe needs an intermission during long meetings.
intermission,
Teacher Joe needs an intermission during long meetings.
ジョー先生は長い会議の間に休憩が必要です。
休憩、幕間、
Teacher Joe needs an intermission during long meetings. According to Teacher Joe, learning a language requires daily practice.
according to,
According to Teacher Joe, learning a language requires daily practice.
ジョー先生によると、言語学習には毎日の練習が必要です。
ほにゃららによると、ほにゃららに従って、
According to Teacher Joe, learning a language requires daily practice. Mona always gets bitten by mosquitoes during summer rides.
Mosquito.
Moan always gets bitten by mosquitoes during summer rides.
モンは夏のサイクリング中いつも蚊に刺されます。
か、
Mona always gets bitten by mosquitoes during summer rides. Carrie's new oil painting is absolutely stunning.
Stunning.
Carrie's new oil painting is absolutely stunning.
キャリーの新しい油絵は本当に素晴らしいです。
素晴らしい。見事な。
Carrie's new oil painting is absolutely stunning. Carrie's art reflects her love for humanity.
Humanity.
Carrie's art reflects her love for humanity.
キャリーの芸術は人類への愛を反映しています。
人類。人間性。
Carrie's art reflects her love for humanity. Teacher Tinu's desire is to become stronger.
Desire.
Teacher Tinu's desire is to become stronger.
ティーヌ先生の願望はもっと強くなることです。
願望。欲求。
Teacher Tinu's desire is to become stronger. The wind violently shook the classroom windows.
Violently.
The wind violently shook the classroom windows.
風が教室の窓を激しく揺らしました。
激しく。暴力的に。
The wind violently shook the classroom windows. Moomin likes to bathe in the river during summer.
Bathe.
Moomin likes to bathe in the river during summer.
ムミンは夏に川で水浴びするのが好きです。
水浴びする。入浴する。
Moomin likes to bathe in the river during summer. The air conditioning in Teacher Joe's classroom is always on.
Air conditioning.
The air conditioning in Teacher Joe's classroom is always on.
ジョー先生の教室のエアコンはいつもついています。
エアコン。空調。
The air conditioning in Teacher Joe's classroom is always on. The historian taught Aniki about ancient Japan.
Historian.
The historian taught Aniki about ancient Japan.
歴史学者は兄貴に古代日本について教えました。
歴史学者。
The historian taught Aniki about ancient Japan. There was loud applause after Carrie's art presentation.
Applause.
There was loud applause after Carrie's art presentation.
キャリーの芸術発表の後には大きな拍手がありました。
拍手。喝采。
There was loud applause after Carrie's art presentation. Moan likes to capture beautiful moments with his camera.
Capture.
Moan likes to capture beautiful moments with his camera.
モンはカメラで美しい瞬間を捉えるのが好きです。
捕まえる。捉える。
Moan likes to capture beautiful moments with his camera. Moan is cautious when trying new things.
Cautious.
Moan is cautious when trying new things.
モンは新しいことを試すときは慎重です。
慎重な。用心深い。
Moan is cautious when trying new things. Carrie attends an art workshop every weekend.
Workshop.
Carrie attends an art workshop every weekend.
キャリーは毎週末アートの研修に参加します。
工房。研修。
Carrie attends an art workshop every weekend. Solar panels generate power for the school.
Generate.
Solar panels generate power for the school.
太陽光パネルは学校の電力を生成します。
生成する。発生する。
Solar panels generate power for the school. Nana wants to visit the northeastern cities.
Northeastern.
Nana wants to visit the northeastern cities.
ナナは北東部の都市を訪れたいと思っています。
北東部の。
Nana wants to visit the northeastern cities. Masa checked the family's travel insurance.
Insurance.
Masa checked the family's travel insurance.
マサは家族の旅行保険を確認しました。
保険。共済。
Masa checked the family's travel insurance. Moomin sits opposite when he wants attention.
Opposite.
Moomin sits opposite when he wants attention.
無民は注目されたいときに反対に座ります。
反対に、
Moomin sits opposite when he wants attention. The school bulletin announced Moon's photo contest victory.
Bulletin.
The school bulletin announced Moon's photo contest victory.
学校の会報でモンの写真コンテストでの勝利が発表されました。
解放、広報、
The school bulletin announced Moon's photo contest victory. Moon tried to overcome his shyness.
Overcome.
Moon tried to overcome his shyness.
モンは内気な性格を克服しようとしました。
克服する、打ち勝つ、
Moon tried to overcome his shyness. Masa feels frustrated with his long work hours.
Frustrated.
Masa feels frustrated with his long work hours.
マサは長い労働時間にイライラしています。
欲求不満の、イライラした、
Masa feels frustrated with his long work hours. Teacher Joe stared at Aniki's unusual hairstyle.
Stare.
Teacher Joe stared at Aniki's unusual hairstyle.
ジョー先生は兄貴の変わった髪型をじっと見ました。
じっと見る、凝視する、
Teacher Joe stared at Aniki's unusual hairstyle. Tinu dreams of becoming a cycling champion.
Champion.
Tinu dreams of becoming a cycling champion.
ティーヌ先生は自転車競技のチャンピオンになることを夢見ています。
チャンピオン、優勝者、
Tinu dreams of becoming a cycling champion. Teacher Joe's house is in the northeast.
Northeast.
Teacher Joe's house is in the northeast.
ジョー先生の家は北東にあります。
北東、
Teacher Joe's house is in the northeast. Teacher Joe likes to riddle his students with fun word puzzles.
Riddle.
Teacher Joe likes to riddle his students with fun word puzzles.
ジョー先生は生徒たちに面白い言葉のパズルで謎をかけるのが好きです。
謎をかける、謎々を出す、
Teacher Joe likes to riddle his students with fun word puzzles. Nana bought a new cotton t-shirt at the mall.
Cotton.
Nana bought a new cotton t-shirt at the mall.
ナナはモールで新しい綿の T シャツを買いました。
綿、コットン、
Nana bought a new cotton t-shirt at the mall. There was a misunderstanding about the cycling club meeting time.
Misunderstanding.
There was a misunderstanding about the cycling club meeting time.
ロードバイク部の集合時間について誤解がありました。
誤解、
There was a misunderstanding about the cycling club meeting time. The game character bombs the enemy base.
Bomb.
The game character bombs the enemy base.
ゲームのキャラクターは敵基地を爆撃します。
爆撃する、失敗する、
The game character bombs the enemy base. Teacher Joe renewed his passport last week.
Renew.
Teacher Joe renewed his passport last week.
ジョー先生は先週パスポートを更新しました。
更新する、刷新する、
Teacher Joe renewed his passport last week. The divide between Carrie and Moan's conspiracy theories grew larger.
Divide.
The divide between Carrie and Moan's conspiracy theories grew larger.
キャリーとモンの陰謀論の分裂は大きくなっていきました。
分割、分裂、
The divide between Carrie and Moan's conspiracy theories grew larger. The politician visited Aniki's school to give a speech.
Politician.
The politician visited Aniki's school to give a speech.
政治家が兄貴の学校でスピーチをしに来ました。
政治家、
The politician visited Aniki's school to give a speech. Carrie drew pictures of medieval prisoners for her art project.
Prisoner.
Carrie drew pictures of medieval prisoners for her art project.
キャリーは美術の課題のために中世の囚人の絵を描きました。
囚人、捕虜、
Carrie drew pictures of medieval prisoners for her art project. The school has limited parking space.
Parking.
The school has limited parking space.
学校には限られた駐車スペースしかありません。
駐車場。
The school has limited parking space. Carrie cherishes every painting she creates.
Cherish.
Carrie cherishes every painting she creates.
キャリーは自分が作る絵すべてを大切にします。
大切にする。慈しむ。
Carrie cherishes every painting she creates. Moomin tries to protect the house from strangers.
Protect.
Moomin tries to protect the house from strangers.
ムミンは見知らぬ人から家を守ろうとします。
保護する。守る。
Moomin tries to protect the house from strangers. Teacher Joe buys bread from the local baker.
Baker.
Teacher Joe buys bread from the local baker.
ジョー先生は地元のパン職人からパンを買います。
パン職人。ベーカリー店主。
Teacher Joe buys bread from the local baker. Aniki bought a new computer monitor.
Monitor.
Aniki bought a new computer monitor.
兄貴は新しいコンピューターモニターを買いました。
モニター。監視員。
Aniki bought a new computer monitor. Aniki and Moan wait in a long queue for the new bike shop sale.
Queue.
Aniki and Moan wait in a long queue for the new bike shop sale.
兄貴とモンは新しい自転車店のセールの長い列で待ちます。
列。行列。
Aniki and Moan wait in a long queue for the new bike shop sale. Carrie designed a unique pattern for her new artwork.
Pattern.
Carrie designed a unique pattern for her new artwork.
キャリーは新しい作品のために独特の模様をデザインしました。
模様。型。
Carrie designed a unique pattern for her new artwork. Moan and Carrie often discuss politics at lunch.
Politics.
Moan and Carrie often discuss politics at lunch.
モンとキャリーはよくランチ時に政治について議論します。
政治。政治学。
Moan and Carrie often discuss politics at lunch. Nana boasts about her new phone to her friends.
Boast.
Nana boasts about her new phone to her friends.
ナナは友達に新しい携帯電話を自慢します。
自慢する。誇る。
Nana boasts about her new phone to her friends. The class watched a documentary about apes in science.
Ape.
The class watched a documentary about apes in science.
クラスは理科の授業で類人猿についてのドキュメンタリーを見ました。
類人猿。大型猿。
The class watched a documentary about apes in science. Moan and Aniki race their bikes to school every morning.
Race.
Moan and Aniki race their bikes to school every morning.
モンと兄貴は毎朝学校まで自転車で競争します。
競争する。
Moan and Aniki race their bikes to school every morning. The soup became tasteless when Yuri forgot the salt.
Tasteless.
The soup became tasteless when Yuri forgot the salt.
ユリが塩を入れ忘れたスープは味のないものになりました。
味のない。まずい。
The soup became tasteless when Yuri forgot the salt. Moan is sometimes too critical of his own photos.
Critical.
Moan is sometimes too critical of his own photos.
モンは時々自分の写真に対して批判的すぎます。
批判的な。重要な。
Moan is sometimes too critical of his own photos. Masa is happy with his paid vacation days.
Paid.
Masa is happy with his paid vacation days.
マサは有給休暇に満足しています。
有給の。支払い済みの。
Masa is happy with his paid vacation days. Yuri pardoned Aniki for breaking the plate.
Pardon.
Yuri pardoned Aniki for breaking the plate.
ユリは兄貴が皿を割ったことを許しました。
許す。多めに見る。
Yuri pardoned Aniki for breaking the plate. The bike trip will last 3 days.
Last.
The bike trip will last 3 days.
自転車旅行は3日間続きます。
持続する。続く。
The bike trip will last 3 days. Carrie is generous with her art supplies.
Generous.
Carrie is generous with her art supplies.
キャリーは画材を気前よく共有します。
寛大な。気前の良い。
Carrie is generous with her art supplies. The students felt a sense of liberation after exams.
Liberation.
The students felt a sense of liberation after exams.
生徒たちは試験後に解放感を感じました。
解放。
The students felt a sense of liberation after exams. Aniki will fix his bike sometime this weekend.
Sometime.
Aniki will fix his bike sometime this weekend.
兄貴は今週末のいつか自転車を修理します。
いつか。
Aniki will fix his bike sometime this weekend. Moan's bike lights are visible even in heavy rain.
Visible.
Moan's bike lights are visible even in heavy rain.
モンの自転車のライトは大雨の中でも目に見えます。
目に見える。明らかな。
Moan's bike lights are visible even in heavy rain. Tinu loves the flavor of grilled meat.
Flavor.
Tinu loves the flavor of grilled meat.
ティーヌ先生は焼肉の味が大好きです。
味。風味。
Tinu loves the flavor of grilled meat. Moan keeps his camera equipment in an orderly way.
Orderly.
Moan keeps his camera equipment in an orderly way.
モンはカメラ機材を整然と保管しています。
整然とした。規律正しい。
Moan keeps his camera equipment in an orderly way. Carrie received an acknowledgement for her contribution to the school art exhibition.
Acknowledgement.
Carrie received an acknowledgement for her contribution to the school art exhibition.
キャリーは学校の美術展への貢献に対して承認を受けました。
承認。認識。
Carrie received an acknowledgement for her contribution to the school art exhibition. Moan is a talented photographer.
Talented.
Moan is a talented photographer.
モンは才能のある写真家です。
才能のある。有能な。
Moan is a talented photographer. Teacher Tinu has a strong team spirit.
Spirit.
Teacher Tinu has a strong team spirit.
ティーヌ先生には強いチームスピリットがあります。
精神。魂。
Teacher Tinu has a strong team spirit. Moan has some peculiar theories about UFOs.
Peculiar.
Moan has some peculiar theories about UFOs.
モンは UFO についていくつかの変わった理論を持っています。
変わった。奇妙な。
Moan has some peculiar theories about UFOs. Yuri's cooking experiment ended in a small explosion in the kitchen.
Explosion.
Yuri's cooking experiment ended in a small explosion in the kitchen.
ユリの料理実験は台所での小さな爆発で終わりました。
爆発。破裂。
Yuri's cooking experiment ended in a small explosion in the kitchen. Teacher Joe shows photos of his new puppy to the class.
Puppy.
Teacher Joe shows photos of his new puppy to the class.
ジョー先生は新しい子犬の写真をクラスで見せます。
子犬。
Teacher Joe shows photos of his new puppy to the class. Moan becomes animated when talking about conspiracy theories.
Animated.
Moan becomes animated when talking about conspiracy theories.
モンは陰謀論について話すと活気づきます。
活気のある。アニメの。
Moan becomes animated when talking about conspiracy theories. Carrie hopes to accomplish her goal of holding a solo art exhibition.
Accomplish.
Carrie hopes to accomplish her goal of holding a solo art exhibition.
キャリーは個展を開くという目標を達成することを望んでいます。
達成する。成し遂げる。
Carrie hopes to accomplish her goal of holding a solo art exhibition. Yuri can't find the needle when she tries to sew.
needle,
Yuri can't find the needle when she tries to sew.
ゆりは裁縫をしようとすると針が見つかりません。
針、
Yuri can't find the needle when she tries to sew. Joe's parents will visit in a fortnight.
fortnight,
Joe's parents will visit in a fortnight.
ジョーの両親が2週間後に訪れます。
2週間、
Joe's parents will visit in a fortnight. Yuri showed annoyance at the messy kitchen.
annoyance,
Yuri showed annoyance at the messy kitchen.
ゆりは散らかったキッチンに苛立ちを示しました。
苛立ち、迷惑。
Yuri showed annoyance at the messy kitchen. Carrie painted a beautiful picture of dolphins jumping.
dolphin,
Carrie painted a beautiful picture of dolphins jumping.
キャリーはジャンプするイルカの美しい絵を描きました。
イルカ、ドルフィン。
Carrie painted a beautiful picture of dolphins jumping. Masa's excellence in translation is well known at his company.
excellence,
Masa's excellence in translation is well known at his company.
マサの翻訳の優秀さは会社でよく知られています。
優秀、卓越。
Masa's excellence in translation is well known at his company. Carrie often buys fresh bread at the local bakery.
bakery,
Carrie often buys fresh bread at the local bakery.
キャリーはよく地元のパン屋で新鮮なパンを買います。
パン屋、ベーカリー。
Carrie often buys fresh bread at the local bakery. Yuri gave Aniki 2 alternatives for dinner.
alternative,
Yuri gave Aniki 2 alternatives for dinner.
ゆりは兄貴に夕食の2つの選択肢を与えました。
選択肢、代案。
Yuri gave Aniki 2 alternatives for dinner. Yuri visits a travel agent to plan their family trip.
travel agent,
Yuri visits a travel agent to plan their family trip.
ゆりは家族旅行を計画するために旅行代理店に行きます。
旅行代理店、旅行会社。
Yuri visits a travel agent to plan their family trip. Teacher Joe always carries a lighter for his candles.
lighter,
Teacher Joe always carries a lighter for his candles.
ジョー先生はろうそく用のライターを常に持ち歩いています。
ライタ
Teacher Joe always carries a lighter for his candles. Teacher Joe approved Moan's photography club proposal.
approve,
Teacher Joe approved Moan's photography club proposal.
ジョー先生はモンの写真部の提案を承認しました。
ー、承認する、認める。
Teacher Joe approved Moan's photography club proposal. Teacher Joe was delighted with his students' progress.
delighted,
Teacher Joe was delighted with his students' progress.
ジョー先生は生徒たちの進歩を大変喜びました。
嬉しい、大喜びの。
Teacher Joe was delighted with his students' progress. Carrie and Moan have a secret conspiracy theory club.
secret,
Carrie and Moan have a secret conspiracy theory club.
キャリーとモンには秘密の陰謀論クラブがあります。
秘密の、内密の。
Carrie and Moan have a secret conspiracy theory club. Teacher Tinu teaches gymnastics to beginners.
gymnastics,
Teacher Tinu teaches gymnastics to beginners.
ティーヌ先生は初心者に体操を教えています。
体操、
Teacher Tinu teaches gymnastics to beginners. The old monument had a mysterious inscription in an unknown language.
inscription,
The old monument had a mysterious inscription in an unknown language.
古い記念碑には未知の言語の謎の碑文がありました。
碑文、刻印。
The old monument had a mysterious inscription in an unknown language. Yuri bought a pack of diapers for her friend's baby.
diaper,
Yuri bought a pack of diapers for her friend's baby.
ゆりは友達の赤ちゃんのためにおむつを1パック買いました。
おむつ、
Yuri bought a pack of diapers for her friend's baby. Teacher Tinu showed the lead weights at the gym.
lead,
Teacher Tinu showed the lead weights at the gym.
ティーヌ先生はジムで鉛の重りを見せました。
鉛の、
Teacher Tinu showed the lead weights at the gym. The school will finance the new cycling club equipment.
finance,
The school will finance the new cycling club equipment.
学校は新しいサイクリング部の設備に資金を提供します。
資金を提供する。融資する。
The school will finance the new cycling club equipment. Nana tries to negotiate a better price at shops.
negotiate,
Nana tries to negotiate a better price at shops.
ナナは店でより良い価格を交渉しようとします。
交渉する。話し合う。
Nana tries to negotiate a better price at shops. There is a high demand for Teacher Tinu's training sessions.
demand,
There is a high demand for Teacher Tinu's training sessions.
ティーヌ先生のトレーニング指導には高い需要があります。
要求。需要。
There is a high demand for Teacher Tinu's training sessions. Carrie has absolute confidence in her artistic abilities.
absolute,
Carrie has absolute confidence in her artistic abilities.
キャリーは自分の芸術的能力に絶対的な自信を持っています。
絶対的な。完全な。
Carrie has absolute confidence in her artistic abilities. Yuri becomes very protective when Aniki stays out late.
protective,
Yuri becomes very protective when Aniki stays out late.
兄貴が遅くまで外出していると、ユリはとても保護的になります。
保護的な。防護の。
Yuri becomes very protective when Aniki stays out late. Carrie painted a scene from a Greek tragedy.
tragedy,
Carrie painted a scene from a Greek tragedy.
キャリーはギリシャ悲劇の場面を描きました。
悲劇。惨事。
Carrie painted a scene from a Greek tragedy. Carrie ticked off items on her shopping list.
tick,
Carrie ticked off items on her shopping list.
キャリーは買い物リストの品目にチェックを入れました。
チェックを入れる。印をつける。
Carrie ticked off items on her shopping list. Masa spends long hours at his workplace.
workplace,
Masa spends long hours at his workplace.
マサは職場で長時間を過ごします。
職場。
Masa spends long hours at his workplace. Yuri's cooking occasionally occasions chaos in the kitchen.
occasion,
Yuri's cooking occasionally occasions chaos in the kitchen.
ユリの料理は時々台所に混乱をもたらします。
引き起こす。もたらす。
Yuri's cooking occasionally occasions chaos in the kitchen. Problems arose when Moomin escaped from the yard again.
rise,
Problems arose when Moomin escaped from the yard again.
ムミンが庭から逃げ出した時にまた問題が起こりました。
起こる。生じる。
Problems arose when Moomin escaped from the yard again. Someone raps on Teacher Joe's door during class.
rap,
Someone raps on Teacher Joe's door during class.
誰かが授業中にジョー先生の扉を叩きます。
ラップする。叩く。
Someone raps on Teacher Joe's door during class. Yuri takes the blame for the burnt dinner.
blame,
Yuri takes the blame for the burnt dinner.
ユリは焦げた夕食の責任を取ります。
責任。非難。
Yuri takes the blame for the burnt dinner. Teacher Tinu has a firm handshake.
firm,
Teacher Tinu has a firm handshake.
ティーヌ先生はしっかりした握手をします。
しっかりした。硬い。
Teacher Tinu has a firm handshake. Carrie encloses her artwork in a protective case.
enclose,
Carrie encloses her artwork in a protective case.
キャリーは彼女のアート作品を保護ケースに入れます。
同封する。囲む。
Carrie encloses her artwork in a protective case. Teacher Joe corrected Aniki's spelling mistakes.
Spelling.
Teacher Joe corrected Aniki's spelling mistakes.
ジョー先生は兄貴のスペリングの間違いを直しました。
綴り、スペリング。
Teacher Joe corrected Aniki's spelling mistakes. Aniki struggles with biology class.
Biology.
Aniki struggles with biology class.
兄貴は生物学の授業で苦戦しています。
生物学、生物。
Aniki struggles with biology class. Moan prefers plain clothes without any patterns.
Plain.
Moan prefers plain clothes without any patterns.
モンは柄のない普通の服を好みます。
普通の、シンプルな。
Moan prefers plain clothes without any patterns. The school provides aid to students learning English.
Aid.
The school provides aid to students learning English.
学校は英語を学ぶ生徒たちに援助を提供します。
援助、助け。
The school provides aid to students learning English. Moan took beautiful photos of the waterfall.
Waterfall.
Moan took beautiful photos of the waterfall.
モンは滝の美しい写真を撮りました。
滝。
Moan took beautiful photos of the waterfall. Carrie hopes to attain her dream of becoming an artist.
Attain.
Carrie hopes to attain her dream of becoming an artist.
キャリーは芸術家になるという夢を達成することを望んでいます。
達成する。到達する。
Carrie hopes to attain her dream of becoming an artist. Teacher Joe forgets the location of his classroom sometimes.
Location.
Teacher Joe forgets the location of his classroom sometimes.
ジョー先生は時々教室の場所を忘れます。
場所、位置。
Teacher Joe forgets the location of his classroom sometimes. Teacher Joe misses the ocean near his home in England.
Ocean.
Teacher Joe misses the ocean near his home in England.
ジョー先生はイギリスの自宅近くの海が恋しいです。
海洋、太陽。
Teacher Joe misses the ocean near his home in England. Yuri has tried various ways to improve her cooking skills.
Various.
Yuri has tried various ways to improve her cooking skills.
ユリは料理の腕を上げるために様々な方法を試しています。
様々な。
Yuri has tried various ways to improve her cooking skills. Carrie won first prize in the art competition.
Prize.
Carrie won first prize in the art competition.
キャリーは美術コンテストで一等賞を取りました。
賞、褒章。
Carrie won first prize in the art competition. The science class measured oxygen levels in water.
Oxygen.
The science class measured oxygen levels in water.
科学の授業で水中の酸素レベルを測定しました。
酸素。
The science class measured oxygen levels in water. Moan took photos at the busy crossroads.
Crossroads.
Moan took photos at the busy crossroads.
モンは混雑した交差点で写真を撮りました。
交差点。
Moan took photos at the busy crossroads. Moomin blocks the doorway when he wants a walk.
Block.
Moomin blocks the doorway when he wants a walk.
ムミンは散歩に行きたいときにドアを塞ぎます。
塞ぐ。妨げる。
Moomin blocks the doorway when he wants a walk. Teacher Tinu estimated the time for the bike trip.
Estimate.
Teacher Tinu estimated the time for the bike trip.
ティーヌ先生は自転車旅行の時間を見積もりました。
見積もる。推定する。
Teacher Tinu estimated the time for the bike trip. Teacher Joe enjoys using a paddle in his boat.
Paddle.
Teacher Joe enjoys using a paddle in his boat.
ジョー先生は自分のボートでパドルを使うのを楽しんでいます。
パドル。オール。
Teacher Joe enjoys using a paddle in his boat. Aniki studied instead of playing games.
Instead of.
Aniki studied instead of playing games.
兄貴はゲームをするよりも勉強しました。
ほにゃららの代わりに、ほにゃららするよりも。
Aniki studied instead of playing games. Tinu recommends a new cycling route to Aniki.
recommend,
Tinu recommends a new cycling route to Aniki.
ティーヌ先生は兄貴に新しいサイクリングコースを勧めます。
推薦する。進める。
Tinu recommends a new cycling route to Aniki. Aniki was amazed by Moan's conspiracy theories.
amazed,
Aniki was amazed by Moan's conspiracy theories.
兄貴はモンの陰謀論に驚きました。
驚いた。
Aniki was amazed by Moan's conspiracy theories. Yuri's handwriting is very neat and beautiful.
handwriting,
Yuri's handwriting is very neat and beautiful.
ユリの手書きはとても丁寧で美しいです。
手書き。筆跡。
Yuri's handwriting is very neat and beautiful. Aniki was in misery during morning practice in winter.
misery,
Aniki was in misery during morning practice in winter.
兄貴は冬の朝の練習中苦痛でした。
苦痛。不幸。
Aniki was in misery during morning practice in winter. Moan feels uneasy on stormy nights.
stormy,
Moan feels uneasy on stormy nights.
モンは荒れ模様の夜に不安を感じます。
荒れ模様の。嵐の。
Moan feels uneasy on stormy nights. Moan accidentally exposed his camera film to light.
expose,
Moan accidentally exposed his camera film to light.
モンは誤ってカメラフィルムを光にさらしてしまいました。
晒す。露出する。
Moan accidentally exposed his camera film to light. Moan boldly speaks his conspiracy theories.
boldly,
Moan boldly speaks his conspiracy theories.
モンは大胆に陰謀論を語ります。
大胆に。勇敢に。
Moan boldly speaks his conspiracy theories. Moan stepped aboard the train for his cycling trip with Aniki and Tinu.
aboard,
Moan stepped aboard the train for his cycling trip with Aniki and Tinu.
モンは兄貴とティーヌとの自転車旅行のために列車に乗り込みました。
乗って。船内に。
Moan stepped aboard the train for his cycling trip with Aniki and Tinu. Moomin demands attention when he wants to go for a walk.
demand,
Moomin demands attention when he wants to go for a walk.
ムミンは散歩に行きたい時に注目を要求します。
要求する。求める。
Moomin demands attention when he wants to go for a walk. Teacher Joe felt tired due to sleep deficiency.
deficiency,
Teacher Joe felt tired due to sleep deficiency.
ジョー先生は睡眠不足で疲れを感じていました。
不足。欠乏。
Teacher Joe felt tired due to sleep deficiency. Aniki batted the ball over the fence.
bat,
Aniki batted the ball over the fence.
兄貴はボールをフェンスの向こうへ打ちました。
バットで打つ。
Aniki batted the ball over the fence. Aniki likes to stream his smartphone games online.
stream,
Aniki likes to stream his smartphone games online.
兄貴はスマホゲームをオンラインで配信するのが好きです。
流す。配信する。
Aniki likes to stream his smartphone games online. Moan uses a special filter on his camera.
filter,
Moan uses a special filter on his camera.
モンはカメラに特別なフィルターを使用します。
フィルター。ろ過器。
Moan uses a special filter on his camera. Tinu checks the weather forecast for cycling trips.
weather forecast,
Tinu checks the weather forecast for cycling trips.
ティーヌ先生はサイクリング旅行の天気予報を確認します。
天気予報。
Tinu checks the weather forecast for cycling trips. Teacher Tinu runs like a happy dog.
like,
Teacher Tina runs like a happy dog.
ティーヌ先生は幸せな犬のように走ります。
のように。まるで。
Teacher Tina runs like a happy dog. It was inevitable that Moomin would escape from the garden again.
Inevitable.
It was inevitable that Moomin would escape from the garden again.
ムミンがまた庭から逃げ出すのは避けられないことでした。
避けられない。必然的な。
It was inevitable that Moomin would escape from the garden again. Moomin loves to play with straw in the garden.
Straw.
Moomin loves to play with straw in the garden.
ムミンは庭で麦わらで遊ぶのが大好きです。
麦わら。ストロー。
Moomin loves to play with straw in the garden. Masa was a nervous interviewee at his first job interview.
Interviewee.
Masa was a nervous interviewee at his first job interview.
マサは初めての就職面接で緊張した面接受験者でした。
面接を受ける人。インタビューを受ける人。
Masa was a nervous interviewee at his first job interview. Tinu's strength is extraordinary for a teacher.
Extraordinary.
Tinu's strength is extraordinary for a teacher.
ティーヌ先生の力は教師としては異常なほどです。
異常な。驚くべき。
Tinu's strength is extraordinary for a teacher. Yuri firmly stated her opinion about the burnt food.
Firmly.
Yuri firmly stated her opinion about the burnt food.
ユリは焦げた料理について意見をしっかりと述べました。
しっかりと。固く。
Yuri firmly stated her opinion about the burnt food. Moan's fear of crowds is psychological.
Psychological.
Moan's fear of crowds is psychological.
モンの群衆恐怖は心理的なものです。
心理的な。精神的な。
Moan's fear of crowds is psychological. Teacher Tinu is as strong as a gorilla.
Gorilla.
Teacher Tinu is as strong as a gorilla.
ティーヌ先生はゴリラのように強いです。
ゴリラ。
Teacher Tinu is as strong as a gorilla. Teacher Tinu specially likes morning bike rides.
Especially.
Teacher Tinu specially likes morning bike rides.
ティーヌ先生は特に朝のサイクリングが好きです。
特に。
Teacher Tinu specially likes morning bike rides. The unwanted gifts were given to charity.
Unwanted.
The unwanted gifts were given to charity.
不要なプレゼントは慈善団体に寄付されました。
不要な。望まれていない。
The unwanted gifts were given to charity. Nana spilled juice on her new bed sheet.
Sheet.
Nana spilled juice on her new bed sheet.
ナナは新しいシーツにジュースをこぼしました。
シーツ。用紙。
Nana spilled juice on her new bed sheet. A crow stole Teacher Joe's chocolate.
Crow.
A crow stole Teacher Joe's chocolate.
カラスがジョー先生のチョコレートを盗みました。
カラス。
A crow stole Teacher Joe's chocolate. The cycling club members form a close group.
Form.
The cycling club members form a close group.
自転車部のメンバーは親密なグループを形成しています。
形成する。作る。
The cycling club members form a close group. Teacher Tinu's bike had a new golden trim.
Trim.
Teacher Tinu's bike had a new golden trim.
ティーヌ先生の自転車には新しい金色の装飾がありました。
装飾。縁取り。
Teacher Tinu's bike had a new golden trim. Teacher Tinu is a reliable cycling club advisor.
Reliable.
Teacher Tinu is a reliable cycling club advisor.
ティーヌ先生は信頼できる自転車部の顧問です。
信頼できる。確実な。
Teacher Tinu is a reliable cycling club advisor. Moomin likes to press his nose against the window.
Press.
Moomin likes to press his nose against the window.
ムミンは窓に花を押し付けるのが好きです。
押す。 圧迫する。
Moomin likes to press his nose against the window. Yuri burned the tuna she was cooking for dinner.
Tuna.
Yuri burned the tuna she was cooking for dinner.
ゆりは夕食用に料理していたマグロを焦がしてしまいました。
マグロ、ツナ。
Yuri burned the tuna she was cooking for dinner. Tinu's training session was interrupted by sudden rain.
Session.
Tinu's training session was interrupted by sudden rain.
ティーヌ先生のトレーニングセッションは突然の雨で中断されました。
セッション、期間。
Tinu's training session was interrupted by sudden rain. Nana dreams of joining the Air Force after seeing a movie.
Air Force.
Nana dreams of joining the Air Force after seeing a movie.
ナナは映画を見た後、空軍に入ることを夢見ます。
空軍。
Nana dreams of joining the Air Force after seeing a movie. Nana broke her sandal while running to the store.
Sandal.
Nana broke her sandal while running to the store.
ナナは店に走っている時にサンダルを壊してしまいました。
サンダル。
Nana broke her sandal while running to the store. Nana likes to throw coins into the fountain at the shopping mall.
Fountain.
Nana likes to throw coins into the fountain at the shopping mall.
ナナはショッピングモールの噴水にコインを投げるのが好きです。
噴水。泉。
Nana likes to throw coins into the fountain at the shopping mall. Moomin's presence always brings joy to the house.
Presence.
Moomin's presence always brings joy to the house.
ムミンの存在はいつも家に喜びをもたらします。
存在。出席。
Moomin's presence always brings joy to the house. The temperature showed a downward trend this week.
Downward.
The temperature showed a downward trend this week.
気温は今週下向きの傾向を示しました。
下向きの。
The temperature showed a downward trend this week. Teacher Joe spoke with certainty about the exam results.
Certainty.
Teacher Joe spoke with certainty about the exam results.
ジョー先生は試験結果について確信を持って話しました。
確実性。確信。
Teacher Joe spoke with certainty about the exam results. Teacher Tinu dreams of becoming pure muscle.
Muscle.
Teacher Tinu dreams of becoming pure muscle.
ティーヌ先生は純粋な筋肉になることを夢見ています。
筋肉。
Teacher Tinu dreams of becoming pure muscle. The folk in Yuri's neighborhood are very friendly.
Folk.
The folk in Yuri's neighborhood are very friendly.
ユリの近所の人々はとても親切です。
人々。民衆。
The folk in Yuri's neighborhood are very friendly. Yuri forgot her signature on the school form.
Signature.
Yuri forgot her signature on the school form.
ユリは学校の書類への署名を忘れました。
署名。サイン。
Yuri forgot her signature on the school form. Yuri forgot the cucumber for the salad again.
Cucumber.
Yuri forgot the cucumber for the salad again.
ユリはまたサラダ用のキュウリを忘れました。
キュウリ。
Yuri forgot the cucumber for the salad again. Aniki's curiosity about computers never ends.
Curiosity.
Aniki's curiosity about computers never ends.
兄貴のパソコンへの好奇心は尽きません。
好奇心。興味。
Aniki's curiosity about computers never ends. Teacher Joe forgot to bring important documents to school.
Document.
Teacher Joe forgot to bring important documents to school.
ジョー先生は重要な書類を学校に持ってくるのを忘れました。
書類。文書。
Teacher Joe forgot to bring important documents to school. Moan felt unwell after the long bike ride.
Unwell.
Moan felt unwell after the long bike ride.
モンは長時間の自転車の後、具合が悪くなりました。
具合が悪い。 病気の。
Moan felt unwell after the long bike ride. Teacher Joe has a broad knowledge of languages.
Broad.
Teacher Joe has a broad knowledge of languages.
ジョー先生は幅広い言語の知識を持っています。
幅広い。広い。
Teacher Joe has a broad knowledge of languages. Moan tried to escape from Teacher Tinu's intense training.
Escape.
Moan tried to escape from Teacher Tinu's intense training.
モンはティーヌ先生のきついトレーニングから逃げようとしました。
逃げる。脱出する。
Moan tried to escape from Teacher Tinu's intense training. Aniki had a glorious ride on his road bike.
Glorious.
Aniki had a glorious ride on his road bike.
兄貴はロードバイクで輝かしい走りをしました。
輝かしい。素晴らしい。
Aniki had a glorious ride on his road bike. Aniki loves playing handheld games during breaks.
Handheld.
Aniki loves playing handheld games during breaks.
兄貴は休み時間に携帯用ゲームで遊ぶのが大好きです。
手持ちの。携帯用の。
Aniki loves playing handheld games during breaks. Moan finished the race second after Teacher Tinu.
Second.
Moan finished the race second after Teacher Tinu.
モンはティーヌ先生の次に2番目にレースを終えました。
2番目に。
Moan finished the race second after Teacher Tinu. Moan is responsible for taking photos at school events.
Responsible.
Moan is responsible for taking photos at school events.
モンは学校行事での写真撮影に責任があります。
責任がある。責任感のある。
Moan is responsible for taking photos at school events. Teacher Joe has a diverse collection of chocolate from around the world.
Diverse.
Teacher Joe has a diverse collection of chocolate from around the world.
ジョー先生は世界中から集めた多様なチョコレートのコレクションを持っています。
多様な。様々な。
Teacher Joe has a diverse collection of chocolate from around the world. Carrie needs new art equipment for her oil paintings.
Equipment.
Carrie needs new art equipment for her oil paintings.
キャリーは油絵のための新しい画材が必要です。
装備。設備。
Carrie needs new art equipment for her oil paintings. Moomin usually rejects new dog food brands.
Reject.
Moomin usually rejects new dog food brands.
ムミンは通常新しいドッグフードのブランドを拒絶します。
拒絶する。却下する。
Moomin usually rejects new dog food brands. Nana thinks ordinary life is boring.
Ordinary.
Nana thinks ordinary life is boring.
ナナは普通の生活は退屈だと思っています。
普通の。通常の。
Nana thinks ordinary life is boring. Moan turned on the heater because he feels cold easily.
Heater.
Moan turned on the heater because he feels cold easily.
モンは寒がりなのでヒーターをつけました。
ヒーター。暖房器具。
Moan turned on the heater because he feels cold easily. Aniki likes his warm duvet in winter.
Duvet.
Aniki likes his warm duvet in winter.
兄貴は冬は暖かい掛け布団が好きです。
掛け布団。
Aniki likes his warm duvet in winter. Moan uses the school's network to upload his photos.
Network.
Moan uses the school's network to upload his photos.
モンは学校のネットワークを使って写真をアップロードします。
ネットワーク。通信網。
Moan uses the school's network to upload his photos. Teacher Joe emphasizes the importance of daily practice.
Emphasize.
Teacher Joe emphasizes the importance of daily practice.
ジョー先生は毎日の練習の重要性を強調します。
強調する。重視する。
Teacher Joe emphasizes the importance of daily practice. Teacher Joe speeds home after work.
Speed.
Teacher Joe speeds home after work.
ジョー先生は仕事の後家に急いで帰ります。
急ぐ。
Teacher Joe speeds home after work. Teacher Tinu normally rides his bike to school.
Normally.
Teacher Tinu normally rides his bike to school.
ティーヌ先生は普通は自転車で学校に来ます。
普通は。通常は。
Teacher Tinu normally rides his bike to school. Teacher Joe helped Aniki defeat his fear of public speaking.
Defeat.
Teacher Joe helped Aniki defeat his fear of public speaking.
ジョー先生は兄貴が人前で話す恐怖を克服するのを助けました。
任す。打ち負かす。
Teacher Joe helped Aniki defeat his fear of public speaking. Moan's first bike ride in winter was disastrous due to heavy snow.
Disastrous.
Moan's first bike ride in winter was disastrous due to heavy snow.
モンの冬の最初の自転車乗りは大雪で悲惨なものでした。
悲惨な。壊滅的な。
Moan's first bike ride in winter was disastrous due to heavy snow. Moomin likes to sleep on the soft carpet.
Carpet.
Moomin likes to sleep on the soft carpet.
ムミンは柔らかいカーペットの上で寝るのが好きです。
カーペット。絨毯。
Moomin likes to sleep on the soft carpet. Moan prefers public transport to driving.
Transport.
Moan prefers public transport to driving.
モンは運転より公共交通機関を好みます。
輸送。交通機関。
Moan prefers public transport to driving. The bike club supports environmental awareness.
Environmental.
The bike club supports environmental awareness.
自転車部は環境意識を支持しています。
環境の。
The bike club supports environmental awareness. Moomin doesn't follow commands when he's angry.
Command.
Moomin doesn't follow commands when he's angry.
ムミンは怒っているときは命令に従いません。
命令。指示。
Moomin doesn't follow commands when he's angry. Moomin's destructive behavior ruined the garden.
Destructive.
Moomin's destructive behavior ruined the garden.
ムミンの破壊的な行動は庭を台無しにしました。
破壊的な。有害な。
Moomin's destructive behavior ruined the garden. Moan lacks confidence in his Chinese speaking.
Confidence.
Moan lacks confidence in his Chinese speaking.
モンは中国語を話すことに自信がありません。
自信。確信。
Moan lacks confidence in his Chinese speaking. Aniki and Moan cycled 10 miles together.
Mile.
Aniki and Moan cycled 10 miles together.
兄貴とモンは一緒に10マイル自転車に乗りました。
マイル。
Aniki and Moan cycled 10 miles together. Teacher Joe's dog is afraid of thunder.
Thunder.
Teacher Joe's dog is afraid of thunder.
ジョー先生の犬は雷を怖がります。
雷。雷鳴。
Teacher Joe's dog is afraid of thunder. Moan likes to film landscapes with his camera.
Film.
Moan likes to film landscapes with his camera.
モンはカメラで風景を撮影するのが好きです。
撮影する。映画化する。
Moan likes to film landscapes with his camera. Moomin's fur gets everywhere in summer.
Fur.
Moomin's fur gets everywhere in summer.
ムミンの毛は夏になると至るところに散らかります。
毛皮。動物の毛。
Moomin's fur gets everywhere in summer. Yuri keeps her English literature books from school.
Literature.
Yuri keeps her English literature books from school.
ユリは学校時代の英文学の本を保管しています。
文学。文献。
Yuri keeps her English literature books from school. Aniki's computer software was up to date.
Up to date.
Aniki's computer software was up to date.
兄貴のコンピューターソフトは最新でした。
最新の。現代的な。
Aniki's computer software was up to date. Aniki worked hard to acquire advanced cycling skills.
Acquire.
Aniki worked hard to acquire advanced cycling skills.
兄貴は高度な自転車スキルを獲得するために一生懸命努力しました。
獲得する。習得する。
Aniki worked hard to acquire advanced cycling skills. Mohn's theories about turbulence in society worry his friends.
Turbulence.
Mohn's theories about turbulence in society worry his friends.
社会の動乱についてのモンの理論は友達を心配させます。
乱気流。動乱。
Mohn's theories about turbulence in society worry his friends. Carrie likes to paint pictures of the universe.
Universe.
Carrie likes to paint pictures of the universe.
キャリーは宇宙の絵を描くのが好きです。
宇宙。万物。
Carrie likes to paint pictures of the universe. Mohn asked for Carrie's assistance with his photography project.
Assistance.
Mohn asked for Carrie's assistance with his photography project.
モンはキャリーに写真プロジェクトの援助を求めました。
援助。手助け。
Mohn asked for Carrie's assistance with his photography project. Teacher Joe played as a goalkeeper in his school days.
Goalkeeper.
Teacher Joe played as a goalkeeper in his school days.
ジョー先生は学生時代ゴールキーパーをしていました。
ゴールキーパー。
Teacher Joe played as a goalkeeper in his school days. Carrie felt uplifted after finishing her painting.
Uplifted.
Carrie felt uplifted after finishing her painting.
キャリーは絵を完成させて気分が良くなりました。
元気づけられた。気分が良くなった。
Carrie felt uplifted after finishing her painting. Nana met with strong opposition to her expensive plans.
Opposition.
Nana met with strong opposition to her expensive plans.
ナナは彼女の高額な計画に強い反対を受けました。
反対。対立。
Nana met with strong opposition to her expensive plans. Teacher Tinu was a spectator at the bike race.
Spectator.
Teacher Tinu was a spectator at the bike race.
ティーヌ先生は自転車レースの観客でした。
観客。
Teacher Tinu was a spectator at the bike race. Nana struggles with arithmetic in math class.
Arithmetic.
Nana struggles with arithmetic in math class.
ナナは算数の授業で計算に苦労しています。
算数。計算。
Nana struggles with arithmetic in math class. Teacher Tinu warned about carelessness during exercise.
Carelessness.
Teacher Tinu warned about carelessness during exercise.
ティーヌ先生は運動中の不注意について警告しました。
不注意。怠慢。
Teacher Tinu warned about carelessness during exercise. The students explored a natural cave during their field trip.
Cave.
The students explored a natural cave during their field trip.
生徒たちは遠足で自然の洞窟を探検しました。
洞窟。
The students explored a natural cave during their field trip. Teacher Joe sneezed scared his pet bird.
Sneeze.
Teacher Joe sneezed scared his pet bird.
ジョー先生のくしゃみはペットの鳥を驚かせました。
くしゃみ。
Teacher Joe sneezed scared his pet bird. Joe taught about an ancient general in history.
General.
Joe taught about an ancient general in history.
ジョーは歴史で古代の将軍について教えました。
将軍。指揮官。
Joe taught about an ancient general in history. Teacher Joe's and Teacher Tinu's teaching styles differ greatly.
Differ.
Teacher Joe's and Teacher Tinu's teaching styles differ greatly.
ジョー先生とティーヌ先生の教え方は大きく異なります。
異なる。違う。
Teacher Joe's and Teacher Tinu's teaching styles differ greatly. Carrie likes to highlight important notes in her art book.
Highlight.
Carrie likes to highlight important notes in her art book.
キャリーはアートの本で重要な部分を強調するのが好きです。
強調する。目立たせる。
Carrie likes to highlight important notes in her art book. Nana wants to be a babysitter in summer.
Babysitter.
Nana wants to be a babysitter in summer.
ナナは夏休みにベビーシッターになりたがっています。
ベビーシッター。子守。
Nana wants to be a babysitter in summer. Aniki helps Joe transfer files to his new computer.
Transfer.
Aniki helps Joe transfer files to his new computer.
兄貴はジョー先生の新しいパソコンにファイルを転送するのを手伝います。
移す。転送する。
Aniki helps Joe transfer files to his new computer. Yuri's cooking has an unusual taste.
Taste.
Yuri's cooking has an unusual taste.
ユリの料理は変わった味がします。
味。味覚。
Yuri's cooking has an unusual taste. Moan enjoys cultural festivals in both China and Japan.
Cultural.
Moan enjoys cultural festivals in both China and Japan.
モンは中国と日本の文化的な祭りを楽しみます。
文化的な。文化の。
Moan enjoys cultural festivals in both China and Japan. There was confusion about the meeting time.
Confusion.
There was confusion about the meeting time.
会議の時間について混乱がありました。
混乱。困惑。
There was confusion about the meeting time. Moan captured the movement of birds in his photos.
Movement.
Moan captured the movement of birds in his photos.
モンは写真で鳥たちの動きを捉えました。
動き。運動。
Moan captured the movement of birds in his photos. The teacher will model the correct pronunciation.
Model.
The teacher will model the correct pronunciation.
先生は正しい発音の手本を見せます。
模範を示す。手本を見せる。
The teacher will model the correct pronunciation. Carrie uses vivid colors in her paintings.
Vivid.
Carrie uses vivid colors in her paintings.
キャリーは絵画に鮮やかな色を使います。
鮮やかな。生き生きとした。
Carrie uses vivid colors in her paintings. Yuri made arrangements for the family dinner.
Arrangement.
Yuri made arrangements for the family dinner.
ユリは家族の夕食の手配をしました。
手配。準備。
Yuri made arrangements for the family dinner. Teacher Tinu explains about water molecules in science class.
Molecule.
Teacher Tinu explains about water molecules in science class.
ティーヌ先生は理科の授業で水分子について説明します。
分子。
Teacher Tinu explains about water molecules in science class. Moan is gifted at learning languages.
Gifted.
Moan is gifted at learning languages.
モンは言語学習に才能があります。
才能のある。
Moan is gifted at learning languages. Teacher Joe needs a lot of patience to teach Aniki English.
Patience.
Teacher Joe needs a lot of patience to teach Aniki English.
ジョー先生は兄貴に英語を教えるのに多くの忍耐が必要です。
忍耐。辛抱強さ。
Teacher Joe needs a lot of patience to teach Aniki English. The school will construct a new bicycle parking area.
Construct.
The school will construct a new bicycle parking area.
学校は新しい自転車置き場を建設する予定です。
建設する。組み立てる。
The school will construct a new bicycle parking area. The history class learned about early settlements in Japan.
Settlement.
The history class learned about early settlements in Japan.
歴史の授業で日本の初期の居留地について学びました。
居留地。身を落ち着けること。
The history class learned about early settlements in Japan. Aniki sometimes acts like a philosopher when asking deep questions.
Philosopher.
Aniki sometimes acts like a philosopher when asking deep questions.
兄貴は深い質問をするとき、時々哲学者のように振る舞います。
哲学者、思想家。
Aniki sometimes acts like a philosopher when asking deep questions. Yuri tries to blend different ingredients in her cooking experiments.
blend,
Yuri tries to blend different ingredients in her cooking experiments.
ユリは料理の実験で異なる材料を混ぜようとします。
混ぜる。調和させる。
Yuri tries to blend different ingredients in her cooking experiments. Teacher Joe was exhausted after teaching 6 classes in a row.
exhausted,
Teacher Joe was exhausted after teaching 6 classes in a row.
ジョー先生は6コマ連続で授業を教えた後、疲れ果てていました。
疲れ果てた。ヘトヘトの。
Teacher Joe was exhausted after teaching 6 classes in a row. Aniki always carries his gaming device.
device,
Aniki always carries his gaming device.
兄貴はいつもゲーム機を持ち歩いています。
装置。機器。
Aniki always carries his gaming device. The maximum temperature today made Moomin very tired.
maximum,
The maximum temperature today made Moomin very tired.
今日の最高気温でムミンはとても疲れました。
最大値。最高値。
The maximum temperature today made Moomin very tired. Moon must clean his camera regularly, otherwise it'll get dirty.
otherwise,
Moan must clean his camera regularly, otherwise it'll get dirty.
モンは定期的にカメラを掃除しなければならない。さもないと汚れてしまいます。
さもないと。それ以外は。
Moon must clean his camera regularly, otherwise it'll get dirty. The cycling club took a ferry to the island.
ferry,
The cycling club took a ferry to the island.
サイクリング部は島へフェリーで行きました。
フェリー。渡し船。
The cycling club took a ferry to the island. Moon is interested in studying engineering at university.
engineering,
Moan is interested in studying engineering at university.
モンは大学で工学を学ぶことに興味があります。
工学。技術。
Moon is interested in studying engineering at university. Teacher Joe supports the gay community.
gay,
Teacher Joe supports the gay community.
ジョー先生は同性愛者コミュニティを支援しています。
同性愛の。陽気な。
Teacher Joe supports the gay community. Nana informed her mother about the school trip.
inform,
Nana informed her mother about the school trip.
ナナは母親に修学旅行について知らせました。
知らせる。通知する。
Nana informed her mother about the school trip. Yuri thinks her cooking skills are hopeless.
hopeless,
Yuri thinks her cooking skills are hopeless.
ユリは自分の料理の腕は望みがないと思っています。
望みのない。絶望的な。
Yuri thinks her cooking skills are hopeless. Nana enjoyed watching the firework display.
firework,
Nana enjoyed watching the firework display.
ナナは花火の打ち上げを楽しみました。
花火。
Nana enjoyed watching the firework display. Nana always follows the latest social media trends.
trend,
Nana always follows the latest social media trends.
ナナはいつも最新のソーシャルメディアの流行を追っています。
傾向。流行。
Nana always follows the latest social media trends. The lifeguard watches the pool carefully every day.
lifeguard,
The lifeguard watches the pool carefully every day.
救助員は毎日プールを注意深く見守っています。
救助員。監視員。
The lifeguard watches the pool carefully every day. Yuri forgot the saucepan on the stove.
saucepan,
Yuri forgot the saucepan on the stove.
ユリはコンロの上の片手鍋を忘れてしまいました。
片手鍋。
Yuri forgot the saucepan on the stove. Teacher Joe sometimes brings pistachios to class.
Sometimes.
Teacher Joe sometimes brings pistachios to class.
ジョー先生は時々ピスタチオを授業に持ってきます。
時々。たまに。
Teacher Joe sometimes brings pistachios to class. Moan always carries a clean handkerchief in his pocket.
Handkerchief.
Moan always carries a clean handkerchief in his pocket.
モンはいつも清潔なハンカチをポケットに入れています。
ハンカチ。
Moan always carries a clean handkerchief in his pocket. Nana looked with wonder at the amount of money in her piggy bank.
Wonder.
Nana looked with wonder at the amount of money in her piggy bank.
ナナは貯金箱のお金の量に驚きの表情を浮かべました。
不思議。驚き。
Nana looked with wonder at the amount of money in her piggy bank. Carrie's guess about the art competition winner was correct.
Guess.
Carrie's guess about the art competition winner was correct.
キャリーのアートコンテストの優勝者についての推測は正しかったです。
推測。予想。
Carrie's guess about the art competition winner was correct. Nana watches the planes take off from the airport.
Take off.
Nana watches the planes take off from the airport.
ナナは空港から飛行機の離陸を見ています。
離陸。
Nana watches the planes take off from the airport. Moan feels frustrated by his physical limitations.
Limitation.
Moan feels frustrated by his physical limitations.
モンは自分の身体的な限界にイライラしています。
制限。限界。
Moan feels frustrated by his physical limitations. Teacher Joe attended Nana's graduation ceremony.
Graduation.
Teacher Joe attended Nana's graduation ceremony.
ジョー先生はナナの卒業式に出席しました。
卒業。卒業式。
Teacher Joe attended Nana's graduation ceremony. Moan feels a sense of embarrassment when speaking in public.
Embarrassment.
Moan feels a sense of embarrassment when speaking in public.
モンは人前で話すときに恥ずかしさを感じます。
恥ずかしさ。当惑。
Moan feels a sense of embarrassment when speaking in public. Yuri makes nasty comments about people's appearances.
Nasty.
Yuri makes nasty comments about people's appearances.
ユリは人の外見について不快なコメントをします。
不快な。意地悪な。
Yuri makes nasty comments about people's appearances. Teacher Tinu tears the wrapping of his protein bar.
Wrapping.
Teacher Tinu tears the wrapping of his protein bar.
ティーヌ先生は彼のプロテインバーの包装を破ります。
包装。包み。
Teacher Tinu tears the wrapping of his protein bar. The sticky note won't stick to Moan's clean camera lens.
Stick.
The sticky note won't stick to Moan's clean camera lens.
付箋はモンの綺麗なカメラレンズにくっつきません。
くっつく。固執する。
The sticky note won't stick to Moan's clean camera lens. Teacher Joe is a prominent figure at school.
Prominent.
Teacher Joe is a prominent figure at school.
ジョー先生は学校で著名な人物です。
著名な。目立つ。
Teacher Joe is a prominent figure at school. Carrie's mental state is very stable these days.
Stable.
Carrie's mental state is very stable these days.
キャリーの精神状態は最近とても安定しています。
安定した。しっかりした。
Carrie's mental state is very stable these days. Moan wants to try snowboard this winter.
Snowboard.
Moan wants to try snowboard this winter.
モンは今年の冬スノーボードを試してみたいと思っています。
スノーボード。
Moan wants to try snowboard this winter. Joe's first floor classroom is always hot in summer.
First floor.
Joe's first floor classroom is always hot in summer.
ジョー先生の1階の教室は夏はいつも暑いです。
1階の、階下の。
Joe's first floor classroom is always hot in summer. The mechanic fixed Moan's broken bike.
Mechanic.
The mechanic fixed Moan's broken bike.
整備士はモンの壊れた自転車を直しました。
整備士。
The mechanic fixed Moan's broken bike. Teacher Joe explained the new school policy about uniforms.
Policy.
Teacher Joe explained the new school policy about uniforms.
ジョー先生は制服に関する新しい学校の方針を説明しました。
政策。方針。
Teacher Joe explained the new school policy about uniforms. Yuri's cooking failure made everyone laugh.
Failure.
Yuri's cooking failure made everyone laugh.
ユリの料理の失敗は皆を笑わせました。
失敗。不合格。
Yuri's cooking failure made everyone laugh. Moan feels mental stress before the bike race.
Mental.
Moan feels mental stress before the bike race.
モンは自転車レース前に精神的なストレスを感じます。
精神的な。心の。
Moan feels mental stress before the bike race. Yuri has to limit Aniki's gaming time.
Limit.
Yuri has to limit Aniki's gaming time.
ユリは兄貴のゲーム時間を制限しなければなりません。
制限する。限る。
Yuri has to limit Aniki's gaming time. Tina wants to permanently join the cycling club.
Permanently.
Tina wants to permanently join the cycling club.
ティーヌ先生は自転車部に永久的に所属したがっています。
永久的に。恒久的に。
Tina wants to permanently join the cycling club. Nana remembers her preschool friends fondly.
Preschool.
Nana remembers her preschool friends fondly.
ナナは就学前の友達のことを懐かしく覚えています。
就学前の。幼稚園の。
Nana remembers her preschool friends fondly. Teacher Joe warned the class about poisonous plants in the forest.
Poison.
Teacher Joe warned the class about poisonous plants in the forest.
ジョー先生は森の有毒植物についてクラスに警告しました。
毒。毒物。
Teacher Joe warned the class about poisonous plants in the forest. Carrie designs beautiful garments for the art show.
Garment.
Carrie designs beautiful garments for the art show.
キャリーはアートショーのために美しい衣服をデザインします。
衣服。衣類。
Carrie designs beautiful garments for the art show. Moan and Carrie discuss the conspiracy theory in today's headlines.
Headline.
Moan and Carrie discuss the conspiracy theory in today's headlines.
モンとキャリーは今日の見出しにある陰謀論について話し合いました。
見出し。ヘッドライン。
Moan and Carrie discuss the conspiracy theory in today's headlines. Moomin becomes aggressive when strangers approach the house.
Aggressive.
Moomin becomes aggressive when strangers approach the house.
ムミンは見知らぬ人が家に近づくと攻撃的になります。
攻撃的な。積極的な。
Moomin becomes aggressive when strangers approach the house. Masa is the chief translator at his company.
Chief.
Masa is the chief translator at his company.
マサは会社で主任翻訳者です。
主要な。主席の。
Masa is the chief translator at his company. Carrie painted a spooky picture with a coffin.
Coffin.
Carrie painted a spooky picture with a coffin.
キャリーは棺のある不気味な絵を描きました。
棺。棺桶。
Carrie painted a spooky picture with a coffin. Moomin became notorious for escaping from the garden.
Notorious.
Moomin became notorious for escaping from the garden.
ムミンは庭から逃げ出すことで悪名高くなりました。
悪名高い。
Moomin became notorious for escaping from the garden. Moan cleans his father's car windscreen before taking photos.
Windscreen.
Moan cleans his father's car windscreen before taking photos.
モンは写真を撮る前に父の車のフロントガラスを掃除します。
フロントガラス。
Moan cleans his father's car windscreen before taking photos. Masa explains the principles of English grammar to Aniki.
Principle.
Masa explains the principles of English grammar to Aniki.
マサは兄貴に英文法の原理を説明します。
原理。原則。
Masa explains the principles of English grammar to Aniki. The football team brought glory to our school.
Glory.
The football team brought glory to our school.
サッカーチームは学校に栄光をもたらしました。
栄光。名誉。
The football team brought glory to our school. Carrie painted a historic building in town.
Historic.
Carrie painted a historic building in town.
キャリーは町の歴史的な建物を描きました。
歴史的な。有名な。
Carrie painted a historic building in town. The news report discussed poverty in rural areas.
Poverty.
The news report discussed poverty in rural areas.
ニュースは田舎の貧困について報じました。
貧困。
The news report discussed poverty in rural areas. Carrie wants to become a disc jockey at school parties.
Disc jockey.
Carrie wants to become a disc jockey at school parties.
キャリーは学校のパーティーでディスクジョッキーになりたがっています。
ディスクジョッキー。DJ。
Carrie wants to become a disc jockey at school parties. Teacher Joe finds Japan too humid in summer.
Humid.
Teacher Joe finds Japan too humid in summer.
ジョー先生は日本の夏を蒸し暑すぎると感じています。
蒸し暑い。湿気の多い。
Teacher Joe finds Japan too humid in summer. Moan learned about poisonous mushrooms in science class.
Poisonous.
Moan learned about poisonous mushrooms in science class.
モンは理科の授業で有毒なキノコについて学びました。
有毒な。毒のある。
Moan learned about poisonous mushrooms in science class. In one instance, Aniki solved a computer problem quickly.
Instance.
In one instance, Aniki solved a computer problem quickly.
ある事例で、兄貴はコンピューターの問題をすぐに解決しました。
例。事例。
In one instance, Aniki solved a computer problem quickly. Moomin barks loud when he wants to go for a walk.
Loud.
Moomin barks loud when he wants to go for a walk.
ムミンは散歩に行きたいときに大声で吠えます。
大声で。うるさく。
Moomin barks loud when he wants to go for a walk. Teacher Joe saw beautiful farmland on his way home.
Farmland.
Teacher Joe saw beautiful farmland on his way home.
ジョー先生は帰り道に美しい農地を見ました。
農地。高地。
Teacher Joe saw beautiful farmland on his way home. Teacher Joe studied hard to pass the citizenship test.
Citizenship.
Teacher Joe studied hard to pass the citizenship test.
ジョー先生は市民権テストに合格するために熱心に勉強しました。
市民権。国籍。
Teacher Joe studied hard to pass the citizenship test. Moan prefers moderate exercise to intense training.
Moderate.
Moan prefers moderate exercise to intense training.
モンは激しいトレーニングより適度な運動を好みます。
適度な。穏やかな。
Moan prefers moderate exercise to intense training. Moomin looked for his toy bone but it was nowhere to be found.
Nowhere.
Moomin looked for his toy bone but it was nowhere to be found.
ムミンはおもちゃの骨を探しましたが、どこにも見つかりませんでした。
どこにもほにゃららない。
Moomin looked for his toy bone but it was nowhere to be found. Aniki passed his English oral exam.
Oral.
Aniki passed his English oral exam.
兄貴は英語の口頭試験に合格しました。
口頭試験。
Aniki passed his English oral exam. Carrie bought a souvenir for her art friends.
Souvenir.
Carrie bought a souvenir for her art friends.
キャリーは美術仲間にお土産を買いました。
お土産。
Carrie bought a souvenir for her art friends. The town's tourism is growing every year.
Tourism.
The town's tourism is growing every year.
この町の観光業は毎年成長しています。
観光。観光業。
The town's tourism is growing every year. Carrie likes to express herself through art.
Express.
Carrie likes to express herself through art.
キャリーは芸術を通じて自分を表現するのが好きです。
表現する。表す。
Carrie likes to express herself through art. Carrie doubts the existence of ghosts.
Existence.
Carrie doubts the existence of ghosts.
キャリーは幽霊の存在を疑っています。
存在。実在。
Carrie doubts the existence of ghosts. The new game is the main attraction at Aniki's party.
Attraction.
The new game is the main attraction at Aniki's party.
新しいゲームは兄貴のパーティーの主な魅力です。
魅力。観光地。
The new game is the main attraction at Aniki's party. Carrie painted beautiful flowers on the saucer.
Saucer.
Carrie painted beautiful flowers on the saucer.
キャリーは受け皿に美しい花を描きました。
受け皿。
Carrie painted beautiful flowers on the saucer. Moan gives a friendly greeting to everyone.
Greeting.
Moan gives a friendly greeting to everyone.
モンは誰にでも友好的な挨拶をします。
挨拶。歓迎。
Moan gives a friendly greeting to everyone. The mansion has beautiful marble floors.
Marble.
The mansion has beautiful marble floors.
その大邸宅には美しい大理石の床があります。
大理石。ビー玉。
The mansion has beautiful marble floors. Aniki is reading a biography of a famous cyclist.
Biography.
Aniki is reading a biography of a famous cyclist.
兄貴は有名なサイクリストの伝記を読んでいます。
伝記。評伝。
Aniki is reading a biography of a famous cyclist. Carrie contributes to the monthly school art magazine.
Monthly.
Carrie contributes to the monthly school art magazine.
キャリーは月間の学校芸術誌に投稿しています。
毎月の。月間の。
Carrie contributes to the monthly school art magazine. Teacher Tinu has many energetic pupils in his class.
Pupil.
Teacher Tinu has many energetic pupils in his class.
ティーヌ先生のクラスには元気な生徒がたくさんいます。
生徒。学童。
Teacher Tinu has many energetic pupils in his class. Teacher Joe teaches about the Japanese emperor in history class.
Emperor.
Teacher Joe teaches about the Japanese emperor in history class.
ジョー先生は歴史の授業で日本の天皇について教えます。
皇帝。天皇。
Teacher Joe teaches about the Japanese emperor in history class. Moan explained his nuclear energy theory to the class.
Nuclear.
Moan explained his nuclear energy theory to the class.
モンはクラスで原子力エネルギーについての理論を説明しました。
核の。原子力の。
Moan explained his nuclear energy theory to the class. Teacher Tinu leads an active lifestyle, always encouraging students to exercise.
Active.
Teacher Tinu leads an active lifestyle, always encouraging students to exercise.
ティーヌ先生は活発なライフスタイルを送り、常に生徒たちに運動を奨励しています。
活発な。積極的な。
Teacher Tinu leads an active lifestyle, always encouraging students to exercise. Moomin is very loyal to the Aniki family despite his escape attempts.
Loyal.
Moomin is very loyal to the Aniki family despite his escape attempts.
ムミンは脱走を試みるにもかかわらず、兄貴の家族にとても忠実です。
忠実な。誠実な。
Moomin is very loyal to the Aniki family despite his escape attempts. Teacher Joe's parrot loves to drink nectar.
Nectar.
Teacher Joe's parrot loves to drink nectar.
ジョー先生のオウムは果蜜を飲むのが大好きです。
果蜜。
Teacher Joe's parrot loves to drink nectar. Moan tries not to discourage beginners in the cycling club.
Discourage.
Moan tries not to discourage beginners in the cycling club.
モンは自転車部の初心者たちを落胆させないようにしています。
落胆させる。やる気をなくす。
Moan tries not to discourage beginners in the cycling club. Carrie painted the picture brightly.
Brightly.
Carrie painted the picture brightly.
キャリーは絵を明るく描きました。
明るく。輝いて。
Carrie painted the picture brightly. Aniki found an old disc with family photos.
Disc.
Aniki found an old disc with family photos.
兄貴は家族の写真が入った古いディスクを見つけました。
ディスク。円盤。
Aniki found an old disc with family photos. The police officer had to arrest the speeding driver.
Arrest.
The police officer had to arrest the speeding driver.
警察官はスピード違反の運転手を逮捕しなければなりませんでした。
逮捕する。拘束する。
The police officer had to arrest the speeding driver. Yuri fights against her cooking mistakes.
Fight.
Yuri fights against her cooking mistakes.
ユリは料理の失敗と戦っています。
戦う。喧嘩する。
Yuri fights against her cooking mistakes. Carrie lay her paintbrushes on the table.
Lay.
Carrie lay her paintbrushes on the table.
キャリーは絵筆をテーブルの上に置きました。
置く。横たえる。
Carrie lay her paintbrushes on the table. Teacher Tinu is a trustworthy advisor for the cycling club.
Trustworthy.
Teacher Tinu is a trustworthy advisor for the cycling club.
ティーヌ先生は自転車部の信頼できる顧問です。
信頼できる。頼りになる。
Teacher Tinu is a trustworthy advisor for the cycling club. Masa makes reasonable decisions at work.
Reasonable.
Masa makes reasonable decisions at work.
マサは仕事で合理的な判断をします。
合理的な。適度な。
Masa makes reasonable decisions at work. Moan tends to assume the worst in every situation.
Assume.
Moan tends to assume the worst in every situation.
モンはあらゆる状況で最悪を推測する傾向があります。
推測する。引き受ける。
Moan tends to assume the worst in every situation. Nana thinks her brother's confused face when speaking English is adorable.
Adorable.
Nana thinks her brother's confused face when speaking English is adorable.
ナナは英語を話す時の兄の困惑した顔が愛らしいと思っています。
愛らしい。可愛らしい。
Nana thinks her brother's confused face when speaking English is adorable. Moan is almost blind without his camera.
Blind.
Moan is almost blind without his camera.
モンはカメラがないとほとんど盲目同然です。
目の見えない。盲目の。
Moan is almost blind without his camera. The class applauded when Aniki solved the difficult math problem.
Applaud.
The class applauded when Aniki solved the difficult math problem.
クラスは兄貴が難しい数学の問題を解いたときに拍手しました。
拍手する。称賛する。
The class applauded when Aniki solved the difficult math problem. The long bike rides put strain on Aniki's muscles.
Strain.
The long bike rides put strain on Aniki's muscles.
長時間の自転車乗りは兄貴の筋肉に重圧をかけます。
重圧、緊張。
The long bike rides put strain on Aniki's muscles. Masa showed his appreciation for Joe's extra English lessons.
Appreciation?
Masa showed his appreciation for Joe's extra English lessons.
マサはジョーの追加の英語レッスンへの感謝を示しました。
感謝、理解。
Masa showed his appreciation for Joe's extra English lessons. Nana has amazing communication skills.
Amazing?
Nana has amazing communication skills.
ナナには驚くべきコミュニケーション能力があります。
驚くべき。素晴らしい。
Nana has amazing communication skills. Teacher Joe will sleep until noon.
Until?
Teacher Joe will sleep until noon.
ジョー先生は昼まで寝るでしょう。
ほにゃららまで。ほにゃららするまで。
Teacher Joe will sleep until noon. The class watched a video about whales in Joe's lesson.
Whale?
The class watched a video about whales in Joe's lesson.
クラスはジョー先生の授業でクジラについての動画を見ました。
クジラ。
The class watched a video about whales in Joe's lesson. Teacher Joe doesn't understand social networking.
Social networking?
Teacher Joe doesn't understand social networking.
ジョー先生はソーシャルネットワークを理解できません。
ソーシャルネットワーク。SNS。
Teacher Joe doesn't understand social networking. Aniki can type very fast on his computer.
Type.
Aniki can type very fast on his computer.
兄貴はパソコンでとても早く入力できます。
入力する。タイプする。
Aniki can type very fast on his computer. Teacher Joe showed photos from his past travels.
Past.
Teacher Joe showed photos from his past travels.
ジョー先生は過去の旅行の写真を見せました。
過去の。以前の。
Teacher Joe showed photos from his past travels. The school has an auxiliary gym for rainy days.
Auxiliary?
The school has an auxiliary gym for rainy days.
学校は雨の日のための補助体育館があります。
補助の。予備の。
The school has an auxiliary gym for rainy days. Teacher Tinu believes exercise is the essence of a healthy life.
Essence?
Teacher Tinu believes exercise is the essence of a healthy life.
ティーヌ先生は運動が健康的な生活の本質だと信じています。
本質。真髄。
Teacher Tinu believes exercise is the essence of a healthy life. Moan likes to photograph different aspects of school life.
Aspect?
Moan likes to photograph different aspects of school life.
モンは学校生活の様々な側面を撮影するのが好きです。
側面。様相。
Moan likes to photograph different aspects of school life. Moan's confidence levels vary depending on who he talks to.
Very?
Moan's confidence levels vary depending on who he talks to.
モンの自信の程度は話す相手によって変化します。
変化する。異なる。
Moan's confidence levels vary depending on who he talks to. Carrie explained the process of oil painting.
Process?
Carrie explained the process of oil painting.
キャリーは油絵の過程を説明しました。
過程。工程。
Carrie explained the process of oil painting. Teacher Joe promotes equality in his classroom.
Equality?
Teacher Joe promotes equality in his classroom.
ジョー先生は教室で平等を推進しています。
平等。均等。
Teacher Joe promotes equality in his classroom. Aniki went directly home after school.
Directly?
Aniki went directly home after school.
兄貴は放課後すぐに家に帰りました。
直接に。すぐに。
Aniki went directly home after school. Teacher Joe invited an astronomer to speak to the science club.
Astronomer.
Teacher Joe invited an astronomer to speak to the science club.
ジョー先生は天文学者を科学クラブで話をするように招待しました。
天文学者。
Teacher Joe invited an astronomer to speak to the science club. Aniki's first encounter with cycling changed his life.
Encounter.
Aniki's first encounter with cycling changed his life.
兄貴の自転車との最初の出会いは彼の人生を変えました。
出会い。遭遇。
Aniki's first encounter with cycling changed his life. The heavy rainfall canceled the cycling club practice.
Rainfall.
The heavy rainfall canceled the cycling club practice.
大きな降雨量で自転車部の練習が中止になりました。
降雨量。雨量。
The heavy rainfall canceled the cycling club practice. The school is in a central location of the city.
Central.
The school is in a central location of the city.
学校は市の中心部に位置しています。
中心の。中央の。
The school is in a central location of the city. Moon won a bronze medal in the school photo contest.
Bronze.
Moon won a bronze medal in the school photo contest.
モンは学校の写真コンテストで銅メダルを取りました。
銅メダル。青銅。
Moon won a bronze medal in the school photo contest. Nana's tease made Aniki angry.
Tease.
Nana's tease made Aniki angry.
ナナのからかいで兄貴は怒りました。
からかい。嘲笑。
Nana's tease made Aniki angry. Aniki studies tiny organisms in science class.
Organism.
Aniki studies tiny organisms in science class.
兄貴は理科の授業で微生物を学びます。
生物。有機体。
Aniki studies tiny organisms in science class. Teacher Joe enjoyed a long voyage across the Pacific Ocean.
Voyage.
Teacher Joe enjoyed a long voyage across the Pacific Ocean.
ジョー先生は太平洋を横断する長い航海を楽しみました。
航海。旅。
Teacher Joe enjoyed a long voyage across the Pacific Ocean. Moomin felt pain in his paw after running.
Pain.
Moomin felt pain in his paw after running.
ムミンは走った後、足に痛みを感じました。
痛み。苦痛。
Moomin felt pain in his paw after running. The crowd gave a thunderous applause to Carrie's art exhibition.
Thunderous.
The crowd gave a thunderous applause to Carrie's art exhibition.
群衆はキャリーのアート展に雷のような拍手を送りました。
雷のような。轟音の。
The crowd gave a thunderous applause to Carrie's art exhibition. Nana saw an ad for a get-rich-quick scheme and got excited.
Ad.
Nana saw an ad for a get-rich-quick scheme and got excited.
ナナは一攫千金の計画の広告を見て興奮しました。
広告。宣伝。
Nana saw an ad for a get-rich-quick scheme and got excited. Masa tries to mend his broken bike.
Mend.
Masa tries to mend his broken bike.
マサは壊れた自転車を修理しようとします。
修理する。直す。
Masa tries to mend his broken bike. The chemist helped Masa find medicine for his cold.
Chemist.
The chemist helped Masa find medicine for his cold.
薬剤師はマサが風邪薬を見つけるのを手伝いました。
薬剤師。科学者。
The chemist helped Masa find medicine for his cold. Moon tries to reduce waste when taking photos.
Waste.
Moon tries to reduce waste when taking photos.
モンは写真を撮るときに無駄を減らすよう心がけています。
無駄。廃棄物。
Moon tries to reduce waste when taking photos. Moomin continuously barks when he wants to go for a walk.
Continuously.
Moomin continuously barks when he wants to go for a walk.
ムミンは散歩に行きたいとき、継続的に吠えます。
継続的に。連続して。
Moomin continuously barks when he wants to go for a walk. Aniki dreams of being a backpacker in Europe.
Backpacker.
Aniki dreams of being a backpacker in Europe.
兄貴はヨーロッパでバックパッカーになることを夢見ています。
バックパッカー、旅行者。
Aniki dreams of being a backpacker in Europe. The cycling club helps rebuild the damaged course.
Rebuild.
The cycling club helps rebuild the damaged course.
自転車部は損傷したコースの再建を手伝います。
再建する。立て直す。
The cycling club helps rebuild the damaged course. Masa rarely enjoys nightlife because he works late.
Nightlife.
Masa rarely enjoys nightlife because he works late.
マサは残業が多いので夜の娯楽を楽しむことはほとんどありません。
夜の娯楽。夜の生活。
Masa rarely enjoys nightlife because he works late. Moan takes photos of a beautiful reef during his beach trip.
Reef.
Moan takes photos of a beautiful reef during his beach trip.
モンは海辺への旅行中に美しい岩礁の写真を撮ります。
岩礁。サンゴ礁。
Moan takes photos of a beautiful reef during his beach trip. Moan ate the least among his friends at lunch.
Least.
Moan ate the least among his friends at lunch.
モンは昼食で友達の中で最も少なく食べました。
最も少なく。最小限に。
Moan ate the least among his friends at lunch. Aniki likes to rest after long bike rides.
Rest.
Aniki likes to rest after long bike rides.
兄貴は長時間の自転車走行の後で休むのが好きです。
休む。休息する。
Aniki likes to rest after long bike rides. Teacher Joe draws a big question mark on Nana's confusing answer.
Question mark.
Teacher Joe draws a big question mark on Nana's confusing answer.
ジョー先生はナナの分かりにくい答えに大きな疑問符を描きます。
疑問符。クエスチョンマーク。
Teacher Joe draws a big question mark on Nana's confusing answer. Moan is earnest about learning photography.
Earnest.
Moan is earnest about learning photography.
モンは写真を学ぶことに真面目です。
真面目な。熱心な。
Moan is earnest about learning photography. Moan took photos of ships at the port.
Port.
Moan took photos of ships at the port.
モンは港で船の写真を撮りました。
港。
Moan took photos of ships at the port. Aniki enjoys cycling through the rolling countryside.
Rolling.
Aniki enjoys cycling through the rolling countryside.
兄貴は起伏のある田舎道をサイクリングするのを楽しんでいます。
起伏のある。うねった。
Aniki enjoys cycling through the rolling countryside. Aniki finds it challenging to use adverbs correctly in English sentences.
Adverb.
Aniki finds it challenging to use adverbs correctly in English sentences.
兄貴は英語の文章で副詞をまさしく使うのが難しいと感じています。
副詞。
Aniki finds it challenging to use adverbs correctly in English sentences. Moan tries to link different conspiracy theories together.
Link.
Moan tries to link different conspiracy theories together.
モンは様々な陰謀論を結びつけようとします。
結びつける。連結する。
Moan tries to link different conspiracy theories together. Aniki gets a brand new bicycle.
Brand new.
Aniki gets a brand new bicycle.
兄貴は新品の自転車を手に入れます。
新品の。真新しい。
Aniki gets a brand new bicycle. There is a similarity between Teacher Joe and Teacher Tinu's teaching styles.
Similarity.
There is a similarity between Teacher Joe and Teacher Tinu's teaching styles.
ジョー先生とティーヌ先生の教え方には類似点があります。
類似点。共通点。
There is a similarity between Teacher Joe and Teacher Tinu's teaching styles. Whoever wants to join the bike club is welcome.
Whoever,
Whoever wants to join the bike club is welcome.
自転車部に入りたい人は誰でも歓迎です。
誰でも、誰であっても。
Whoever wants to join the bike club is welcome. Moan wears a warm pullover during winter cycling.
pullover,
Moan wears a warm pullover during winter cycling.
モンは冬の自転車走行中に暖かいプルオーバーを着ています。
プルオーバー、セーター。
Moan wears a warm pullover during winter cycling. Moan took photos of planes on the runway.
runway,
Moan took photos of planes on the runway.
モンは滑走路の飛行機を撮影しました。
滑走路。
Moan took photos of planes on the runway. Yuri considered becoming an accountant before discovering her passion for cooking.
accountant,
Yuri considered becoming an accountant before discovering her passion for cooking.
ユリは料理への情熱を見つける前は会計士になることを考えていました。
会計士、経理担当者。
Yuri considered becoming an accountant before discovering her passion for cooking. Moan tried to convince Aniki about his latest conspiracy theory.
convince,
Moan tried to convince Aniki about his latest conspiracy theory.
モンは最新の陰謀論で兄貴を納得させようとしました。
納得させる。説得する。
Moan tried to convince Aniki about his latest conspiracy theory. Teacher Joe can handle difficult students very well.
handle,
Teacher Joe can handle difficult students very well.
ジョー先生は扱いの難しい生徒をとてもうまく扱えます。
扱う。処理する。
Teacher Joe can handle difficult students very well. Aniki checks his bike engine before every long ride.
engine,
Aniki checks his bike engine before every long ride.
兄貴は長距離走行の前に自転車のエンジンをチェックします。
エンジン。機関。
Aniki checks his bike engine before every long ride. Teacher Joe finds it hard to wake up early in the morning.
wake,
Teacher Joe finds it hard to wake up early in the morning.
ジョー先生は朝早く目覚めるのが難しいと感じています。
目覚める。起きる。
Teacher Joe finds it hard to wake up early in the morning. Teacher Joe wishes he could take a nap during lunch break.
nap,
Teacher Joe wishes he could take a nap during lunch break.
ジョー先生は昼休みに昼寝ができたらいいのにと願っています。
昼寝。
Teacher Joe wishes he could take a nap during lunch break. Carrie painted the surface of her canvas with bright colors.
surface,
Carrie painted the surface of her canvas with bright colors.
キャリーはキャンバスの表面を明るい色で塗りました。
表面。表層。
Carrie painted the surface of her canvas with bright colors. Teacher Tinu brought refreshments for the cycling club meeting.
refreshments,
Teacher Tinu brought refreshments for the cycling club meeting.
ティーヌ先生は自転車部の集会に軽食を持ってきました。
軽食。飲み物。
Teacher Tinu brought refreshments for the cycling club meeting. Aniki explains the function of his new computer.
function,
Aniki explains the function of his new computer.
兄貴は新しいパソコンの機能を説明します。
機能。働き。
Aniki explains the function of his new computer. Aniki wants to cycle further each day.
further,
Aniki wants to cycle further each day.
兄貴は毎日さらに遠くまで自転車で行きたいと思っています。
さらに。もっと。
Aniki wants to cycle further each day. Masa makes frequent business trips to other cities.
frequent,
Masa makes frequent business trips to other cities.
マサは頻繁に他の都市に出張に行きます。
頻繁な。しょっちゅうの。
Masa makes frequent business trips to other cities. Teacher Joe is a true gentleman who always helps others.
gentleman,
Teacher Joe is a true gentleman who always helps others.
ジョー先生は常に人を助ける真の紳士です。
紳士、
Teacher Joe is a true gentleman who always helps others. The guitarist performed at the school festival.
Guitarist.
The guitarist performed at the school festival.
そのギタリストは学園祭で演奏しました。
ギタリスト、
The guitarist performed at the school festival. The new bike enables Moan to ride longer distances.
Enable.
The new bike enables Moan to ride longer distances.
新しい自転車のおかげで、モンはより長距離を走れるようになりました。
可能にする、できるようにする。
The new bike enables Moan to ride longer distances. I spoke on behalf of our class at the school meeting.
Behalf.
I spoke on behalf of our class at the school meeting.
学校の会議で私はクラスを代表して話しました。
代理、代表、
I spoke on behalf of our class at the school meeting. The park was their cycling destination.
Destination.
The park was their cycling destination.
公園が彼らのサイクリングの目的地でした。
目的地、行き先。
The park was their cycling destination. Moomin gets excited when Masa releases him in the park.
Release.
Moomin gets excited when Masa releases him in the park.
ムミンはマサが公園で話してくれると興奮します。
解放する、公開する。
Moomin gets excited when Masa releases him in the park. Teacher Joe enjoys literary discussions in class.
Literary.
Teacher Joe enjoys literary discussions in class.
ジョー先生は授業での文学的な議論を楽しみます。
文学の、文学的な。
Teacher Joe enjoys literary discussions in class. Yuri shows great care when Nana has any sickness.
Sickness.
Yuri shows great care when Nana has any sickness.
ユリはナナが病気の時はとても心配します。
病気、病。
Yuri shows great care when Nana has any sickness. Yuri's weakness is cooking complex dishes.
Weakness.
Yuri's weakness is cooking complex dishes.
ユリの弱点は複雑な料理を作ることです。
弱点、欠点。
Yuri's weakness is cooking complex dishes. Carrie needed proof for her conspiracy theory.
Proof.
Carrie needed proof for her conspiracy theory.
キャリーは彼女の陰謀論の証拠が必要でした。
証拠、証明。
Carrie needed proof for her conspiracy theory. Teacher Joe goes to the pub for a beer after work.
Pub.
Teacher Joe goes to the pub for a beer after work.
ジョー先生は仕事後にビールを飲みにパブへ行きます。
パブ、居酒屋。
Teacher Joe goes to the pub for a beer after work. Yuri forgot to set the timer, thus burning the cookies.
Thus.
Yuri forgot to set the timer, thus burning the cookies.
ユリはタイマーをセットするのを忘れ、したがってクッキーを焦がしてしまいました。
このように、したがって。
Yuri forgot to set the timer, thus burning the cookies. Aniki had to limp home after falling from his bike.
Limp.
Aniki had to limp home after falling from his bike.
兄貴は自転車から落ちた後、足を引きずって帰らなければなりませんでした。
足を引きずる、よろめく。
Aniki had to limp home after falling from his bike. Yuri bought a carton of milk at the store.
Carton.
Yuri bought a carton of milk at the store.
ユリは店で牛乳のカートンを買いました。
カートン、容器。
Yuri bought a carton of milk at the store. Winning the cycling race was a great achievement for Aniki.
Achievement.
Winning the cycling race was a great achievement for Aniki.
自転車レースで優勝することは兄貴にとって大きな達成でした。
達成、成果。
Winning the cycling race was a great achievement for Aniki. Nana looked innocent when asked about the broken vase.
innocent,
Nana looked innocent when asked about the broken vase.
ナナは割れた花瓶について聞かれたとき、無実そうな顔をしました。
無実の、罪のない。
Nana looked innocent when asked about the broken vase. Nana likes to surprise her family with random gifts.
surprise,
Nana likes to surprise her family with random gifts.
ナナは突然の贈り物で家族を驚かせるのが好きです。
驚かせる。びっくりさせる。
Nana likes to surprise her family with random gifts. Carrie hunts for inspiration in nature.
hunt,
Carrie hunts for inspiration in nature.
キャリーは自然の中でインスピレーションを探します。
探す。狩りをする。
Carrie hunts for inspiration in nature. It was shameful how Moomin escaped from the house again.
shameful,
It was shameful how Moomin escaped from the house again.
ムミンがまた家から逃げ出したのは恥ずべきことでした。
恥ずべき。不名誉な。
It was shameful how Moomin escaped from the house again. Joe complains about the moisture in summer.
moisture,
Joe complains about the moisture in summer.
ジョー先生は夏の湿気について不満を言います。
湿気。水分。
Joe complains about the moisture in summer. Moan read about mysterious chemicals in his conspiracy theory book.
chemical,
Moan read about mysterious chemicals in his conspiracy theory book.
モンは陰謀論の本で謎の化学物質について読みました。
化学物質。薬品。
Moan read about mysterious chemicals in his conspiracy theory book. Carrie wears a necklace she made herself.
necklace,
Carrie wears a necklace she made herself.
キャリーは自分で作ったネックレスを身につけています。
ネックレス。
Carrie wears a necklace she made herself. Nana was terrified when she saw a big spider.
terrified,
Nana was terrified when she saw a big spider.
ナナは大きな雲を見て怖がっていました。
怖がって。恐れて。
Nana was terrified when she saw a big spider. Teacher Tinu is patient with beginners in the cycling club.
patient,
Teacher Tinu is patient with beginners in the cycling club.
ティーヌ先生は自転車部の初心者に対して忍耐強いです。
忍耐強い。我慢強い。
Teacher Tinu is patient with beginners in the cycling club. Teacher Joe is no longer single since his marriage.
single,
Teacher Joe is no longer single since his marriage.
ジョー先生は結婚して独身ではなくなりました。
独身者。一人者。
Teacher Joe is no longer single since his marriage. Teacher Tinu explains the basic elements of fitness training.
element,
Teacher Tinu explains the basic elements of fitness training.
ティーヌ先生はフィットネストレーニングの基本要素を説明します。
要素。成分。
Teacher Tinu explains the basic elements of fitness training. Tinu spilled his energy liquid during training.
liquid,
Tinu spilled his energy liquid during training.
ティーヌ先生はトレーニング中にエネルギー飲料をこぼしました。
液体。流体。
Tinu spilled his energy liquid during training. Teacher Joe explains the history of various republics to his class.
republic,
Teacher Joe explains the history of various republics to his class.
ジョー先生はクラスに様々な共和国の歴史を説明します。
共和国。共和制。
Teacher Joe explains the history of various republics to his class. Moan stumbled during the marathon practice.
stumble,
Moan stumbled during the marathon practice.
モンはマラソン練習中につまずきました。
つまずく。よろめく。
Moan stumbled during the marathon practice. The school decided to adopt a new cycling program after seeing Aniki's enthusiasm.
adopt,
The school decided to adopt a new cycling program after seeing Aniki's enthusiasm.
学校は兄貴の熱意を見て、新しいサイクリングプログラムを採用することを決めました。
採用する。用紙にする。
The school decided to adopt a new cycling program after seeing Aniki's enthusiasm. Carrie found a good art supply store nearby.
Nearby.
Carrie found a good art supply store nearby.
キャリーは近くに良い画材店を見つけました。
近くに。付近に。
Carrie found a good art supply store nearby. Moan takes photos of old cabins in the mountains.
Cabin.
Moan takes photos of old cabins in the mountains.
モンは山の古い小屋の写真を撮ります。
小屋。客室。
Moan takes photos of old cabins in the mountains. Teacher Joe had to undo his mistake on the computer.
Undo.
Teacher Joe had to undo his mistake on the computer.
ジョー先生はパソコンでの間違いを元に戻さなければなりませんでした。
元に戻す。ほどく。
Teacher Joe had to undo his mistake on the computer. Masa gave a definite answer about working late.
Definite.
Masa gave a definite answer about working late.
マサは残業することについて確実な答えを出しました。
確実な。明確な。
Masa gave a definite answer about working late. Carrie's paintings were displayed at the school fair.
Fair.
Carrie's paintings were displayed at the school fair.
キャリーの絵は学校の祭りで展示されました。
日本史。祭り。
Carrie's paintings were displayed at the school fair. Teacher Joe quit tobacco years ago.
Tobacco.
Teacher Joe quit tobacco years ago.
ジョー先生は何年も前にタバコをやめました。
タバコ。
Teacher Joe quit tobacco years ago. Masa likes listening to orchestra music after work.
Orchestra.
Masa likes listening to orchestra music after work.
マサは仕事の後オーケストラの音楽を聴くのが好きです。
オーケストラ。
Masa likes listening to orchestra music after work. Masa is a warm-hearted person despite his weak personality.
Hearted.
Masa is a warm-hearted person despite his weak personality.
マサは気が弱い性格ですが温かい心の持ち主です。
心の。気持ちの。
Masa is a warm-hearted person despite his weak personality. Nana found Teacher Joe's hidden chocolate stash.
Hidden.
Nana found Teacher Joe's hidden chocolate stash.
ナナはジョー先生の隠しチョコレートの隠し場所を見つけました。
隠れた。秘密の。
Nana found Teacher Joe's hidden chocolate stash. Aniki excitedly shouted about his new game.
Excitedly.
Aniki excitedly shouted about his new game.
兄貴は新しいゲームについて興奮して叫びました。
興奮して。ワクワクして。
Aniki excitedly shouted about his new game. The students bowl at the shopping mall.
Bowl.
The students bowl at the shopping mall.
生徒たちはショッピングモールでボーリングをします。
ボーリングをする。
The students bowl at the shopping mall. Tinu blows his whistle at the end of practice.
Whistle.
Tinu blows his whistle at the end of practice.
ティーヌは練習終了時に笛を吹きます。
笛。口笛。
Tinu blows his whistle at the end of practice. The news about violence in schools made Teacher Joe worried.
Violence.
The news about violence in schools made Teacher Joe worried.
学校での暴力についてのニュースはジョー先生を心配させました。
暴力。乱暴。
The news about violence in schools made Teacher Joe worried. Teacher Joe doesn't like salmon because it's too slimy.
Salmon.
Teacher Joe doesn't like salmon because it's too slimy.
ジョー先生はサーモンがヌルヌルしているので好きではありません。
サーモン。鮭。
Teacher Joe doesn't like salmon because it's too slimy. Moan takes a while to clean his camera equipment.
While.
Moan takes a while to clean his camera equipment.
モンはカメラ機材の掃除にしばらく時間をかけます。
しばらく。時間。
Moan takes a while to clean his camera equipment. Moomin denied eating masa sandwich.
Deny.
Moomin denied eating masa sandwich.
ムミンはマサのサンドイッチを食べたことを否定しました。
否定する。拒む。
Moomin denied eating masa sandwich. Teacher Joe visited the Christian church on Sunday.
Christian.
Teacher Joe visited the Christian church on Sunday.
ジョー先生は日曜日にキリスト教会を訪れました。
キリスト教の。
Teacher Joe visited the Christian church on Sunday. Carrie often draws with chalk on the sidewalk.
Sidewalk.
Carrie often draws with chalk on the sidewalk.
キャリーはよく歩道にチョークで絵を描きます。
歩道。遊歩道。
Carrie often draws with chalk on the sidewalk. The temperature decreased as winter approached.
Decrease.
The temperature decreased as winter approached.
冬が近づくにつれて気温が低下しました。
減る。低下する。
The temperature decreased as winter approached. Moan looked pale after the long bike ride.
Pale.
Moan looked pale after the long bike ride.
モンは長い自転車走行の後、青白く見えました。
青白い。蒼白の。
Moan looked pale after the long bike ride. Masa works in the technology industry.
Industry.
Masa works in the technology industry.
マサは技術産業で働いています。
産業。工業。
Masa works in the technology industry. Teacher Tinu showed them a scenic cycling route.
Scenic.
Teacher Tinu showed them a scenic cycling route.
ティーヌ先生は彼らに景色の良いサイクリングコースを紹介しました。
景色の良い。風光明媚な。
Teacher Tinu showed them a scenic cycling route. Carrie's artwork showed remarkable improvement.
Remarkable.
Carrie's artwork showed remarkable improvement.
キャリーのアート作品は驚くべき進歩を見せました。
驚くべき。素晴らしい。
Carrie's artwork showed remarkable improvement. Aniki swears to practice the piano every day.
Swear.
Aniki swears to practice the piano every day.
兄貴は毎日ピアノを練習することを誓います。
誓う。悪態をつく。
Aniki swears to practice the piano every day. Aniki heard water flowing through the pipe.
Pipe.
Aniki heard water flowing through the pipe.
兄貴はパイプを通って水が流れる音を聞きました。
パイプ。管。
Aniki heard water flowing through the pipe. Tinu teaches fitness classes after school.
Fitness.
Tinu teaches fitness classes after school.
ティーヌ先生は放課後にフィットネスの授業を教えています。
健康。体力。
Tinu teaches fitness classes after school. Moan always locks his camera case carefully.
Lock.
Moan always locks his camera case carefully.
モンはいつもカメラケースに慎重に鍵をかけます。
施錠する。鍵をかける。
Moan always locks his camera case carefully. The cyclist circled the track many times during practice.
Circle.
The cyclist circled the track many times during practice.
サイクリストたちは練習中にトラックを何度も周回しました。
円を描く。周回する。
The cyclist circled the track many times during practice. Teacher Joe does morning patrol around the school.
Patrol.
Teacher Joe does morning patrol around the school.
ジョー先生は学校の周りを朝の巡回します。
巡回。巡視。
Teacher Joe does morning patrol around the school. Aniki hurt his thumb while cycling.
Thumb.
Aniki hurt his thumb while cycling.
兄貴はロードバイクの最中に親指を痛めました。
親指、母子。
Aniki hurt his thumb while cycling. Teacher Joe withdrew money from the cash point.
Cash point.
Teacher Joe withdrew money from the cash point.
ジョー先生は現金自動支払い機からお金を引き出しました。
現金自動支払い機。ATM。
Teacher Joe withdrew money from the cash point. Carrie received a compliment on her new painting.
Compliment.
Carrie received a compliment on her new painting.
キャリーは新しい絵について褒め言葉をもらいました。
褒め言葉。3時。
Carrie received a compliment on her new painting. Carrie made a beautiful sculpture in art class.
Sculpture.
Carrie made a beautiful sculpture in art class.
キャリーは美術の授業で美しい彫刻を作りました。
彫刻。
Carrie made a beautiful sculpture in art class. Moan gets special treatment for his camera lens.
Treatment.
Moan gets special treatment for his camera lens.
モンはカメラレンズの特別な処置を受けます。
治療。扱い。
Moan gets special treatment for his camera lens. Teacher Joe met the president of our school yesterday.
President.
Teacher Joe met the president of our school yesterday.
ジョー先生は昨日私たちの学校の会長に会いました。
社長。会長。
Teacher Joe met the president of our school yesterday. Aniki is a real road bike enthusiast.
Enthusiast.
Aniki is a real road bike enthusiast.
兄貴は本物のロードバイク愛好者です。
熱狂者。愛好者。
Aniki is a real road bike enthusiast. Moan bravely shares his opinions in class.
Bravely.
Moan bravely shares his opinions in class.
モンは勇敢に授業で意見を共有します。
勇敢に。勇気を持って。
Moan bravely shares his opinions in class. Moan's swollen ankle needs some ice.
Swollen.
Moan's swollen ankle needs some ice.
モンの腫れた足首には氷が必要です。
腫れた。膨らんだ。
Moan's swollen ankle needs some ice. Moan watched the dive competition with great interest.
Dive.
Moan watched the dive competition with great interest.
モンは飛び込み競技を大変興味深く観戦しました。
飛び込み。潜水。
Moan watched the dive competition with great interest. Teacher Tinu says whichever bike you choose is fine.
Whichever.
Teacher Tinu says whichever bike you choose is fine.
ティーヌ先生はどの自転車を選んでも良いと言います。
どのほにゃららでも。どちらのほにゃららでも。
Teacher Tinu says whichever bike you choose is fine. Carrie worked feverishly on her painting.
Feverishly.
Carrie worked feverishly on her painting.
キャリーは熱心に絵を描きました。
熱心に。夢中で。
Carrie worked feverishly on her painting. Carrie drew a picture of a cute kitten.
Kitten.
Carrie drew a picture of a cute kitten.
キャリーは可愛い子猫の絵を描きました。
子猫。
Carrie drew a picture of a cute kitten. The bishop visited our school for a special ceremony.
Bishop.
The bishop visited our school for a special ceremony.
司教が特別な儀式のために学校を訪れました。
司教。主教。
The bishop visited our school for a special ceremony. Aniki would never abandon his friends during a bike trip.
Abandon.
Aniki would never abandon his friends during a bike trip.
兄貴は自転車旅行中に友達を見捨てることは決してありません。
見捨てる。放棄する。
Aniki would never abandon his friends during a bike trip. Nana felt selfish for not sharing her new snacks with her friends.
Selfish.
Nana felt selfish for not sharing her new snacks with her friends.
ナナは新しいお菓子を友達と分け合わなかったことを利己的に感じました。
利己的な。 わがままだな。
Nana felt selfish for not sharing her new snacks with her friends. Yuri's cooking has largely improved.
Largely.
Yuri's cooking has largely improved.
ユリの料理は主に上達しました。
主に、大部分。
Yuri's cooking has largely improved. Aniki was in a daze after playing games all night.
Days.
Aniki was in a daze after playing games all night.
兄貴は一晩中ゲームをした後、放心状態でした。
放心状態。呆然。
Aniki was in a daze after playing games all night. Teacher Joe checked the content of Aniki's English essay.
Content.
Teacher Joe checked the content of Aniki's English essay.
ジョー先生は兄貴の英語エッセイの内容をチェックしました。
内容。中身。
Teacher Joe checked the content of Aniki's English essay. Teacher Tinu shows great enthusiasm for cycling.
Enthusiasm.
Teacher Tinu shows great enthusiasm for cycling.
ティーヌ先生は自転車に大きな熱意を示します。
熱意。熱心。
Teacher Tinu shows great enthusiasm for cycling. Carrie showed her artistic talent in the school exhibition.
Artistic.
Carrie showed her artistic talent in the school exhibition.
キャリーは学校の展覧会で彼女の芸術的な才能を見せました。
芸術的な。美的な。
Carrie showed her artistic talent in the school exhibition. Teacher Joe likes to classify new English words by their usage.
Classify.
Teacher Joe likes to classify new English words by their usage.
ジョー先生は新しい英単語を用法によって分類するのが好きです。
分類する。区分する。
Teacher Joe likes to classify new English words by their usage. Masa has a meeting with the vice president today.
Vice President.
Masa has a meeting with the vice president today.
マサは今日、副社長との会議があります。
副社長。副大統領。
Masa has a meeting with the vice president today. Aniki's rapid improvement in cycling impressed teacher Tinu.
Rapid.
Aniki's rapid improvement in cycling impressed teacher Tinu.
兄貴の自転車の急速な上達はティーヌ先生を感心させました。
急速な。素早い。
Aniki's rapid improvement in cycling impressed teacher Tinu. Please place your homework on teacher Joe's desk.
Place.
Please place your homework on teacher Joe's desk.
宿題をジョー先生の机の上に置いてください。
置く。配置する。
Please place your homework on teacher Joe's desk. The benefit of cycling is getting stronger legs.
Benefit.
The benefit of cycling is getting stronger legs.
サイクリングの利点は足が強くなることです。
利点。恩恵。
The benefit of cycling is getting stronger legs. Masa works for a large firm in the city.
Firm.
Masa works for a large firm in the city.
マサは市内の大きな会社で働いています。
会社。企業。
Masa works for a large firm in the city. Carrie thinks most conspiracy theories are pure nonsense.
Nonsense.
Carrie thinks most conspiracy theories are pure nonsense.
キャリーは陰謀論のほとんどは純粋なナンセンスだと思っています。
ナンセンス。馬鹿げたこと。
Carrie thinks most conspiracy theories are pure nonsense. Masa hit his thumb with a hammer while fixing the fence.
Hammer.
Masa hit his thumb with a hammer while fixing the fence.
マサはフェンスを直しているときにハンマーで親指を打ちました。
ハンマー。金槌。
Masa hit his thumb with a hammer while fixing the fence. Carrie says the weather is becoming more unpredictable.
Unpredictable.
Carrie says the weather is becoming more unpredictable.
キャリーは天気がより予測不能になってきていると言います。
予測不能な。変わりやすい。
Carrie says the weather is becoming more unpredictable. Aniki couldn't find the TV remote control.
Remote control.
Aniki couldn't find the TV remote control.
兄貴はテレビのリモコンを見つけられませんでした。
リモコン。遠隔操作。
Aniki couldn't find the TV remote control. Joe got a permanent teaching position at the school.
Permanent.
Joe got a permanent teaching position at the school.
ジョーは学校で永久的な教職の地位を得ました。
永久的な。恒久的な。
Joe got a permanent teaching position at the school. There was a faint smell of burning from Yuri's kitchen.
Faint.
There was a faint smell of burning from Yuri's kitchen.
ユリの台所から何かが焦げるかすかな匂いがしました。
かすかな。弱い。
There was a faint smell of burning from Yuri's kitchen. Teacher Joe determined to give less homework.
Determine.
Teacher Joe determined to give less homework.
ジョー先生は宿題を減らすことを決定しました。
決定する。判断する。
Teacher Joe determined to give less homework. Teacher Tinu showed great determination in his training.
Determination.
Teacher Tinu showed great determination in his training.
ティーヌ先生は練習で大きな決意を見せました。
決意。決心。
Teacher Tinu showed great determination in his training. Teacher Joe praises his students for the accuracy of their English pronunciation.
Accuracy.
Teacher Joe praises his students for the accuracy of their English pronunciation.
ジョー先生は生徒たちの英語の発音の正確さを褒めます。
正確さ。精度。
Teacher Joe praises his students for the accuracy of their English pronunciation. Carrie found an old hut while hiking in the mountains.
Hut.
Carrie found an old hut while hiking in the mountains.
キャリーは山でハイキング中に古い小屋を見つけました。
小屋。
Carrie found an old hut while hiking in the mountains. Nana relies on Yuri to wake her up in the morning.
Rely.
Nana relies on Yuri to wake her up in the morning.
ナナは朝の目覚ましにユリを頼りにしています。
頼る。信頼する。
Nana relies on Yuri to wake her up in the morning. Teacher Joe uses a loudspeaker during outdoor activities.
Loudspeaker.
Teacher Joe uses a loudspeaker during outdoor activities.
ジョー先生は屋外活動の時にスピーカーを使用します。
スピーカー。拡声器。
Teacher Joe uses a loudspeaker during outdoor activities. Moan likes to display his best photos on the wall.
Display.
Moan likes to display his best photos on the wall.
モンは自分の最高の写真を壁に展示するのが好きです。
展示する。表示する。
Moan likes to display his best photos on the wall. Yuri helps Aniki understand English prefixes in his homework.
Prefix.
Yuri helps Aniki understand English prefixes in his homework.
ユリは兄貴の宿題で英語の接頭辞を理解するのを手伝います。
接頭辞。前置語。
Yuri helps Aniki understand English prefixes in his homework. Aniki struggles with chemistry homework every week.
Chemistry.
Aniki struggles with chemistry homework every week.
兄貴は毎週科学の宿題に苦戦しています。
科学。
Aniki struggles with chemistry homework every week. Yuri screamed when she saw the burned dinner.
Scream.
Yuri screamed when she saw the burned dinner.
ユリは焦げた夕食を見て叫びました。
叫ぶ。絶叫する。
Yuri screamed when she saw the burned dinner. Carrie draws weird pictures in her art class.
Weird.
Carrie draws weird pictures in her art class.
キャリーは美術の授業で奇妙な絵を描きます。
奇妙な。変な。
Carrie draws weird pictures in her art class. Surprisingly, Teacher Joe enjoys the hot Japanese summer.
Surprisingly.
Surprisingly, Teacher Joe enjoys the hot Japanese summer.
驚くべきことに、 ジョー先生は暑い日本の夏を楽しんでいます。
驚くべきことに、意外にも、
Surprisingly, Teacher Joe enjoys the hot Japanese summer. Aniki sent his homework as an email attachment.
Attachment.
Aniki sent his homework as an email attachment.
兄貴は宿題をメールの添付ファイルとして送りました。
愛着、添付、
Aniki sent his homework as an email attachment. Aniki heard a strange click from his bike.
Click.
Aniki heard a strange click from his bike.
兄貴は自転車から変なクリック音が聞こえました。
クリック、
Aniki heard a strange click from his bike. Aniki memorized the math formula quickly.
Formula.
Aniki memorized the math formula quickly.
兄貴は数学の公式を素早く暗記しました。
公式、数式、
Aniki memorized the math formula quickly. Carrie painted a narrative piece showing different scenes from her life.
Narrative.
Carrie painted a narrative piece showing different scenes from her life.
キャリーは自分の人生の様々な場面を描いた物語的な作品を描きました。
物語的な、語りの、
Carrie painted a narrative piece showing different scenes from her life. Moan's pure intentions show in his photography.
Pure.
Moan's pure intentions show in his photography.
モンの純粋な意図は彼の写真に現れています。
純粋な、清らかな、
Moan's pure intentions show in his photography. Teacher Tinu's classroom is on the upper floor.
Upper.
Teacher Tinu's classroom is on the upper floor.
ティーヌ先生の教室は上の木座端にあります。
上の、上部の、
Teacher Tinu's classroom is on the upper floor. Teacher Tinu explained the cycle of seasons to his class.
Cycle.
Teacher Tinu explained the cycle of seasons to his class.
ティーヌ先生はクラスに季節のサイクルについて説明しました。
サイクル、周期、
Teacher Tinu explained the cycle of seasons to his class. Carrie painted a beautiful goddess for the art show.
Goddess.
Carrie painted a beautiful goddess for the art show.
キャリーは美術展のために美しい女神を描きました。
女神、
Carrie painted a beautiful goddess for the art show. Nana got a punishment for being late to class.
Punishment.
Nana got a punishment for being late to class.
ナナは授業に遅刻して罰を受けました。
罰、懲罰、
Nana got a punishment for being late to class. Teacher Joe closely watches his students during tests.
Closely.
Teacher Joe closely watches his students during tests.
ジョー先生はテスト中、生徒たちを注意深く観察します。
注意深く、緊密に、
Teacher Joe closely watches his students during tests. Teacher Tinu made sure the bike rack was level.
Level.
Teacher Tinu made sure the bike rack was level.
ティーヌ先生は自転車ラックが水平であることを確認しました。
平らな、水平な、
Teacher Tinu made sure the bike rack was level. Teacher Joe recalls his first day in Japan.
Recall.
Teacher Joe recalls his first day in Japan.
ジョー先生は日本での初日を思い出します。
思い出す、呼び戻す、
Teacher Joe recalls his first day in Japan. Carrie tried to reproduce the painting technique she learned.
Reproduce.
Carrie tried to reproduce the painting technique she learned.
キャリーは学んだ絵画技法を複製しようとしました。
複製する、再生する、
Carrie tried to reproduce the painting technique she learned. The twist in the road surprised Teacher Joe on his first visit.
Twist.
The twist in the road surprised Teacher Joe on his first visit.
道の曲がりは初めて訪れたジョー先生を驚かせました。
ねじれ、曲がり、
The twist in the road surprised Teacher Joe on his first visit. The minimum temperature today surprised teacher Joe.
Minimum.
The minimum temperature today surprised teacher Joe.
今日の最低気温はジョー先生を驚かせました。
最小値。最低限。
The minimum temperature today surprised teacher Joe. Aniki's ice cream starts to melt in the summer heat.
Melt.
Aniki's ice cream starts to melt in the summer heat.
兄貴のアイスクリームは夏の暑さで溶け始めます。
溶ける。
Aniki's ice cream starts to melt in the summer heat. Carrie bought some art supplies from a stall in the market.
Stall.
Carrie bought some art supplies from a stall in the market.
キャリーは市場の屋台でいくつかの画材を買いました。
屋台。売店。
Carrie bought some art supplies from a stall in the market. Teacher Tinu's muscles grew overnight.
Overnight.
Teacher Tinu's muscles grew overnight.
ティーヌ先生の筋肉は一晩で成長しました。
一晩で。夜通しで。
Teacher Tinu's muscles grew overnight. You can borrow either book from teacher Joe.
Either.
You can borrow either book from teacher Joe.
ジョー先生からどちらかの本を借りることができます。
どちらかの。
You can borrow either book from teacher Joe. Joe and Yuri often tour the city on weekends.
Tour.
Joe and Yuri often tour the city on weekends.
ジョー先生とユリは週末によく街を観光します。
観光する。巡る。
Joe and Yuri often tour the city on weekends. Teacher Tinu shows great willingness to teach cycling.
Willingness.
Teacher Tinu shows great willingness to teach cycling.
ティーヌ先生は自転車の指導に大きな意欲を示します。
意欲。快諾。
Teacher Tinu shows great willingness to teach cycling. Moan explained to Aniki about the changing tides.
Tide.
Moan explained to Aniki about the changing tides.
モンは兄貴に潮の満ち引きについて説明しました。
潮。潮流。
Moan explained to Aniki about the changing tides. Moan takes pictures of traditional agriculture methods.
Agriculture.
Moan takes pictures of traditional agriculture methods.
モンは伝統的な農業の方法を撮影します。
農業。農耕。
Moan takes pictures of traditional agriculture methods. Yuri cares deeply about her children's education.
Care.
Yuri cares deeply about her children's education.
ユリは子供たちの教育を深く気にかけています。
気にする。世話する。
Yuri cares deeply about her children's education. Moan warmly welcomed the new student to class.
Warmly.
Moan warmly welcomed the new student to class.
モンは新入生を温かく迎えました。
温かく。親切に。
Moan warmly welcomed the new student to class. Moan's scan of the sunset was beautiful.
Scan.
Moan's scan of the sunset was beautiful.
モンの夕日のスキャンは美しかったです。
スキャン。
Moan's scan of the sunset was beautiful. Teacher Tinu was breathless after the long bike ride.
Breathless.
Teacher Tinu was breathless after the long bike ride.
ティーヌ先生は長いサイクリングの後、息切れしていました。
息切れの。
Teacher Tinu was breathless after the long bike ride. Yuri is trying to overcome her prejudice about people's appearances.
Prejudice.
Yuri is trying to overcome her prejudice about people's appearances.
ユリは人々の外見に対する偏見を克服しようとしています。
偏見。先入観。
Yuri is trying to overcome her prejudice about people's appearances. Carrie thinks it's foolish to believe every conspiracy theory.
Foolish.
Carrie thinks it's foolish to believe every conspiracy theory.
キャリーはすべての陰謀論を信じることは愚かだと思っています。
愚かな。バカな。
Carrie thinks it's foolish to believe every conspiracy theory. Moan will back home before dinner.
back,
Moan will back home before dinner.
モンは夕食前に帰ります。
戻る。帰る。
Moan will back home before dinner. Moan helps with the distribution of club flyers.
distribution,
Moan helps with the distribution of club flyers.
モンはクラブのチラシの配布を手伝います。
配布。分配。
Moan helps with the distribution of club flyers. Since Moomin likes walks, Masa takes him out every day.
since,
Since Moomin likes walks, Masa takes him out every day.
ムミンは散歩が好きなので、マサは毎日連れて行きます。
なので。だから。
Since Moomin likes walks, Masa takes him out every day. Teacher Joe never speaks rudely to his students.
rudely,
Teacher Joe never speaks rudely to his students.
ジョー先生は決して生徒たちに無礼に話しかけません。
無礼に。失礼に。
Teacher Joe never speaks rudely to his students. Teacher Joe visited his sick dog in the animal hospital ward.
ward,
Teacher Joe visited his sick dog in the animal hospital ward.
ジョー先生は動物病院の病棟で病気の犬を見舞いました。
病棟。区。
Teacher Joe visited his sick dog in the animal hospital ward. Moomin tried to ignore the cat next door.
ignore,
Moomin tried to ignore the cat next door.
ムミンは隣の猫を無視しようとしました。
無視する。
Moomin tried to ignore the cat next door. Aniki kept the warranty for his new smartphone.
warranty,
Aniki kept the warranty for his new smartphone.
兄貴は新しいスマートフォンの保証書を保管しました。
保証。保証書。
Aniki kept the warranty for his new smartphone. Moan works as a guide at the local museum on weekends.
guide,
Moan works as a guide at the local museum on weekends.
モンは週末に地元の博物館でガイドとして働いています。
ガイド。案内人。
Moan works as a guide at the local museum on weekends. Moomin might bite if you make him angry.
bite,
Moomin might bite if you make him angry.
ムミンを怒らせると噛むかもしれません。
噛む。かじる。
Moomin might bite if you make him angry. Moan submitted his application for the photography contest.
application,
Moan submitted his application for the photography contest.
モンは写真コンテストへの応募を提出しました。
応募。申し込み。
Moan submitted his application for the photography contest. Nana watches the live concert on TV.
live,
Nana watches the live concert on TV.
ナナはテレビで生放送のコンサートを見ています。
生の。生放送の。
Nana watches the live concert on TV. Teacher Tina reminds students to wear a helmet when cycling.
helmet,
Teacher Tina reminds students to wear a helmet when cycling.
ティーヌ先生は生徒たちに自転車に乗るときはヘルメットを着用するよう注意します。
ヘルメット。
Teacher Tina reminds students to wear a helmet when cycling. The extent of Tinu's cycling enthusiasm surprised everyone.
extent,
The extent of Tinu's cycling enthusiasm surprised everyone.
ティーヌ先生のサイクリングへの熱意の程度は皆を驚かせました。
程度。範囲。
The extent of Tinu's cycling enthusiasm surprised everyone. Aniki prefers liquid soap for washing his bike.
liquid,
Aniki prefers liquid soap for washing his bike.
兄貴は自転車を洗うのに液体石鹸を好みます。
液体の。流動体の。
Aniki prefers liquid soap for washing his bike. Moan likes to update his camera's software regularly.
update,
Moan likes to update his camera's software regularly.
モンは定期的にカメラのソフトウェアを更新します。
更新する。 最新にする。
Moan likes to update his camera's software regularly. The farmer keeps cattle in the field.
Cattle.
The farmer keeps cattle in the field.
農夫は野原で牛を飼っています。
牛。家畜。
The farmer keeps cattle in the field. Teacher Tinu prefers exercising outdoors.
Outdoors.
Teacher Tinu prefers exercising outdoors.
ティーヌ先生は屋外で運動するのを好みます。
外で。屋外で。
Teacher Tinu prefers exercising outdoors. Carrie likes both theories, but Moan doesn't like either.
Either.
Carrie likes both theories, but Moan doesn't like either.
キャリーは両方の説を好きですが、モンはどちらも好きではありません。
どちらか。
Carrie likes both theories, but Moan doesn't like either. Aniki knocks before entering Joe's office.
Knock.
Aniki knocks before entering Joe's office.
兄貴はジョーの部屋に入る前にノックします。
ノックする。叩く。
Aniki knocks before entering Joe's office. Masa is proud of Aniki's English progress.
Proud.
Masa is proud of Aniki's English progress.
マサは兄貴の英語の上達を誇りに思っています。
誇り高い。自慢げな。
Masa is proud of Aniki's English progress. Moomin suddenly ran away from home again.
Suddenly.
Moomin suddenly ran away from home again.
ムミンはまた突然家から逃げ出しました。
突然。不意に。
Moomin suddenly ran away from home again. The company will promote Masa next month.
Promote.
The company will promote Masa next month.
会社は来月マサを昇進させます。
昇進させる。宣伝する。
The company will promote Masa next month. Moomin ran through the garden.
Through.
Moomin ran through the garden.
ムミンは庭を突き抜けて走りました。
突き抜けて。完全に。
Moomin ran through the garden. Carrie dislikes when people doubt her spiritual beliefs.
Dislike.
Carrie dislikes when people doubt her spiritual beliefs.
キャリーは人々が彼女のスピリチュアルな信念を疑うのを嫌います。
嫌う。好まない。
Carrie dislikes when people doubt her spiritual beliefs. Teacher Joe took a long leave from school.
Leave.
Teacher Joe took a long leave from school.
ジョー先生は学校から長い休暇を取りました。
休暇。休み。
Teacher Joe took a long leave from school. Moan took photos of the beautiful canal during his bike ride.
Canal.
Moan took photos of the beautiful canal during his bike ride.
モンは自転車に乗っている間に美しい運河の写真を撮りました。
運河。水路。
Moan took photos of the beautiful canal during his bike ride. Moan thinks the news video might be fake.
Fake.
Moan thinks the news video might be fake.
モンはそのニュース動画は偽物かもしれないと考えています。
偽の。まがいの。
Moan thinks the news video might be fake. Teacher Joe reported the class progress to the principal.
Report.
Teacher Joe reported the class progress to the principal.
ジョー先生は校長先生にクラスの進捗を報告しました。
報告する。伝える。
Teacher Joe reported the class progress to the principal. Moan photographed the opening ceremony of the school festival.
Opening.
Moan photographed the opening ceremony of the school festival.
モンは学校祭の開会式を撮影しました。
開校部。開始。
Moan photographed the opening ceremony of the school festival. Yuri works in retail at the shopping center.
Retail.
Yuri works in retail at the shopping center.
ユリはショッピングセンターで小売業に従事しています。
小売。小売業。
Yuri works in retail at the shopping center. Joe thinks Japanese winters are quite mild.
Mild.
Joe thinks Japanese winters are quite mild.
ジョーは日本の冬はとても穏やかだと思っています。
温和な、穏やかな。
Joe thinks Japanese winters are quite mild. Masa always forgets to buy a new razor.
Razor.
Masa always forgets to buy a new razor.
マサはいつも新しいカミソリを買い忘れます。
カミソリ。
Masa always forgets to buy a new razor. Masa needed legal advice for his business.
Legal.
Masa needed legal advice for his business.
マサは仕事のために法的なアドバイスが必要でした。
合法的な、法的な。
Masa needed legal advice for his business. Carrie's paintings characterize her unique view of the world.
Characterize.
Carrie's paintings characterize her unique view of the world.
キャリーの絵は彼女独特の世界観を特徴づけています。
特徴づける。表現する。
Carrie's paintings characterize her unique view of the world. Aniki looked up the definition of new words in his dictionary.
Definition.
Aniki looked up the definition of new words in his dictionary.
兄貴は辞書で新しい単語の定義を調べました。
定義。説明。
Aniki looked up the definition of new words in his dictionary. Aniki insists on understanding every detail of the lesson.
Insist.
Aniki insists on understanding every detail of the lesson.
兄貴は授業のすべての詳細を理解することを主張します。
主張する。要求する。
Aniki insists on understanding every detail of the lesson. Joe still needs to unpack his teaching materials.
Unpack.
Joe still needs to unpack his teaching materials.
ジョー先生はまだ教材の荷ほどきをする必要があります。
荷物を開ける。荷ほどきする。
Joe still needs to unpack his teaching materials. Moan gave a speech about oppression in history class.
Oppression.
Moan gave a speech about oppression in history class.
モンは歴史の授業で抑圧について発表しました。
抑圧。圧迫。
Moan gave a speech about oppression in history class. The race was cancelled because of rain.
Because of.
The race was cancelled because of rain.
レースは雨のために中止になりました。
ほにゃららのために。ほにゃららが原因で。
The race was cancelled because of rain. Moan engages in photography as a hobby.
Engage.
Moan engages in photography as a hobby.
モンは趣味として写真撮影に従事しています。
従事する。携わる。
Moan engages in photography as a hobby. The go of this project is too slow.
Go.
The go of this project is too slow.
このプロジェクトの進行は遅すぎます。
生き方。進行。
The go of this project is too slow. Moan loves taking pictures of wildlife with his camera.
Wildlife.
Moan loves taking pictures of wildlife with his camera.
モンはカメラで野生生物を撮影するのが大好きです。
野生生物。野生動物。
Moan loves taking pictures of wildlife with his camera. Nana likes to imitate famous singers.
Imitate.
Nana likes to imitate famous singers.
ナナは有名な歌手の真似をするのが好きです。
模倣する。真似る。
Nana likes to imitate famous singers. The bike path was even and smooth.
Even.
The bike path was even and smooth.
自転車道は平らで滑らかでした。
平らな。均等な。
The bike path was even and smooth. Masa needs to service his car before the long drive.
Service.
Masa needs to service his car before the long drive.
マサは長距離運転の前に車を点検する必要があります。
点検する。修理する。
Masa needs to service his car before the long drive. Carrie's art room is on the first floor.
First floor.
Carrie's art room is on the first floor.
キャリーの美術室は2階にあります。
2階、
Carrie's art room is on the first floor. Moan found his camera lens underneath the desk.
Underneath.
Moan found his camera lens underneath the desk.
モンは机の下にカメラレンズを見つけました。
の下に、の真下に、
Moan found his camera lens underneath the desk. Aniki's continual gaming worries his parents.
Continual.
Aniki's continual gaming worries his parents.
兄貴の継続的なゲームプレイは両親を心配させています。
継続的な、絶え間ない、
Aniki's continual gaming worries his parents. Carrie drew primitive art for her history project.
Primitive.
Carrie drew primitive art for her history project.
キャリーは歴史の課題で原始美術を描きました。
原始的な、2階の、
Carrie drew primitive art for her history project. Carrie enjoys painting ancient ruins in her artwork.
Ruin.
Carrie enjoys painting ancient ruins in her artwork.
キャリーは作品の中で古代の廃墟を描くのを楽しんでいます。
廃墟、遺跡、
Carrie enjoys painting ancient ruins in her artwork. Teacher Joe gives encouraging feedback to his students.
Encouraging.
Teacher Joe gives encouraging feedback to his students.
ジョー先生は生徒たちに励みになるフィードバックをします。
励みになる、勇気づける、
Teacher Joe gives encouraging feedback to his students. Aniki and Moan have a mutual interest in conspiracy theories.
Mutual.
Aniki and Moan have a mutual interest in conspiracy theories.
兄貴とモンは陰謀論への共通の興味があります。
相互の、共通の、
Aniki and Moan have a mutual interest in conspiracy theories. Moan likes to kid around with his friends.
Kid.
Moan likes to kid around with his friends.
モンは友達とからかい合うのが好きです。
冗談を言う、からかう、
Moan likes to kid around with his friends. Moan trembles with excitement before photo contests.
Tremble.
Moan trembles with excitement before photo contests.
モンは写真コンテストの前に興奮で震えます。
震える、おののく、
Moan trembles with excitement before photo contests. Moan never feels his camera skills are sufficient.
Sufficient.
Moan never feels his camera skills are sufficient.
モンは自分のカメラの技術が十分だと感じたことがありません。
十分な、足りる、
Moan never feels his camera skills are sufficient. Teacher Joe says learning English is essential for survival in today's world.
Survival.
Teacher Joe says learning English is essential for survival in today's world.
ジョー先生は今日の世界で生き残るには英語を学ぶことが不可欠だと言います。
生存、生き残り、
Teacher Joe says learning English is essential for survival in today's world. Teacher Tinu conducted an interesting experiment in science class.
Experiment.
Teacher Tinu conducted an interesting experiment in science class.
ティーヌ先生は理科の授業で面白い実験を行いました。
実験、試み、
Teacher Tinu conducted an interesting experiment in science class. Moan finds a rare bird while cycling with Aniki.
Rare.
Moan finds a rare bird while cycling with Aniki.
モンは兄貴とサイクリング中に珍しい鳥を見つけます。
珍しい、稀な、
Moan finds a rare bird while cycling with Aniki. Aniki failed the test. Nonetheless, he kept studying English.
Nonetheless.
Aniki failed the test. Nonetheless, he kept studying English.
兄貴はテストに失敗しましたが、それにもかかわらず英語の勉強を続けました。
それにもかかわらず、
Aniki failed the test. Nonetheless, he kept studying English. Despite his love for cycling, Aniki takes his academic studies seriously.
Academic.
Despite his love for cycling, Aniki takes his academic studies seriously.
自転車が大好きにもかかわらず、兄貴は学問的な勉強を真剣に取り組んでいます。
学問も、学術的な。
Despite his love for cycling, Aniki takes his academic studies seriously. Aniki and Moan kept a steady pace during their bike ride.
Pace.
Aniki and Moan kept a steady pace during their bike ride.
兄貴とモンは自転車に乗っている間、一定の速度を保ちました。
速度、歩調。
Aniki and Moan kept a steady pace during their bike ride. Moan worried that conspiracy websites might mislead people.
Mislead.
Moan worried that conspiracy websites might mislead people.
モンは陰謀論のウェブサイトが人々を誤解させるかもしれないと心配しました。
誤解させる。
Moan worried that conspiracy websites might mislead people. Aniki spent the weekend doing revision for his English test.
Revision.
Aniki spent the weekend doing revision for his English test.
兄貴は週末を英語のテストの復習に費やしました。
改訂、復習。
Aniki spent the weekend doing revision for his English test. Conspiracy theories fascinate both Moan and Carrie.
Fascinate.
Conspiracy theories fascinate both Moan and Carrie.
陰謀論はモンとキャリーの両方を魅了します。
魅了する。夢中にさせる。
Conspiracy theories fascinate both Moan and Carrie. Carrie likes to examine conspiracy theory websites carefully.
Examine.
Carrie likes to examine conspiracy theory websites carefully.
キャリーは陰謀論のウェブサイトを注意深く調べるのが好きです。
調べる。検査する。
Carrie likes to examine conspiracy theory websites carefully. Carrie is interested in art preservation techniques.
Preservation.
Carrie is interested in art preservation techniques.
キャリーは芸術作品の保存技術に興味があります。
保存、保護。
Carrie is interested in art preservation techniques. Moan took photos of the old temple's beautiful tiles.
Tile.
Moan took photos of the old temple's beautiful tiles.
モンは古い寺の美しいタイルの写真を撮りました。
タイル、瓦。
Moan took photos of the old temple's beautiful tiles. Masa regards his work as important.
Regard.
Masa regards his work as important.
マサは自分の仕事を重要だとみなしています。
みなす。考慮する。
Masa regards his work as important. Yuri tends to burn food when she cooks.
Tend.
Yuri tends to burn food when she cooks.
ユリは料理をするときに食べ物を焦がす傾向があります。
傾向がある。世話をする。
Yuri tends to burn food when she cooks. Moomin sleeps in the downstairs room.
Downstairs.
Moomin sleeps in the downstairs room.
ムミンは開花の部屋で寝ています。
開花の。
Moomin sleeps in the downstairs room. Nana wants to invest her money in the stock market.
Invest.
Nana wants to invest her money in the stock market.
ナナは株式市場にお金を投資したいと思っています。
投資する。費やす。
Nana wants to invest her money in the stock market. Aniki wrote a report about the first settlers in his town.
Settler.
Aniki wrote a report about the first settlers in his town.
兄貴は自分の町の最初の入植者についてレポートを書きました。
入植者。
Aniki wrote a report about the first settlers in his town. Masa never complains about doing housework.
Housework.
Masa never complains about doing housework.
マサは家事をすることについて決して文句を言いません。
家事。
Masa never complains about doing housework. Yuri burns the ginger in her cooking again.
Ginger.
Yuri burns the ginger in her cooking again.
ゆりはまた料理で生姜を焦がしてしまいます。
生姜。
Yuri burns the ginger in her cooking again. Aniki scored better on his previous English test.
Previous.
Aniki scored better on his previous English test.
兄貴は前回の英語のテストでより良い点を取りました。
前の。以前の。
Aniki scored better on his previous English test. Carrie adds tiny dots to her paintings for texture.
Dot.
Carrie adds tiny dots to her paintings for texture.
キャリーは質感を出すために絵に小さな点を加えます。
点。ドット。
Carrie adds tiny dots to her paintings for texture. Moan thinks his anxiety stems from watching too many conspiracy videos.
Stem.
Moan thinks his anxiety stems from watching too many conspiracy videos.
モンは自分の不安が陰謀論の動画を見すぎることに由来すると考えています。
由来する。生じる。
Moan thinks his anxiety stems from watching too many conspiracy videos. Yuri thinks this restaurant is worthy of a visit.
Worthy.
Yuri thinks this restaurant is worthy of a visit.
ゆりはこのレストランは訪れる価値があると思っています。
価値のある。ふさわしい。
Yuri thinks this restaurant is worthy of a visit. Teacher Joe dreams of retiring to a peaceful isle.
Isle.
Teacher Joe dreams of retiring to a peaceful isle.
ジョー先生は静かな島で引退することを夢見ています。
島。小島。
Teacher Joe dreams of retiring to a peaceful isle. The graduation ceremony was held in the school gym.
Ceremony.
The graduation ceremony was held in the school gym.
卒業式は学校の体育館で行われました。
式典。儀式。
The graduation ceremony was held in the school gym. Teacher Joe explained the use of indefinite articles to his class.
Indefinite article.
Teacher Joe explained the use of indefinite articles to his class.
ジョー先生はクラスに不定冠詞の使い方を説明しました。
不定冠詞。
Teacher Joe explained the use of indefinite articles to his class. Teacher Joe loves Yorkshire pudding with gravy.
Gravy.
Teacher Joe loves Yorkshire pudding with gravy.
ジョー先生はグレービーをかけたヨークシャープディングが大好きです。
肉汁。うまい汁。
Teacher Joe loves Yorkshire pudding with gravy. Carrie draws geographical features in her artwork.
Geographical.
Carrie draws geographical features in her artwork.
キャリーは彼女のアート作品に地理的特徴を描きます。
地理的な。
Carrie draws geographical features in her artwork. Carrie always wears stylish clothes to school.
Stylish.
Carrie always wears stylish clothes to school.
キャリーはいつもおしゃれな服を着て学校に来ます。
おしゃれな。スタイリッシュな。
Carrie always wears stylish clothes to school. Teacher Tinu tries to simplify his exercise instructions.
Simplify.
Teacher Tinu tries to simplify his exercise instructions.
ティーヌ先生は運動の指示を簡単にしようとします。
簡単にする。単純化する。
Teacher Tinu tries to simplify his exercise instructions. Aniki spent a considerable amount of time playing mobile games.
Considerable.
Aniki spent a considerable amount of time playing mobile games.
兄貴はかなりの時間をスマホゲームに費やしました。
かなりの。相当な。
Aniki spent a considerable amount of time playing mobile games. Teacher Tinu will accompany the students on their field trip.
Accompany.
Teacher Tinu will accompany the students on their field trip.
ティーヌ先生は生徒たちの遠足に同行します。
同行する。付き添う。
Teacher Tinu will accompany the students on their field trip. Teacher Joe orders takeaway when he's too tired to cook.
Takeaway.
Teacher Joe orders takeaway when he's too tired to cook.
ジョー先生は料理するのに疲れすぎているとき持ち帰りを注文します。
持ち帰り。 テイクアウト。
Teacher Joe orders takeaway when he's too tired to cook. Teacher Joe signs an agreement for his new teaching position.
Agreement.
Teacher Joe signs an agreement for his new teaching position.
ジョー先生は新しい教職の契約書にサインします。
合意、契約。
Teacher Joe signs an agreement for his new teaching position. Nana has a bunch of friends at school.
Bunch.
Nana has a bunch of friends at school.
ナナには学校に大勢の友達がいます。
束、一群。
Nana has a bunch of friends at school. Moan's absence from school worried his friends.
Absence.
Moan's absence from school worried his friends.
モンの学校の欠席は友達を心配させました。
不在、欠席。
Moan's absence from school worried his friends. Moan's ankle began to swell after falling from his bike.
Swell.
Moan's ankle began to swell after falling from his bike.
モンは自転車から落ちた後、足首が腫れ始めました。
腫れる、膨らむ。
Moan's ankle began to swell after falling from his bike. Moan always carries tissues in his camera bag.
Tissue.
Moan always carries tissues in his camera bag.
モンはいつもカメラバッグにティッシュを入れています。
ティッシュ、薄紙。
Moan always carries tissues in his camera bag. Moan's photos of the mountains were magnificent.
Magnificent.
Moan's photos of the mountains were magnificent.
モンが撮った山々の写真は素晴らしかったです。
素晴らしい、壮大な。
Moan's photos of the mountains were magnificent. Moan added fresh lettuce to his sandwich.
Lettuce.
Moan added fresh lettuce to his sandwich.
モンは新鮮なレタスをサンドイッチに加えました。
レタス。
Moan added fresh lettuce to his sandwich. After Teacher Joe's English class, Aniki practices pronunciation at home.
After.
After Teacher Joe's English class, Aniki practices pronunciation at home.
ジョー先生の英語の授業の後、兄貴は家で発音の練習をします。
ほにゃららの後に、ほにゃららの後で。
After Teacher Joe's English class, Aniki practices pronunciation at home. Carrie broke the heel of her shoes while painting.
Heel.
Carrie broke the heel of her shoes while painting.
キャリーは絵を描いている時に靴のかかとを壊しました。
かかと。
Carrie broke the heel of her shoes while painting. Yuri keeps cookies in a glass jar.
Jar.
Yuri keeps cookies in a glass jar.
ユリはガラスの瓶にクッキーを入れて保管します。
瓶、容器。
Yuri keeps cookies in a glass jar. The document had to be legally verified.
Legally.
The document had to be legally verified.
その書類は法的に確認される必要がありました。
合法的に、法的に。
The document had to be legally verified. Teacher Tinu's eagerness for cycling inspires his students.
Eagerness.
Teacher Tinu's eagerness for cycling inspires his students.
ティーヌ先生のサイクリングへの熱意は生徒たちを励まします。
熱意、意欲。
Teacher Tinu's eagerness for cycling inspires his students. Tinu starts morning practice at sunrise.
Sunrise.
Tinu starts morning practice at sunrise.
ティーヌ先生は日の出とともに朝の練習を始めます。
日の出、夜明け。
Tinu starts morning practice at sunrise. The road bikes will got bent after the accident.
Bent.
The road bikes will got bent after the accident.
ロードバイクの車輪は事故の後で曲がってしまいました。
曲がった、かがんだ。
The road bikes will got bent after the accident. Masa takes public transport to work every morning.
Public transport.
Masa takes public transport to work every morning.
マサは毎朝公共交通機関で通勤します。
公共交通機関。
Masa takes public transport to work every morning. The divorced teacher joined Masa for lunch every Friday.
Divorced.
The divorced teacher joined Masa for lunch every Friday.
その離婚した先生は毎週金曜日にマサと昼食を共にしました。
離婚した。別れた。
The divorced teacher joined Masa for lunch every Friday. Teacher Joe checks the notice board every morning.
Notice board.
Teacher Joe checks the notice board every morning.
ジョー先生は毎朝掲示板をチェックします。
掲示板。
Teacher Joe checks the notice board every morning. Moan looks at Teacher Tinu's muscles with admiration.
Admiration.
Moan looks at Teacher Tinu's muscles with admiration.
モンは簡単の眼差しでティーヌ先生の筋肉を見ています。
称賛。簡単。
Moan looks at Teacher Tinu's muscles with admiration. Teacher Joe put a tick next to Moan's correct answers.
Tick.
Teacher Joe put a tick next to Moan's correct answers.
ジョー先生はモンの正解の横に印をつけました。
印。チェックマーク。
Teacher Joe put a tick next to Moan's correct answers. She shared her innermost secret with her best friend.
Innermost.
She shared her innermost secret with her best friend.
彼女は最も親しい友人に最も深い秘密を打ち明けました。
最も内側の。最も深い。
She shared her innermost secret with her best friend. Nana saves her pocket money to buy new games.
Pocket money.
Nana saves her pocket money to buy new games.
ナナは新しいゲームを買うために小遣いを貯めています。
小遣い。
Nana saves her pocket money to buy new games. Masa publicly praised Aniki's cycling achievements.
Publicly.
Masa publicly praised Aniki's cycling achievements.
マサは公に兄貴の自転車競技の成果を褒めました。
公然と。公に。
Masa publicly praised Aniki's cycling achievements. Moan is bound by a strict cleaning routine.
Bound.
Moan is bound by a strict cleaning routine.
モンは厳格な掃除の習慣に縛られています。
縛られた。向かう。
Moan is bound by a strict cleaning routine. Carrie has an interesting theory about why things disappear.
Theory.
Carrie has an interesting theory about why things disappear.
キャリーは物が消える理由について面白い理論を持っています。
理論。学説。
Carrie has an interesting theory about why things disappear. Teacher Joe doesn't permit sleeping in class.
Permit.
Teacher Joe doesn't permit sleeping in class.
ジョー先生は授業中の居眠りを許可しません。
許可する。認める。
Teacher Joe doesn't permit sleeping in class. Moan's presentation about China was very informative.
Informative.
Moan's presentation about China was very informative.
モンの中国についてのプレゼンテーションはとても有益でした。
有益な。情報満載の。
Moan's presentation about China was very informative. Moan achieved a high rank in the photography competition.
Rank.
Moan achieved a high rank in the photography competition.
モンは写真コンテストで高い順位を獲得しました。
順位。地位。
Moan achieved a high rank in the photography competition. Yuri made a comparison between two recipes.
Comparison.
Yuri made a comparison between two recipes.
ユリは2つのレシピを比較しました。
比較。対比。
Yuri made a comparison between two recipes. The bike fall was painful for Aniki.
Painful.
The bike fall was painful for Aniki.
自転車での転倒は兄貴にとって痛いものでした。
痛い。苦痛な。
The bike fall was painful for Aniki. Teacher Joe went through immigration at the airport.
Immigration.
Teacher Joe went through immigration at the airport.
ジョー先生は空港で入国管理を通過しました。
移民、入国管理。
Teacher Joe went through immigration at the airport. Moan learns new compounds in chemistry class.
Compound.
Moan learns new compounds in chemistry class.
モンは科学の授業で新しい化合物を学びます。
化合物。複合語。
Moan learns new compounds in chemistry class. Teacher Tinu suggests an alternative exercise when it rains.
Alternative.
Teacher Tinu suggests an alternative exercise when it rains.
ティーヌ先生は雨の時は代わりの運動を提案します。
代わりの。別の。
Teacher Tinu suggests an alternative exercise when it rains. Joe taught his students about outlaws in American history.
Outlaw.
Joe taught his students about outlaws in American history.
ジョー先生はアメリカ史の無法者について生徒たちに教えました。
無法者。悪党。
Joe taught his students about outlaws in American history. Yuri refused to excuse the burnt dinner.
Excuse.
Yuri refused to excuse the burnt dinner.
ユリは焦がした夕食を弁解することを拒否しました。
許す。弁解する。
Yuri refused to excuse the burnt dinner. Nana wants to learn the flute at school.
Flute.
Nana wants to learn the flute at school.
ナナは学校でフルートを習いたがっています。
フルート。
Nana wants to learn the flute at school. The negotiation for the new bike took a long time.
Negotiation.
The negotiation for the new bike took a long time.
新しい自転車の交渉は長い時間がかかりました。
交渉。話し合い。
The negotiation for the new bike took a long time. The children are taught not to swim alone to avoid drowning.
Drown.
The children are taught not to swim alone to avoid drowning.
子供たちは溺れないように一人で泳がないよう教えられています。
溺れる。沈む。
The children are taught not to swim alone to avoid drowning. Masa helped to name the family dog Moomin.
Name.
Masa helped to name the family dog Moomin.
マサは家族の犬をムミンと名付けるのを手伝いました。
名付ける。命名する。
Masa helped to name the family dog Moomin. Aniki tumbled off his bike during practice.
Tumble.
Aniki tumbled off his bike during practice.
兄貴は練習中に自転車から転びました。
転ぶ。転げ落ちる。
Aniki tumbled off his bike during practice. Aniki types fast on his computer keyboard.
Keyboard.
Aniki types fast on his computer keyboard.
兄貴はパソコンのキーボードで早く入力します。
キーボード。
Aniki types fast on his computer keyboard. Teacher Joe's dogs are his most precious possessions.
Possession.
Teacher Joe's dogs are his most precious possessions.
ジョー先生の犬は彼の最も大切な所有物です。
所有物。所有。
Teacher Joe's dogs are his most precious possessions. Carrie positively agreed to join the art exhibition.
Positively.
Carrie positively agreed to join the art exhibition.
キャリーは肯定的にアート展への参加に同意しました。
肯定的に。確実に。
Carrie positively agreed to join the art exhibition. Yuri bought some ripe bananas for cooking.
Ripe.
Yuri bought some ripe bananas for cooking.
ユリは料理用に熟したバナナを買いました。
熟した。成熟した。
Yuri bought some ripe bananas for cooking. Aniki found a slot to put his new computer card in.
Slot.
Aniki found a slot to put his new computer card in.
兄貴は新しいコンピューターカードを入れる溝を見つけました。
溝。隙間。
Aniki found a slot to put his new computer card in. Aniki is busy with his packing for the cycling trip.
Packing.
Aniki is busy with his packing for the cycling trip.
兄貴はサイクリング旅行の荷造りで忙しいです。
荷造り。梱包。
Aniki is busy with his packing for the cycling trip. Teacher Tinu went on honeymoon to Hawaii.
Honeymoon.
Teacher Tinu went on honeymoon to Hawaii.
ティーヌ先生はハワイに新婚旅行に行きました。
新婚旅行。
Teacher Tinu went on honeymoon to Hawaii. Moan's fancy led him to strange theories.
Fancy.
Moan's fancy led him to strange theories.
モンの空想は彼を奇妙な理論へと導きました。
空想。気まぐれ。
Moan's fancy led him to strange theories. Teacher Tinu's heart beats fast after exercise.
Beat.
Teacher Tinu's heart beats fast after exercise.
ティーヌ先生は運動の後、心臓が早く打ちます。
打つ。勝つ。
Teacher Tinu's heart beats fast after exercise. Teacher Joe explained how tornadoes form.
Tornado.
Teacher Joe explained how tornadoes form.
ジョー先生は竜巻がどのように形成されるか説明しました。
竜巻。トルネード。
Teacher Joe explained how tornadoes form. Nana is enthusiastic about making money.
Enthusiastic.
Nana is enthusiastic about making money.
ナナはお金を稼ぐことに熱心です。
熱心な。熱意のある。
Nana is enthusiastic about making money. Teacher Tinu warns about the risk of cycling without a helmet.
Risk.
Teacher Tinu warns about the risk of cycling without a helmet.
ティーヌ先生はヘルメットなしで自転車に乗る危険性について警告します。
危険。リスク。
Teacher Tinu warns about the risk of cycling without a helmet. The bike team practices on the gentle slope.
Slope.
The bike team practices on the gentle slope.
自転車部は緩やかな斜面で練習します。
斜面。坂。
The bike team practices on the gentle slope. Moan secretly dreams of becoming a street performer.
Performer.
Moan secretly dreams of becoming a street performer.
モンは内緒で路上パフォーマーになることを夢見ています。
演技者。芸能人。
Moan secretly dreams of becoming a street performer. Moomin's terror of fireworks makes him hide under the bed.
Terror.
Moomin's terror of fireworks makes him hide under the bed.
ムミンは花火への恐怖で床下に隠れてしまいます。
恐怖。
Moomin's terror of fireworks makes him hide under the bed. The cycling club's triumph in the race made Teacher Tinu very proud.
Triumph.
The cycling club's triumph in the race made Teacher Tinu very proud.
自転車部のレースでの勝利はティーヌ先生をとても誇らしくさせました。
勝利。成功。
The cycling club's triumph in the race made Teacher Tinu very proud. Aniki uses a bike pump before every ride.
Pump.
Aniki uses a bike pump before every ride.
兄貴は毎回乗る前に自転車用ポンプを使います。
ポンプ。
Aniki uses a bike pump before every ride. Teacher Joe received a telegram from his family in England.
Telegram.
Teacher Joe received a telegram from his family in England.
ジョー先生はイギリスの家族から電報を受け取りました。
電報。電信。
Teacher Joe received a telegram from his family in England. Yuri thinks Aniki is wasteful with his computer time.
Wasteful.
Yuri thinks Aniki is wasteful with his computer time.
ユリは兄貴がパソコンの時間を無駄遣いしていると思っています。
浪費的な。無駄な。
Yuri thinks Aniki is wasteful with his computer time. Aniki treats both his bike and computer equally well.
Equally.
Aniki treats both his bike and computer equally well.
兄貴は自転車とパソコンを同様に大切に扱います。
同様に。平等に。
Aniki treats both his bike and computer equally well. Teacher Joe feels tired at the end of each term.
Term.
Teacher Joe feels tired at the end of each term.
ジョー先生は学期の終わりにいつも疲れを感じます。
学期、期間、
Teacher Joe feels tired at the end of each term. Nana dreams of having a big investment fund.
Fund.
Nana dreams of having a big investment fund.
ナナは大きな投資資金を持つことを夢見ています。
資金、基金、
Nana dreams of having a big investment fund. Teacher Joe got stuck in a snowstorm on his way home.
Snowstorm.
Teacher Joe got stuck in a snowstorm on his way home.
ジョー先生は帰宅途中に吹雪に巻き込まれました。
吹雪、
Teacher Joe got stuck in a snowstorm on his way home. Moan is aware of many conspiracy theories.
Aware.
Moan is aware of many conspiracy theories.
モンは多くの陰謀論を意識しています。
気づいている、意識している。
Moan is aware of many conspiracy theories. Teacher Joe gave a brief explanation.
Brief.
Teacher Joe gave a brief explanation.
ジョー先生は簡潔な説明をしました。
短い、簡潔な。
Teacher Joe gave a brief explanation. Masa will install a new computer at home.
Install.
Masa will install a new computer at home.
マサは家に新しいコンピューターを設置します。
設置する、取り付ける。
Masa will install a new computer at home. Yuri was severely disappointed with her failed cooking attempt.
Severely.
Yuri was severely disappointed with her failed cooking attempt.
ユリは料理の失敗にひどく落胆しました。
厳しく、ひどく。
Yuri was severely disappointed with her failed cooking attempt. Aniki proposed a new game idea.
Propose.
Aniki proposed a new game idea.
兄貴は新しいゲームのアイデアを提案しました。
提案する、申し出る。
Aniki proposed a new game idea. Carrie and Moan had a long chat about conspiracy theories.
Chat.
Carrie and Moan had a long chat about conspiracy theories.
キャリーとモンは陰謀論について長いおしゃべりをしました。
おしゃべり、雑談。
Carrie and Moan had a long chat about conspiracy theories. Aniki finished watching a series of bike racing videos online.
Series.
Aniki finished watching a series of bike racing videos online.
兄貴はオンラインで自転車レースのシリーズ動画を見終わりました。
シリーズ、連続。
Aniki finished watching a series of bike racing videos online. Tinu helped Aniki modify his bicycle seat.
Modify.
Tinu helped Aniki modify his bicycle seat.
ティーヌ先生は兄貴の自転車の座席を修正するのを手伝いました。
修正する、変更する。
Tinu helped Aniki modify his bicycle seat. Teacher Tinu gave an interesting lecture about exercise.
Lecture.
Teacher Tinu gave an interesting lecture about exercise.
ティーヌ先生は運動について面白い講義をしました。
講義、講演。
Teacher Tinu gave an interesting lecture about exercise. Teacher Joe worries about his liver after drinking beer.
Liver.
Teacher Joe worries about his liver after drinking beer.
ジョー先生はビールを飲んだ後肝臓を心配します。
肝臓、レバー。
Teacher Joe worries about his liver after drinking beer. Aniki held Moomin's treat in his palm.
Palm.
Aniki held Moomin's treat in his palm.
兄貴は無眠のおやつを手のひらに乗せていました。
手のひら。
Aniki held Moomin's treat in his palm. Nana dreams of living in a prosperous neighborhood.
Prosperous.
Nana dreams of living in a prosperous neighborhood.
ナナは裕福な地域に住むことを夢見ています。
繁栄した、裕福な。
Nana dreams of living in a prosperous neighborhood. Moan attaches his photos to the school newspaper articles.
Attach.
Moan attaches his photos to the school newspaper articles.
モンは学校新聞の記事に写真を添付します。
つける。添付する。
Moan attaches his photos to the school newspaper articles. Let's plant some flowers in the school garden.
Plant.
Let's plant some flowers in the school garden.
学校の庭に花を植えましょ
植える。栽培する。
Let's plant some flowers in the school garden. Nana was happy to get a refund for her broken phone.
Refund.
Nana was happy to get a refund for her broken phone.
う。ナナは壊れた電話の払い戻しを受けられて嬉しかったです。
払い戻し。返金。
Nana was happy to get a refund for her broken phone. Carrie's new painting is absolutely gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Carrie's new painting is absolutely gorgeous.
キャリーの新しい絵は本当に素晴らしいです。
素晴らしい。見事な。
Carrie's new painting is absolutely gorgeous. Moan brought a substitute lunch when he forgot his own.
Substitute.
Moan brought a substitute lunch when he forgot his own.
モンは自分の弁当を忘れたとき、代用品の昼食を持ってきました。
代用品。代替物。
Moan brought a substitute lunch when he forgot his own. Nana's laugh is very loud and cheerful.
Laugh.
Nana's laugh is very loud and cheerful.
ナナの笑いはとても大きく陽気です。
笑い。
Nana's laugh is very loud and cheerful. Carrie wears fashionable clothes to school.
Fashionable.
Carrie wears fashionable clothes to school.
キャリーはおしゃれな服を着て学校に来ます。
流行の。おしゃれな。
Carrie wears fashionable clothes to school. Masa remarked on Aniki's good grades.
Remark.
Masa remarked on Aniki's good grades.
マサは兄貴の良い成績について述べました。
述べる。言及する。
Masa remarked on Aniki's good grades. Aniki can see the rail from his classroom window.
Rail.
Aniki can see the rail from his classroom window.
兄貴は教室の窓から線路が見えます。
線路。レール。
Aniki can see the rail from his classroom window. The slimy texture of jelly horrifies Teacher Joe.
Horrify.
The slimy texture of jelly horrifies Teacher Joe.
ゼリーのヌルヌルした食感はジョー先生をゾッとさせます。
ゾッとさせる。戦慄させる。
The slimy texture of jelly horrifies Teacher Joe. Teacher Tinu lives in the northwest area.
Northwest.
Teacher Tinu lives in the northwest area.
ティーヌ先生は北西地域に住んでいます。
北西。
Teacher Tinu lives in the northwest area. Aniki got a small cut while fixing his bike.
Cut.
Aniki got a small cut while fixing his bike.
兄貴は自転車を修理中に小さな切り傷を負いました。
切り傷。削減。
Aniki got a small cut while fixing his bike. On this occasion, Teacher Joe brought chocolates for everyone.
Occasion.
On this occasion, Teacher Joe brought chocolates for everyone.
この機会に、ジョー先生は全員にチョコレートを持ってきました。
機会。場合。
On this occasion, Teacher Joe brought chocolates for everyone. Nana dreams of becoming a rich buyer of luxury items.
Buyer.
Nana dreams of becoming a rich buyer of luxury items.
ナナは高級品の裕福な購入者になることを夢見ています。
購入者。買い手。
Nana dreams of becoming a rich buyer of luxury items. Aniki could relate to Moan's gaming experience.
Relate.
Aniki could relate to Moan's gaming experience.
兄貴はモンのゲーム体験に共感できました。
関連する。共感する。
Aniki could relate to Moan's gaming experience. The school faced a crisis when the roof leaked.
Crisis.
The school faced a crisis when the roof leaked.
屋根が漏れたとき、学校は危機に直面しました。
危機。
The school faced a crisis when the roof leaked. Nana and her friends giggled during class.
Giggle.
Nana and her friends giggled during class.
ナナと友達は授業中にクスクス笑います。
クスクス笑い。
Nana and her friends giggled during class. Moan waits for confirmation of his photo contest entry.
Confirmation.
Moan waits for confirmation of his photo contest entry.
モンは写真コンテストのエントリーの確認を待っています。
確認。承認。
Moan waits for confirmation of his photo contest entry. Teacher Tinu noticed an upward trend in student fitness.
Upward.
Teacher Tinu noticed an upward trend in student fitness.
ティーヌ先生は生徒の体力の上向きな傾向に気づきました。
上向きの。上昇の。
Teacher Tinu noticed an upward trend in student fitness. Moan overslept. Consequently, he missed the morning bike practice.
Consequently.
Moan overslept. Consequently, he missed the morning bike practice.
モンは寝坊をした。その結果、朝の自転車の練習に遅刻しました。
その結果。したがって。
Moan overslept. Consequently, he missed the morning bike practice. Aniki's English reached a good standard.
Standard.
Aniki's English reached a good standard.
兄貴の英語は良い水準に達しました。
基準。水準。
Aniki's English reached a good standard. Moomin got a wound from fighting with another dog.
Wound.
Moomin got a wound from fighting with another dog.
ムミンは他の犬との喧嘩で傷を負いました。
傷。怪我。
Moomin got a wound from fighting with another dog. Teacher Joe explains how to use suffixes in English class.
Suffix.
Teacher Joe explains how to use suffixes in English class.
ジョー先生は英語の授業で設備時の使い方を説明します。
設備時。語尾。
Teacher Joe explains how to use suffixes in English class. Masa's contribution to the translation work was significant.
Contribution.
Masa's contribution to the translation work was significant.
マサの翻訳作業への貢献は重要でした。
貢献。寄付。
Masa's contribution to the translation work was significant. Moan and Aniki always eat lunch together in the school canteen.
Canteen.
Moan and Aniki always eat lunch together in the school canteen.
モンと兄貴はいつも学校の食堂で一緒に昼食を食べます。
食堂。売店。
Moan and Aniki always eat lunch together in the school canteen. Moomin jumped over the fallen tree during the walk.
Fallen.
Moomin jumped over the fallen tree during the walk.
ムミンは散歩中に倒れた木の上を飛び越えました。
落ちた。倒れた。
Moomin jumped over the fallen tree during the walk. Aniki's road bike injury prevented him from training.
Injury.
Aniki's road bike injury prevented him from training.
兄貴のロードバイクの怪我により、トレーニングができませんでした。
怪我。障害。
Aniki's road bike injury prevented him from training. Aniki likes to analyze computer games.
Analyze.
Aniki likes to analyze computer games.
兄貴はコンピュータゲームを分析するのが好きです。
分析する。解析する。
Aniki likes to analyze computer games. Moomin gets a strange sensation when he hears the word Sam without Po.
Sensation.
Moomin gets a strange sensation when he hears the word Sam without Po.
ムミンはサンという言葉をポなしで聞くと変な感覚になります。
感覚。話題。
Moomin gets a strange sensation when he hears the word Sam without Po. Carrie used bricks in her art installation.
Brick.
Carrie used bricks in her art installation.
キャリーは彼女のアート作品でレンガを使用しました。
レンガ。
Carrie used bricks in her art installation. The festival is traditionally held in summer.
Traditionally.
The festival is traditionally held in summer.
その祭りは伝統的に夏に開催されます。
伝統的に。従来は。
The festival is traditionally held in summer. Carrie joined an art organization at school.
Organization.
Carrie joined an art organization at school.
キャリーは学校でアート団体に入りました。
組織。団体。
Carrie joined an art organization at school. Masa secretly eats snacks before dinner.
Secretly.
Masa secretly eats snacks before dinner.
マサは夕食前にこっそりおやつを食べます。
こっそりと。密かに。
Masa secretly eats snacks before dinner. Moan took pictures of seawater splashing on rocks.
Seawater.
Moan took pictures of seawater splashing on rocks.
モンは岩に跳ねる海水を撮影しました。
海水。
Moan took pictures of seawater splashing on rocks. Moan and Aniki are cycling buddies.
Buddy.
Moan and Aniki are cycling buddies.
モンと兄貴はサイクリング仲間です。
親友。仲間。
Moan and Aniki are cycling buddies. Carrie won a scholarship for her art studies.
Scholarship.
Carrie won a scholarship for her art studies.
キャリーは美術の勉強のための奨学金を獲得しました。
奨学金。
Carrie won a scholarship for her art studies. Teacher Joe volunteers to help with the school festival.
Volunteer.
Teacher Joe volunteers to help with the school festival.
ジョー先生は学園祭の手伝いを自発的に申し出ます。
自発的にする。志願する。
Teacher Joe volunteers to help with the school festival. Masa was scared of Yuri's anger.
Scared.
Masa was scared of Yuri's anger.
マサはユリの怒りを恐れていました。
怖がっている。恐れている。
Masa was scared of Yuri's anger. Aniki finds physics class challenging.
Physics.
Aniki finds physics class challenging.
兄貴は物理の授業が難しいと感じています。
物理。物理学。
Aniki finds physics class challenging. Nana wants to star in a movie someday.
Star.
Nana wants to star in a movie someday.
ナナはいつか映画に主演したいと思っています。
主演する。活躍する。
Nana wants to star in a movie someday. Carrie thinks it's cruel to keep birds in small cages.
Cruel.
Carrie thinks it's cruel to keep birds in small cages.
キャリーは小さな檻に鳥を閉じ込めるのは残酷だと思っています。
残酷な。冷酷な。
Carrie thinks it's cruel to keep birds in small cages. The cycling club uses the message board to share route plans.
Message board.
The cycling club uses the message board to share route plans.
ロードバイク部はルート計画を共有するために掲示板を使用します。
掲示板。伝言板。
The cycling club uses the message board to share route plans. Teacher Joe taught the class new English idioms.
Idiom.
Teacher Joe taught the class new English idioms.
ジョー先生はクラスに新しい英語の慣用句を教えました。
慣用句。
Teacher Joe taught the class new English idioms. Aniki watches chat shows while eating dinner.
Chat show.
Aniki watches chat shows while eating dinner.
兄貴は夕食を食べながらトーク番組を見ます。
トーク番組。
Aniki watches chat shows while eating dinner. Moan is conscious of how he looks in photos because he's self-conscious.
Conscious.
Moan is conscious of how he looks in photos because he's self-conscious.
モンは自意識が強いので写真での自分の見た目を気にしています。
意識のある。自覚した。
Moan is conscious of how he looks in photos because he's self-conscious. Everyone congratulates Moan on winning the photo contest.
Congratulate.
Everyone congratulates Moan on winning the photo contest.
みんながモンに写真コンテストの優勝をおめでとうと言います。
祝福する。おめでとうという。
Everyone congratulates Moan on winning the photo contest. Moan was annoyed when his photos were blurry.
Annoyed.
Moan was annoyed when his photos were blurry.
モンは写真がぼやけていた時にイライラしました。
イライラした。不機嫌な。
Moan was annoyed when his photos were blurry. Moomin hurt his foot while running after Masa.
Foot.
Moomin hurt his foot while running after Masa.
ムミンはマサを追いかけている時に足を怪我しました。
足。
Moomin hurt his foot while running after Masa. Teacher Joe is teaching Aniki about English tenses.
Tense.
Teacher Joe is teaching Aniki about English tenses.
ジョー先生は兄貴に英語の時制について教えています。
時制。
Teacher Joe is teaching Aniki about English tenses. Yuri accidentally burnt the apple pie.
Pie.
Yuri accidentally burnt the apple pie.
ユリはうっかりアップルパイを焦がしてしまいました。
パイ。ピザパイ。
Yuri accidentally burnt the apple pie. Moan has anti-government conspiracy theories.
Anti.
Moan has anti-government conspiracy theories.
モンは反政府的な陰謀論を持っています。
反対の。
Moan has anti-government conspiracy theories. Teacher Joe feels distant from his home in England.
Distant.
Teacher Joe feels distant from his home in England.
ジョー先生はイギリスの故郷から遠く離れていると感じています。
遠い。疎遠な。
Teacher Joe feels distant from his home in England. Carrie's analysis of her artwork impressed the teacher.
Analysis.
Carrie's analysis of her artwork impressed the teacher.
キャリーの作品の分析は先生を感心させました。
分析。解析。
Carrie's analysis of her artwork impressed the teacher. Moan had a minor problem with his camera lens.
Minor.
Moan had a minor problem with his camera lens.
モンはカメラのレンズに些細な問題がありました。
小さな。些細な。
Moan had a minor problem with his camera lens. The local butcher gives Moomin a bone every week.
Butcher.
The local butcher gives Moomin a bone every week.
地元の肉屋は毎週、ムミンに骨をくれます。
肉屋。精肉店主。
The local butcher gives Moomin a bone every week. Teacher Joe owns a small piece of land in England.
Land.
Teacher Joe owns a small piece of land in England.
ジョー先生はイギリスに小さな土地を所有しています。
土地。陸地。
Teacher Joe owns a small piece of land in England. Carrie's former art teacher still visits the school.
Former.
Carrie's former art teacher still visits the school.
キャリーの元の美術の先生は今でも学校に来ます。
以前の。元の。
Carrie's former art teacher still visits the school. Yuri continually reminds Aniki to do his homework.
Continually.
Yuri continually reminds Aniki to do his homework.
ユリは絶えず兄貴に宿題をするように言います。
絶えず。しょっちゅう。
Yuri continually reminds Aniki to do his homework. Teacher Tinu takes a break after cycling.
Take.
Teacher Tinu takes a break after cycling.
ティーヌ先生は自転車に乗った後に休憩を取ります。
取る。
Teacher Tinu takes a break after cycling. Nana sometimes makes stupid mistakes in math.
Stupid.
Nana sometimes makes stupid mistakes in math.
7は時々数学でバカな間違いをします。
愚かな。バカな。
Nana sometimes makes stupid mistakes in math. Nana resembles Yuri in her strong personality.
Resemble.
Nana resembles Yuri in her strong personality.
7は強い性格でユリに似ています。
似ている。類似する。
Nana resembles Yuri in her strong personality. Nana has big future plans to become rich.
Future.
Nana has big future plans to become rich.
7には金持ちになるという大きな将来の計画があります。
将来の。未来の。
Nana has big future plans to become rich. Whenever Aniki burps, Yuri gets angry.
Whenever.
Whenever Aniki burps, Yuri gets angry.
兄貴がゲップをするたびに、ユリは怒ります。
いつでも。
Whenever Aniki burps, Yuri gets angry. Teacher Joe encouraged his students to act out English conversations.
Act.
Teacher Joe encouraged his students to act out English conversations.
ジョー先生は生徒たちに英語の会話を演じるよう促しました。
行動する。演じる。
Teacher Joe encouraged his students to act out English conversations. Moan missed the turning to Teacher Joe's house.
Turning.
Moan missed the turning to Teacher Joe's house.
モンはジョー先生の家への曲がり角を見逃しました。
曲がり角。展開点。
Moan missed the turning to Teacher Joe's house. Teacher Joe carelessly left his phone at home.
Carelessly.
Teacher Joe carelessly left his phone at home.
ジョー先生は不注意に携帯を家に置き忘れました。
不注意に。いい加減に。
Teacher Joe carelessly left his phone at home. Carrie's conspiracy theory came to an interesting conclusion.
Conclusion.
Carrie's conspiracy theory came to an interesting conclusion.
キャリーの陰謀論は面白い結論に達しました。
結論。終結。
Carrie's conspiracy theory came to an interesting conclusion. Aniki tries to calculate his bike route distance.
Calculate.
Aniki tries to calculate his bike route distance.
兄貴は自転車のルートの距離を計算しようとします。
計算する。算出する。
Aniki tries to calculate his bike route distance. The class discussed terrorism in their social studies lesson.
Terrorism.
The class discussed terrorism in their social studies lesson.
クラスは社会の授業でテロリズムについて議論しました。
テロリズム。テロ行為。
The class discussed terrorism in their social studies lesson. Moomin curiously sniffed at his new toy.
Curiously.
Moomin curiously sniffed at his new toy.
ムミンは好奇心を持って新しいおもちゃの匂いを嗅ぎました。
好奇心を持って。不思議なことに。
Moomin curiously sniffed at his new toy. Nana thinks this expensive bag is worth buying.
Worth.
Nana thinks this expensive bag is worth buying.
ナナはこの高価なバッグを買う価値があると思っています。
価値のある。相当の。
Nana thinks this expensive bag is worth buying. Teacher Joe finds biochemistry difficult to understand.
Biochemistry.
Teacher Joe finds biochemistry difficult to understand.
ジョー先生は生化学を理解するのが難しいと感じています。
生化学。生物化学。
Teacher Joe finds biochemistry difficult to understand. Whatever Aniki cooks, it never tastes as good as he hopes.
Whatever.
Whatever Aniki cooks, it never tastes as good as he hopes.
兄貴が何を料理しても、期待するほど美味しくありません。
何でも。どんなことでも。
Whatever Aniki cooks, it never tastes as good as he hopes. Aniki tossed his bag onto the bed.
Toss.
Aniki tossed his bag onto the bed.
兄貴はバッグをベッドに投げました。
投げる。放る。
Aniki tossed his bag onto the bed. Moomin's sudden bark was unexpected during the quiet study time.
Unexpected.
Moomin's sudden bark was unexpected during the quiet study time.
静かな勉強時間中のムミンの突然の吠え声は予期せぬものでした。
予期せぬ。思いがけない。
Moomin's sudden bark was unexpected during the quiet study time. Carrie learned about copyright laws for her artwork.
Copyright.
Carrie learned about copyright laws for her artwork.
キャリーは自分のアート作品の著作権法について学びました。
著作権。版権。
Carrie learned about copyright laws for her artwork. Aniki's blue bike doesn't match his red helmet.
Match.
Aniki's blue bike doesn't match his red helmet.
兄貴の青い自転車は赤いヘルメットと合いません。
合う。釣り合う。
Aniki's blue bike doesn't match his red helmet. Moan explains things with many hand gestures.
Gesture.
Moan explains things with many hand gestures.
モンは多くの手振りで物事を説明します。
身振り。仕草。
Moan explains things with many hand gestures. Moomin shows strong emotion when Masa comes home.
Emotion.
Moomin shows strong emotion when Masa comes home.
ムミンはマサが帰宅すると強い感情を表します。
感情。情緒。
Moomin shows strong emotion when Masa comes home. Teacher Joe feels helpless when his computer crashes.
Helpless.
Teacher Joe feels helpless when his computer crashes.
ジョー先生はパソコンがクラッシュすると無力を感じます。
無力な。助けの、ない。
Teacher Joe feels helpless when his computer crashes. Moan read about a new cure for the common cold.
Cure.
Moan read about a new cure for the common cold.
モンは風邪の新しい治療法について読みました。
治療。治癒。
Moan read about a new cure for the common cold. Carrie became a victim of a phone scam.
Victim.
Carrie became a victim of a phone scam.
キャリーは電話詐欺の被害者になりました。
被害者。犠牲者。
Carrie became a victim of a phone scam. Masa often travels internationally for work.
Internationally.
Masa often travels internationally for work.
マサは仕事で国際的によく旅行します。
国際的に。世界的に。
Masa often travels internationally for work. Masa is a graduate of Tokyo University.
Graduate.
Masa is a graduate of Tokyo University.
マサは東京大学の卒業生です。
卒業生。学士。
Masa is a graduate of Tokyo University. Aniki can play games provided he finishes homework.
Provided.
Aniki can play games provided he finishes homework.
兄貴は宿題を終えることを条件にゲームができます。
もしほにゃららなら。条件として。
Aniki can play games provided he finishes homework. Yuri's encouragement helps Nana study harder.
Encouragement.
Yuri's encouragement helps Nana study harder.
ユリの励ましのおかげでナナはもっと一生懸命勉強するようになります。
励まし。激励。
Yuri's encouragement helps Nana study harder. Moomin is a good companion on walks.
Companion.
Moomin is a good companion on walks.
ムミンは散歩の良い仲間です。
仲間。同伴者。
Moomin is a good companion on walks. The temperature was -5 degrees, but Joe still went cycling.
Minus.
The temperature was -5 degrees, but Joe still went cycling.
気温は-5度でしたが、ジョーはそれでも自転車に乗りました。
マイナス。
The temperature was -5 degrees, but Joe still went cycling. There is a strong bond between Masa and Moomin.
Bond.
There is a strong bond between Masa and Moomin.
マサとムミンの間には強い絆があります。
絆。結束。
There is a strong bond between Masa and Moomin. Nana's explanation only complicates the problem.
complicate,
Nana's explanation only complicates the problem.
7の説明は問題を複雑にするだけです。
複雑にする。ややこしくする。
Nana's explanation only complicates the problem. Masa bought a practical bag for his business trips.
practical,
Masa bought a practical bag for his business trips.
マサは出張用に実用的なバッグを買いました。
実用的な。実践的な。
Masa bought a practical bag for his business trips. Teacher Joe takes his dog to the vet regularly.
vet,
Teacher Joe takes his dog to the vet regularly.
ジョー先生は定期的に犬を獣医に連れて行きます。
獣医。
Teacher Joe takes his dog to the vet regularly. Moan is a loyal supporter of Aniki's cycling races.
supporter,
Moan is a loyal supporter of Aniki's cycling races.
モンは兄貴の自転車レースの忠実な支持者です。
支持者。支援者。
Moan is a loyal supporter of Aniki's cycling races. Teacher Joe's family lives in a small county in England.
county,
Teacher Joe's family lives in a small county in England.
ジョー先生の家族はイギリスの小さな郡に住んでいます。
郡。州。
Teacher Joe's family lives in a small county in England. Moomin bounded forth when he heard walk.
fourth,
Moomin bounded forth when he heard walk.
ムミンは散歩と聞くと勢いよく飛び出しました。
前へ。外へ。
Moomin bounded forth when he heard walk. The paper airplane Anikime glides perfectly.
glide,
The paper airplane Anikime glides perfectly.
兄貴が作った紙飛行機は完璧に滑空します。
滑空。滑走。
The paper airplane Anikime glides perfectly. Carrie got a temporary job at the art gallery.
temporary,
Carrie got a temporary job at the art gallery.
キャリーは美術館で臨時の仕事を得ました。
一時的な。臨時の。
Carrie got a temporary job at the art gallery. Aniki learned a new English phrase today.
phrase,
Aniki learned a new English phrase today.
兄貴は今日新しい英語のフレーズを学びました。
フレーズ。
Aniki learned a new English phrase today. Teacher Tinu eats a substantial amount of meat every day.
substantial,
Teacher Tinu eats a substantial amount of meat every day.
ティーヌ先生は毎日かなりの量の肉を食べます。
かなりの。相当な。
Teacher Tinu eats a substantial amount of meat every day. Aniki indirectly asked Tinu about joining the cycling club.
indirectly,
Aniki indirectly asked Tinu about joining the cycling club.
兄貴は遠回しに自転車部への入部についてティーヌに尋ねました。
間接的に。遠回しに。
Aniki indirectly asked Tinu about joining the cycling club. Moan gives a long introduction about his new camera.
introduction,
Moan gives a long introduction about his new camera.
モンは新しいカメラについて長い紹介をします。
紹介。導入。
Moan gives a long introduction about his new camera. The old monk lives alone in the monastery.
monk,
The old monk lives alone in the monastery.
その年老いた僧侶は修道院で一人で暮らしています。
僧侶。修道士。
The old monk lives alone in the monastery. The class watched a video of parachutes in science.
parachute,
The class watched a video of parachutes in science.
クラスは科学の授業でパラシュートのビデオを見ました。
パラシュート。
The class watched a video of parachutes in science. The nationalist spoke proudly about his country's history.
nationalist,
The nationalist spoke proudly about his country's history.
その国家主義者は自国の歴史を誇らしげに語りました。
国家主義者、愛国者。
The nationalist spoke proudly about his country's history. The class learned about animal habitats in Teacher Joe's lesson.
Habitat.
The class learned about animal habitats in Teacher Joe's lesson.
クラスはジョー先生の授業で動物の生息地について学びました。
生息地、住処。
The class learned about animal habitats in Teacher Joe's lesson. Teacher Joe immigrated to Japan 5 years ago.
Immigrate.
Teacher Joe immigrated to Japan 5 years ago.
ジョー先生は5年前に日本に移住しました。
移住する、移民する。
Teacher Joe immigrated to Japan 5 years ago. Aniki's bicycle is his favorite vehicle for transportation.
Vehicle.
Aniki's bicycle is his favorite vehicle for transportation.
兄貴の自転車は彼のお気に入りの乗り物です。
乗り物、車両。
Aniki's bicycle is his favorite vehicle for transportation. Teacher Tinu can consume a lot of food after exercise.
Consume.
Teacher Tinu can consume a lot of food after exercise.
ティーヌ先生は運動の後、たくさんの食事を摂取できます。
消費する、摂取する。
Teacher Tinu can consume a lot of food after exercise. Teacher Joe is conservative about trying slimy Japanese food.
Conservative.
Teacher Joe is conservative about trying slimy Japanese food.
ジョー先生はネバネバした日本食を試すことに慎重です。
保守的な、慎重な。
Teacher Joe is conservative about trying slimy Japanese food. Teacher Tinu always wears his favorite tracksuit.
Tracksuit.
Teacher Tinu always wears his favorite tracksuit.
ティーヌ先生はいつもお気に入りのジャージを着ています。
ジャージ、トレーニングウェア。
Teacher Tinu always wears his favorite tracksuit. Nana keeps her money in the chest of drawers.
Chest of drawers.
Nana keeps her money in the chest of drawers.
ナナはタンスにお金を保管しています。
タンス、引き出し。
Nana keeps her money in the chest of drawers. Moan was courageous to share his photos at the exhibition.
Courageous.
Moan was courageous to share his photos at the exhibition.
モンは展覧会で自分の写真を共有する勇気がありました。
勇敢な、勇気のある。
Moan was courageous to share his photos at the exhibition. Moan thinks the teacher's grouping is part of a conspiracy.
Grouping.
Moan thinks the teacher's grouping is part of a conspiracy.
モンは先生のグループ分けは陰謀の一部だと考えています。
グループ分け、分類。
Moan thinks the teacher's grouping is part of a conspiracy. Carrie constantly draws in her sketchbook.
Constantly.
Carrie constantly draws in her sketchbook.
キャリーは絶えずスケッチブックに絵を描いています。
絶えず、常に。
Carrie constantly draws in her sketchbook. Teacher Tinu wants to conquer the mountain on his bike.
Conquer.
Teacher Tinu wants to conquer the mountain on his bike.
ティーヌ先生は自転車で山を征服したいと思っています。
征服する、克服する。
Teacher Tinu wants to conquer the mountain on his bike. Moan prefers to stay indoors on hot days.
Indoors.
Moan prefers to stay indoors on hot days.
モンは暑い日は室内にいるのを好みます。
屋内で、室内で。
Moan prefers to stay indoors on hot days. Moomin rapidly runs away whenever someone opens the front door.
Rapidly.
Moomin rapidly runs away whenever someone opens the front door.
ムミンは誰かが玄関を開けるといつも素早く逃げ出します。
素早く、迅速に。
Moomin rapidly runs away whenever someone opens the front door. Moan likes to measure his cycling speed.
Measure.
Moan likes to measure his cycling speed.
モンは自転車の速度を測るのが好きです。
測る。
Moan likes to measure his cycling speed. Aniki got a good score on his English test.
Score.
Aniki got a good score on his English test.
兄貴は英語のテストでいい点数を取りました。
点数、得点。
Aniki got a good score on his English test. The mayor visited our school to see teacher Tinu's bike program.
Mayor.
The mayor visited our school to see teacher Tinu's bike program.
市長は私たちの学校を訪れてティーヌ先生の自転車プログラムを見学しました。
市長。
The mayor visited our school to see teacher Tinu's bike program. Moan had to revise his photo collection before the exhibition.
Revise.
Moan had to revise his photo collection before the exhibition.
モンは展示会の前に写真コレクションを修正しなければなりませんでした。
改訂する。修正する。
Moan had to revise his photo collection before the exhibition. Moan politely asked for directions to the library.
Politely.
Moan politely asked for directions to the library.
モンは丁寧に図書館への道順を尋ねました。
丁寧に。礼儀正しく。
Moan politely asked for directions to the library. Aniki's idea of riding a bike all night seemed insane.
Insane.
Aniki's idea of riding a bike all night seemed insane.
兄貴の一晩中自転車に乗るというアイデアは狂っているように思えました。
狂った。正気ではない。
Aniki's idea of riding a bike all night seemed insane. Moan found a trace of Moomin's escape route.
Trace.
Moan found a trace of Moomin's escape route.
モンは無民の脱走経路の痕跡を見つけました。
痕跡。跡。
Moan found a trace of Moomin's escape route. Yuri becomes emotional when watching sad movies.
Emotional.
Yuri becomes emotional when watching sad movies.
ユリは悲しい映画を見ると感情的になります。
感情的な。情緒的な。
Yuri becomes emotional when watching sad movies. Yuri nursed Moomin back to health after his injury.
Nurse.
Yuri nursed Moomin back to health after his injury.
ユリは怪我の後の無民を看護して健康を取り戻させました。
看護する。手当てする。
Yuri nursed Moomin back to health after his injury. Masa had to shave quickly before his morning meeting.
Shave.
Masa had to shave quickly before his morning meeting.
マサは朝のミーティングの前に急いで髭を剃らなければなりませんでした。
剃る。
Masa had to shave quickly before his morning meeting. Tinu got a membership at the new gym.
Membership.
Tinu got a membership at the new gym.
ティーヌ先生は新しいジムの会員権を取得しました。
会員資格。会員権。
Tinu got a membership at the new gym. Carrie painted a portrait of an Aborigine she met during her trip to Australia.
Aborigine.
Carrie painted a portrait of an Aborigine she met during her trip to Australia.
キャリーはオーストラリア旅行中に出会った原住民の肖像画を描きました。
原住民。先住民。
Carrie painted a portrait of an Aborigine she met during her trip to Australia. Teacher Joe's brother works as an architect.
Architect.
Teacher Joe's brother works as an architect.
ジョー先生の兄は建築家として働いています。
建築家。
Teacher Joe's brother works as an architect. Teacher Joe values honesty in his students.
Honesty.
Teacher Joe values honesty in his students.
ジョー先生は生徒たちの正直さを重んじます。
正直。誠実。
Teacher Joe values honesty in his students. Nana bit into a juicy peach.
Juicy.
Nana bit into a juicy peach.
ナナはジューシーな桃に噛みついた。
ジューシーな。多重な。
Nana bit into a juicy peach. Teacher Joe bought duty-free chocolates at the airport.
Duty free.
Teacher Joe bought duty-free chocolates at the airport.
ジョー先生は空港で免税のチョコレートを買いました。
免税の
Teacher Joe bought duty-free chocolates at the airport. Aniki helps Masa wrap Christmas presents.
Wrap.
Aniki helps Masa wrap Christmas presents.
兄貴はマサのクリスマスプレゼントを包むのを手伝います。
包む。巻く。
Aniki helps Masa wrap Christmas presents. Aniki tries to be rational when solving computer problems.
Rational.
Aniki tries to be rational when solving computer problems.
兄貴はパソコンの問題を解決するときに理性的であろうとします。
理性的な。合理的な。
Aniki tries to be rational when solving computer problems. Moan is interested in current technology trends.
Current.
Moan is interested in current technology trends.
モンは現在の技術トレンドに興味があります。
現在の。最新の。
Moan is interested in current technology trends. The entire class enjoyed Teacher Joe's English lesson.
Entire.
The entire class enjoyed Teacher Joe's English lesson.
クラス全体がジョー先生の英語の授業を楽しみました。
全体の。完全な。
The entire class enjoyed Teacher Joe's English lesson. There's a conflict between Aniki and Nana over the TV.
Conflict.
There's a conflict between Aniki and Nana over the TV.
テレビのことで兄貴とナナの間に対立があります。
対立。衝突。
There's a conflict between Aniki and Nana over the TV. Teacher Joe has limited time to drink his beer.
Limited.
Teacher Joe has limited time to drink his beer.
ジョー先生はビールを飲む時間が限られています。
限られた。制限された。
Teacher Joe has limited time to drink his beer. Teacher Joe explained modal verbs to his class.
Modal verb.
Teacher Joe explained modal verbs to his class.
ジョー先生はクラスに助動詞を説明しました。
助動詞。
Teacher Joe explained modal verbs to his class. Moan took marine biology as an elective subject.
Marine.
Moan took marine biology as an elective subject.
モンは選択科目として海洋生物学を取りました。
海洋の。海の。
Moan took marine biology as an elective subject. Moan's camera was his defense against boredom.
Defense.
Moan's camera was his defense against boredom.
モンのカメラは退屈に対する防御でした。
防御。守備。
Moan's camera was his defense against boredom. Moomin's constant barking irritates the neighbors.
Irritate.
Moomin's constant barking irritates the neighbors.
ムミンの絶え間ない吠え声は近所の人々をイライラさせます。
イライラさせる。苛立たせる。
Moomin's constant barking irritates the neighbors. Aniki learned about the new bicycle regulations.
Regulation.
Aniki learned about the new bicycle regulations.
兄貴は新しい自転車の規則について学びました。
規則。規制。
Aniki learned about the new bicycle regulations. Teacher Tinu exercises throughout the day.
Throughout.
Teacher Tinu exercises throughout the day.
ティーヌ先生は1日中運動します。
ほにゃらら中ずっと。ほにゃらら全体を通して。
Teacher Tinu exercises throughout the day. Tinu wants to exercise more.
More.
Tinu wants to exercise more.
ティーヌ先生はもっと運動したがっています。
より多く。さらに。
Tinu wants to exercise more. Teacher Tinu had to shift the bike training to another day.
Shift.
Teacher Tinu had to shift the bike training to another day.
ティーヌ先生は自転車の練習を別の日に移動しなければなりませんでした。
移動する。変える。
Teacher Tinu had to shift the bike training to another day. Personally, Carrie prefers oil painting to watercolors.
Personally.
Personally, Carrie prefers oil painting to watercolors.
個人的に、キャリーは水彩画より油絵を好みます。
個人的に。自分で。
Personally, Carrie prefers oil painting to watercolors. The cycling club wants to reach the mountain peak.
Reach.
The cycling club wants to reach the mountain peak.
自転車部は山頂に到達したがっています。
到達。範囲。
The cycling club wants to reach the mountain peak. The amount of food Tinu eats surprises everyone.
Amount.
The amount of food Tinu eats surprises everyone.
ティーヌ先生が食べる量は皆を驚かせます。
量。総額。
The amount of food Tinu eats surprises everyone. Moan tries to minimize camera shake when taking photos.
Minimize.
Moan tries to minimize camera shake when taking photos.
モンは写真を撮るときにカメラのブレを最小限にしようとします。
最小限にする。
Moan tries to minimize camera shake when taking photos. Teacher Joe checks his agenda before each meeting.
Agenda.
Teacher Joe checks his agenda before each meeting.
ジョー先生は会議の前に議題をチェックします。
議題。予定表。
Teacher Joe checks his agenda before each meeting. Teacher Joe dreams of opening a resort for tired teachers.
Resort.
Teacher Joe dreams of opening a resort for tired teachers.
ジョー先生は疲れた教師のためのリゾートを開くことを夢見ています。
リゾート。保養地。
Teacher Joe dreams of opening a resort for tired teachers. Teacher Tinu became the vice captain of the cycling team.
Vice.
Teacher Tinu became the vice captain of the cycling team.
ティーヌ先生は自転車チームの副キャプテンになりました。
副。代理の。
Teacher Tinu became the vice captain of the cycling team. The southeast wind brought warm air.
Southeast.
The southeast wind brought warm air.
南東の風が暖かい空気を運んできました。
南東の。
The southeast wind brought warm air. The separation of the cycling club members during summer vacation made Tinu sad.
Separation.
The separation of the cycling club members during summer vacation made Tinu sad.
夏休み中のロードバイク部員たちとの別離は、ティーヌ先生を悲しませました。
分離。別離。
The separation of the cycling club members during summer vacation made Tinu sad. Teacher Joe asks Aniki to summarize the English text.
Summarize.
Teacher Joe asks Aniki to summarize the English text.
ジョー先生は兄貴に英文を要約するように頼みます。
要約する。まとめる。
Teacher Joe asks Aniki to summarize the English text. Carrie wants to specialize in oil painting.
Specialize.
Carrie wants to specialize in oil painting.
キャリーは油絵を専門にしたいと思っています。
専門とする。
Carrie wants to specialize in oil painting. Moan visited the eastern part of the country.
Eastern.
Moan visited the eastern part of the country.
モンは国の東部を訪れました。
東部の。東方の。
Moan visited the eastern part of the country. Teacher Tinu says being unfit is his worst nightmare.
Unfit.
Teacher Tinu says being unfit is his worst nightmare.
ティーヌ先生は不健康な状態が最悪の悪夢だと言います。
不適切な。不健康な。
Teacher Tinu says being unfit is his worst nightmare. Yuri burns food even in the greenhouse.
Greenhouse.
Yuri burns food even in the greenhouse.
ユリは温室の中でも料理を焦がします。
温室。ビニールハウス。
Yuri burns food even in the greenhouse. Aniki feels unlucky when it rains on cycling days.
Unlucky.
Aniki feels unlucky when it rains on cycling days.
兄貴はサイクリングの日に雨が降ると不運に感じます。
不運な。運の悪い。
Aniki feels unlucky when it rains on cycling days. Masa works at the translation bureau.
Bureau.
Masa works at the translation bureau.
マサは翻訳局で働いています。
局、事務所。
Masa works at the translation bureau. Mon always keeps a reserve of camera batteries.
Reserve.
Mon always keeps a reserve of camera batteries.
モンはいつもカメラの電池の予備を持っています。
予備、蓄え。
Mon always keeps a reserve of camera batteries. Carrie's acceptance into the art school was a dream come true.
Acceptance.
Carrie's acceptance into the art school was a dream come true.
キャリーの美術学校への受諾は夢が叶ったようでした。
受諾、容認。
Carrie's acceptance into the art school was a dream come true. Mon photographed the old prison for his history project.
Prison.
Mon photographed the old prison for his history project.
モンは歴史の課題のために古い刑務所を撮影しました。
刑務所、牢獄。
Mon photographed the old prison for his history project. Mon helped Aniki fasten his bike to the rack.
Fasten.
Mon helped Aniki fasten his bike to the rack.
モンは兄貴が自転車をラックに固定するのを手伝いました。
止める、固定する。
Mon helped Aniki fasten his bike to the rack. Mon walks lightly on his toes.
Lightly.
Mon walks lightly on his toes.
モンはつま先で軽く歩きます。
軽く、さっと。
Mon walks lightly on his toes. Teacher Tinu's cycling speed is very impressive.
Impressive.
Teacher Tinu's cycling speed is very impressive.
ティーヌ先生の自転車の速さはとても印象的です。
印象的な、感動的な。
Teacher Tinu's cycling speed is very impressive. Mon likes to skate in winter.
Skate.
Mon likes to skate in winter.
モンは冬にスケートをするのが好きです。
スケートする、滑る。
Mon likes to skate in winter. Mon joined the school choir despite his lack of confidence.
Choir.
Mon joined the school choir despite his lack of confidence.
モンは自信がないながらも学校の合唱団に参加しました。
聖歌隊、合唱団。
Mon joined the school choir despite his lack of confidence. Teacher Tinu gives individual attention to each cycling club member.
Individual.
Teacher Tinu gives individual attention to each cycling club member.
ティーヌ先生は自転車部の各部員に個別の注意を払います。
個人の、個別の。
Teacher Tinu gives individual attention to each cycling club member. The foundation of Aniki's math skills was built by daily practice.
Foundation.
The foundation of Aniki's math skills was built by daily practice.
兄貴の数学力の基礎は毎日の練習で築かれました。
基礎、財団。
The foundation of Aniki's math skills was built by daily practice. The barman knows Teacher Joe's favorite beer.
Barman.
The barman knows Teacher Joe's favorite beer.
バーテンはジョー先生の好きなビールを知っています。
バーテン、バーの店員。
The barman knows Teacher Joe's favorite beer. Aniki helps Teacher Joe connect to the internet.
Connect.
Aniki helps Teacher Joe connect to the internet.
兄貴はジョー先生がインターネットに接続するのを手伝います。
つなげる、接続する。
Aniki helps Teacher Joe connect to the internet. Aniki hurt his elbow during cycling practice.
Elbow.
Aniki hurt his elbow during cycling practice.
兄貴は自転車の練習中に肘を痛めました。
肘。
Aniki hurt his elbow during cycling practice. Aniki made an entry in his bike training diary.
Entry.
Aniki made an entry in his bike training diary.
兄貴は自転車トレーニング日記に記入しました。
入場、記入。
Aniki made an entry in his bike training diary. Nana naturally makes friends wherever she goes.
Naturally.
Nana naturally makes friends wherever she goes.
ナナはどこへ行っても自然に友達を作ります。
自然に。当然。
Nana naturally makes friends wherever she goes. Nana wants to breed hamsters one day.
Breed.
Nana wants to breed hamsters one day.
ナナはいつかハムスターを繁殖させたいと思っています。
繁殖させる。育てる。
Nana wants to breed hamsters one day. The school gym has a capacity of 500 people.
Capacity.
The school gym has a capacity of 500 people.
学校の体育館は500人の収容能力があります。
容量。能力。
The school gym has a capacity of 500 people. Carrie treats her art supplies as sacred objects.
Sacred.
Carrie treats her art supplies as sacred objects.
キャリーは彼女の画材を神聖なものとして扱います。
神聖な。大切な。
Carrie treats her art supplies as sacred objects. This cycling trip will take approximately 3 hours.
Approximately.
This cycling trip will take approximately 3 hours.
自転車旅行はおよそ3時間かかります。
およそ。だいたい。
This cycling trip will take approximately 3 hours. Carrie got paint on her fingers while working.
Finger.
Carrie got paint on her fingers while working.
キャリーは作業中に指にペンキがつきました。
指。手指。
Carrie got paint on her fingers while working. Moan tries to rid his room of dust every day.
Rid.
Moan tries to rid his room of dust every day.
モンは毎日部屋から埃を取り除こうとします。
取り除く。除去する。
Moan tries to rid his room of dust every day. Aniki loves reading science fiction stories.
Science fiction.
Aniki loves reading science fiction stories.
兄貴は SF 小説を読むのが大好きです。
SF。空想科学小説。
Aniki loves reading science fiction stories. The school grew crops in their garden.
Crop.
The school grew crops in their garden.
学校は庭で作物を育てました。
作物。農作物。
The school grew crops in their garden. Masa tries to interest Aniki in business.
Interest.
Masa tries to interest Aniki in business.
マサは兄貴にビジネスへの興味を持たせようとします。
興味を持たせる。関心を引く。
Masa tries to interest Aniki in business. Moan vividly remembers his first bicycle race.
Vividly.
Moan vividly remembers his first bicycle race.
モンは初めての自転車レースを鮮やかに覚えています。
鮮やかに。生き生きと。
Moan vividly remembers his first bicycle race. Carrie thinks her spiritual paintings have divine inspiration.
Divine.
Carrie thinks her spiritual paintings have divine inspiration.
キャリーは自分のスピリチュアルな絵画には神聖なインスピレーションがあると考えています。
神聖な。素晴らしい。
Carrie thinks her spiritual paintings have divine inspiration. Yuri found ants in her kitchen again.
Ant.
Yuri found ants in her kitchen again.
ユリはまたキッチンでアリを見つけました。
あり。
Yuri found ants in her kitchen again. Nana doesn't like to waste her money on cheap things.
Waste.
Nana doesn't like to waste her money on cheap things.
ナナは安物にお金を無駄遣いするのが嫌いです。
浪費する。無駄にする。
Nana doesn't like to waste her money on cheap things. Teacher Joe's dog had an operation last week.
Operation.
Teacher Joe's dog had an operation last week.
ジョー先生の犬は先週手術を受けました。
手術。運営。
Teacher Joe's dog had an operation last week. Mo needs parental permission for the school trip.
Parental.
Mo needs parental permission for the school trip.
モンは修学旅行のために親の許可が必要です。
親としての。
Mo needs parental permission for the school trip. Aniki likes to absorb new information about cycling techniques.
Absorb.
Aniki likes to absorb new information about cycling techniques.
兄貴は自転車のテクニックに関する新しい情報を吸収するのが好きです。
吸収する。夢中にさせる。
Aniki likes to absorb new information about cycling techniques. The detective solved the mystery of the missing lunch.
Detective.
The detective solved the mystery of the missing lunch.
探偵は消えた昼食の謎を解きました。
探偵。刑事。
The detective solved the mystery of the missing lunch. Teacher Tinu explained how to safely ride through curves on a bike.
Curve.
Teacher Tinu explained how to safely ride through curves on a bike.
ティーヌ先生は自転車でカーブを安全に曲がる方法を説明しました。
カーブ。曲線。
Teacher Tinu explained how to safely ride through curves on a bike. Moan always uses a hairdryer even in summer.
Hairdryer.
Moan always uses a hairdryer even in summer.
モンは夏でもいつもドライヤーを使います。
ドライヤー。
Moan always uses a hairdryer even in summer. Aniki stopped his bike at the crossing.
Crossing.
Aniki stopped his bike at the crossing.
兄貴は横断歩道で自転車を止めました。
横断歩道。交差点。
Aniki stopped his bike at the crossing. Moan is good at cycling. Furthermore, he takes great photos.
Furthermore.
Moan is good at cycling. Furthermore, he takes great photos.
モンは自転車が上手です。その上、素晴らしい写真を撮ります。
その上。さらに。
Moan is good at cycling. Furthermore, he takes great photos. Aniki fills the bike's water tank before riding.
Tank.
Aniki fills the bike's water tank before riding.
兄貴は乗る前に自転車の水タンクを満タンにします。
タンク。洗車。
Aniki fills the bike's water tank before riding. Nana was penniless after buying too many snacks.
Penniless.
Nana was penniless after buying too many snacks.
ナナはスナックを買いすぎて無一文になりました。
無一文の。
Nana was penniless after buying too many snacks. The city had a high unemployment rate.
Unemployment.
The city had a high unemployment rate.
その市は失業率が高かったです。
失業。無職。
The city had a high unemployment rate. Teacher Joe announced a surprise test.
Announce.
Teacher Joe announced a surprise test.
ジョー先生は抜き打ちテストを発表しました。
発表する。告知する。
Teacher Joe announced a surprise test. Carrie's motive for painting is to express her feelings.
Motive.
Carrie's motive for painting is to express her feelings.
キャリーが絵を描く動機は気持ちを表現することです。
動機。目的。
Carrie's motive for painting is to express her feelings. Moan went to the pharmacy with his prescription.
Prescription.
Moan went to the pharmacy with his prescription.
モンは処方箋を持って薬局に行きました。
処方箋。処方。
Moan went to the pharmacy with his prescription. Carrie thinks Moan's conspiracy theories are ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Carrie thinks Moan's conspiracy theories are ridiculous.
キャリーはモンの陰謀論が馬鹿げていると思っています。
馬鹿げた。馬鹿らしい。
Carrie thinks Moan's conspiracy theories are ridiculous. Nana loves blowing bubbles in her drink with a straw.
Bubble.
Nana loves blowing bubbles in her drink with a straw.
ナナはストローで飲み物に泡を作るのが大好きです。
泡。シャボン玉。
Nana loves blowing bubbles in her drink with a straw. Moan somehow managed to finish his homework before class.
Somehow.
Moan somehow managed to finish his homework before class.
モンはどうにかして授業前に宿題を終わらせました。
どうにかして。なんとかして。
Moan somehow managed to finish his homework before class. The conversation flows naturally between Moan and Carrie.
Flow.
The conversation flows naturally between Moan and Carrie.
モンとキャリーの会話は自然に流れます。
流れる。続く。
The conversation flows naturally between Moan and Carrie. Teacher Tinu felt disappointment when practice was cancelled.
Disappointment.
Teacher Tinu felt disappointment when practice was cancelled.
ティーヌ先生は練習が中止になって失望を感じました。
失望。落胆。
Teacher Tinu felt disappointment when practice was cancelled. Carrie stays neutral during her friends' arguments.
Neutral.
Carrie stays neutral during her friends' arguments.
キャリーは友達の口論の際に中立を保ちます。
中立の。公平な。
Carrie stays neutral during her friends' arguments. Masa pays his tax every year.
Tax.
Masa pays his tax every year.
マサは毎年税金を払います。
税金。
Masa pays his tax every year. They barbecued fish and vegetables.
Barbecue.
They barbecued fish and vegetables.
彼らは魚と野菜をバーベキューで焼きました。
バーベキューで焼く。
They barbecued fish and vegetables. Carrie likes to make electronic music on her computer.
Electronic.
Carrie likes to make electronic music on her computer.
キャリーはコンピュータで電子音楽を作るのが好きです。
電子の。
Carrie likes to make electronic music on her computer. Aniki felt isolation when he was sick and couldn't ride his bike.
Isolation.
Aniki felt isolation when he was sick and couldn't ride his bike.
兄貴は病気でバイクに乗れないとき、孤立感を感じました。
孤立。隔離。
Aniki felt isolation when he was sick and couldn't ride his bike. Aniki saw a big lorry on his bicycle trip.
Lorry.
Aniki saw a big lorry on his bicycle trip.
兄貴は自転車旅行で大きなトラックを見ました。
トラック。大型車。
Aniki saw a big lorry on his bicycle trip. Moan's calculation of the conspiracy theory timeline was complicated.
Calculation.
Moan's calculation of the conspiracy theory timeline was complicated.
モンの陰謀論の時系列の計算は複雑でした。
計算。算出。
Moan's calculation of the conspiracy theory timeline was complicated. Yuri tried a home remedy for Aniki's cold.
Remedy.
Yuri tried a home remedy for Aniki's cold.
ユリは兄貴の風邪に家庭療法を試しました。
治療。解決策。
Yuri tried a home remedy for Aniki's cold. Aniki checked where the emergency exit was before the movie started.
Exit.
Aniki checked where the emergency exit was before the movie started.
兄貴は映画が始まる前に非常口の場所を確認しました。
出口。非常口。
Aniki checked where the emergency exit was before the movie started. Moan was unable to finish the long bike ride.
Unable.
Moan was unable to finish the long bike ride.
モンは長距離自転車走行を完走できませんでした。
できない。不可能な。
Moan was unable to finish the long bike ride. Aniki complains about Nana's invasion of his privacy.
Invasion.
Aniki complains about Nana's invasion of his privacy.
兄貴はナナのプライバシー侵害について不満を言います。
侵略。侵入。
Aniki complains about Nana's invasion of his privacy. Moomin fancies going for a walk when hearing San.
Fancy.
Moomin fancies going for a walk when hearing san.
ムミンは3を聞くと散歩に行きたがります。
欲しがる。想像する。
Moomin fancies going for a walk when hearing san. Moan's suspicion about aliens makes everyone laugh.
Suspicion.
Moan's suspicion about aliens makes everyone laugh.
モンの宇宙人についての疑いは皆を笑わせます。
疑い。不信。
Moan's suspicion about aliens makes everyone laugh. Nana is very talkative with her friends.
Talkative.
Nana is very talkative with her friends.
ナナは友達と非常におしゃべりです。
おしゃべりな。話し好きな。
Nana is very talkative with her friends. Moan regretted his hasty decision about the photo composition.
Hasty.
Moan regretted his hasty decision about the photo composition.
モンは写真の構図について請求な決定をしたことを後悔しました。
請求な。早まった。
Moan regretted his hasty decision about the photo composition. Watch Carrie pin her new drawings to the board.
Pin.
Watch Carrie pin her new drawings to the board.
キャリーが新しい絵をボードにピン止めするのを見てください。
ピン止めする。固定する。
Watch Carrie pin her new drawings to the board. The appeal of cycling grew on Moan over time.
Appeal.
The appeal of cycling grew on Moan over time.
自転車の魅力は時間とともにモンの心に染みついていきました。
魅力。訴え。
The appeal of cycling grew on Moan over time. Teacher Joe tries to address Aniki's English pronunciation issues patiently.
Address.
Teacher Joe tries to address Aniki's English pronunciation issues patiently.
ジョー先生は忍耐強く兄貴の英語の発音の問題に取り組もうとします。
対処する。取り組む。
Teacher Joe tries to address Aniki's English pronunciation issues patiently. Moan takes photos of the beautiful horizon from his bike.
Horizon.
Moan takes photos of the beautiful horizon from his bike.
モンは自転車から美しい地平線の写真を撮ります。
地平線。視界。
Moan takes photos of the beautiful horizon from his bike. Aniki's questions trouble Teacher Joe sometimes.
Trouble.
Aniki's questions trouble Teacher Joe sometimes.
兄貴の質問は時々ジョー先生を困らせます。
困らせる。悩ます。
Aniki's questions trouble Teacher Joe sometimes. Teacher Joe needs at least 7 hours of sleep.
Sleep.
Teacher Joe needs at least 7 hours of sleep.
ジョー先生は最低7時間の睡眠が必要です。
睡眠。眠り。
Teacher Joe needs at least 7 hours of sleep. There is a prohibition on eating in the library.
Prohibition.
There is a prohibition on eating in the library.
図書館での飲食には禁止があります。
禁止。禁制。
There is a prohibition on eating in the library. Teacher Joe says he's not middle-aged yet.
Middle-aged.
Teacher Joe says he's not middle-aged yet.
ジョー先生はまだ中年ではないと言います。
中年の。
Teacher Joe says he's not middle-aged yet. Teacher Joe likes to sunbathe despite the hot weather.
Sunbathe.
Teacher Joe likes to sunbathe despite the hot weather.
ジョー先生は暑い天気でも日光浴が好きです。
日光浴する。サンオイルを塗る。
Teacher Joe likes to sunbathe despite the hot weather. Everyone helped search for Moomin when he ran away.
Search.
Everyone helped search for Moomin when he ran away.
ムミンが逃げ出したとき、みんなで探しました。
探す。捜索する。
Everyone helped search for Moomin when he ran away. The newborn puppies reminded Moomin of when he was small.
Newborn.
The newborn puppies reminded Moomin of when he was small.
生まれたての子犬たちはムミンに自分が小さかった頃を思い出させました。
生まれたての。新生の。
The newborn puppy's reminded Moomin of when he was small. Carrie feels hatred towards art thieves.
Hatred.
Carrie feels hatred towards art thieves.
キャリーは美術品泥棒に対して憎しみを感じています。
憎しみ、嫌悪。
Carrie feels hatred towards art thieves. Carrie painted a beautiful mountaintop view.
Mountaintop.
Carrie painted a beautiful mountaintop view.
キャリーは美しい山頂の景色を描きました。
山頂、山の頂。
Carrie painted a beautiful mountaintop view. Teacher Joe books his tickets with a cheap airline.
Airline.
Teacher Joe books his tickets with a cheap airline.
ジョー先生は格安航空会社でチケットを予約します。
航空会社、エアライン。
Teacher Joe books his tickets with a cheap airline. Yuri got a fright when she burned dinner again.
Fright.
Yuri got a fright when she burned dinner again.
ユリは夕食を焦がしてしまい驚きました。
恐怖、驚き。
Yuri got a fright when she burned dinner again. Teacher Tinu hurt his wrist during workout.
Wrist.
Teacher Tinu hurt his wrist during workout.
ティーヌ先生はトレーニング中に手首を痛めました。
手首。
Teacher Tinu hurt his wrist during workout. The bike trip with Teacher Tinu was very enjoyable.
Enjoyable.
The bike trip with Teacher Tinu was very enjoyable.
ティーヌ先生との自転車旅行はとても楽しかったです。
楽しい。愉快な。
The bike trip with Teacher Tinu was very enjoyable. Aniki forgot to pull out the computer plug.
Plug.
Aniki forgot to pull out the computer plug.
兄貴はコンピュータのプラグを抜くのを忘れました。
プラグ、線。
Aniki forgot to pull out the computer plug. In retrospect, Moan's conspiracy theory was quite funny.
Retrospect.
In retrospect, Moan's conspiracy theory was quite funny.
解雇すると、モンの陰謀論はとてもおかしかったです。
解雇、改装。
In retrospect, Moan's conspiracy theory was quite funny. Nana wants to try a curly hairstyle someday.
Curly.
Nana wants to try a curly hairstyle someday.
ナナはいつかカールした髪型に挑戦したいと思っています。
カールした。縮れた。
Nana wants to try a curly hairstyle someday. Aniki keeps a steady pace while cycling.
Steady.
Aniki keeps a steady pace while cycling.
兄貴は自転車に乗るとき、安定したペースを保ちます。
安定した。着実な。
Aniki keeps a steady pace while cycling. Moan totally disagrees with Carrie's conspiracy theory.
Totally.
Moan totally disagrees with Carrie's conspiracy theory.
モンはキャリーの陰謀論に全く同意しません。
完全に。全く。
Moan totally disagrees with Carrie's conspiracy theory. Carrie likes old-fashioned art styles.
Old-fashioned.
Carrie likes old-fashioned art styles.
キャリーは古風な芸術スタイルが好きです。
古風な。時代遅れの。
Carrie likes old-fashioned art styles. Carrie's drawings are known for their accurate representation of human anatomy.
Accurate.
Carrie's drawings are known for their accurate representation of human anatomy.
キャリーの絵は人体の正確な描写で知られています。
正確な。的確な。
Carrie's drawings are known for their accurate representation of human anatomy. Teacher Joe is always supportive of his students' efforts.
Supportive.
Teacher Joe is always supportive of his students' efforts.
ジョー先生はいつも生徒たちの努力に協力的です。
協力的な。支持的な。
Teacher Joe is always supportive of his students' efforts. Teacher Tinu plays jazz music during workout sessions.
Jazz.
Teacher Tinu plays jazz music during workout sessions.
ティーヌ先生はワークアウト中にジャズを流します。
ジャズ。
Teacher Tinu plays jazz music during workout sessions. Moan and Carrie alike enjoy conspiracy theories.
Alike.
Moan and Carrie alike enjoy conspiracy theories.
モンもキャリーも同様に陰謀論が好きです。
同様に。似たように。
Moan and Carrie alike enjoy conspiracy theories. Masa shows his gratitude to his colleagues.
Gratitude.
Masa shows his gratitude to his colleagues.
マサは同僚に感謝の意を示します。
感謝。シャイ。
Masa shows his gratitude to his colleagues. Yuri used a sponge to clean the dishes.
Sponge.
Yuri used a sponge to clean the dishes.
ユリはスポンジを使って皿を洗いました。
スポンジ。
Yuri used a sponge to clean the dishes. The class discussed the abolition of slavery.
Slavery.
The class discussed the abolition of slavery.
クラスは奴隷制度の廃止について議論しました。
奴隷制度。
The class discussed the abolition of slavery. It was unfortunate that Joe couldn't join the party.
Unfortunate.
It was unfortunate that Joe couldn't join the party.
ジョーがパーティーに参加できなかったのは残念でした。
不運な。残念な。
It was unfortunate that Joe couldn't join the party. Moan will lead the bike trip next weekend.
Lead.
Moan will lead the bike trip next weekend.
モンは来週末のバイク旅行を率いる予定です。
導く。率いる。
Moan will lead the bike trip next weekend. Teacher Tinu puts emphasis on proper cycling form.
Emphasis.
Teacher Tinu puts emphasis on proper cycling form.
ティーヌ先生は正しい自転車の乗り方を強調します。
強調。重点。
Teacher Tinu puts emphasis on proper cycling form. Carrie made a beautiful wrap for her art supplies.
Wrap.
Carrie made a beautiful wrap for her art supplies.
キャリーは彼女の画材のために素敵な包みを作りました。
包み。ラップ。
Carrie made a beautiful wrap for her art supplies. Moan was the youngest competitor in the photo contest.
Competitor.
Moan was the youngest competitor in the photo contest.
モンは写真コンテストで最年少の競技者でした。
競争相手。競技者。
Moan was the youngest competitor in the photo contest. Carrie painted on silk for her art project.
Silk.
Carrie painted on silk for her art project.
キャリーは美術の課題で絹に絵を描きました。
絹。シルク。
Carrie painted on silk for her art project. Aniki's love for cycling is evident from his daily practice.
Evident.
Aniki's love for cycling is evident from his daily practice.
兄貴の自転車への愛は毎日の練習から明白です。
明白な。明らかな。
Aniki's love for cycling is evident from his daily practice. The school will award prizes to the best athletes.
Award.
The school will award prizes to the best athletes.
学校は最高の運動選手に賞を授与します。
授与する。与える。
The school will award prizes to the best athletes. Moan has great potential as a photographer.
Potential.
Moan has great potential as a photographer.
モンには写真家として大きな可能性があります。
可能性。潜在能力。
Moan has great potential as a photographer.